Chapter 17. When the second, even louder explosion came from the center of Red Street Market, Morris, Leork, and the others had already killed their way out of the Blood Bottle gang members who were unable to unite due to the chaos in their commands. They saw Senza dealing with Max the Clown from afar. Senza was nearly 2 meters tall, but he did not look thin. Instead, he looked strong and steady. His dark skin, straight yellow hair, and cold face made him look rather stern. However, the elders in the Brotherhood knew that the crownless fist, Senza Myron, was the leader of the 6 powerhouses. Other than the 3 great assassins, he was the most reliable person in the Brotherhood. No, most of the time he was more reliable than the 3 great assassins. You call this psionic power? Senza said in disdain as he looked coldly at the knife-throwing clown Max, who was flying around on the roof and continuously throwing knives from his bottomless dimensional pocket. Morris Adrianza Leork. 1 superclass, 2 ordinary class experts. I wonder how many more people there are. One of the 8 psionic warriors of the Blood Bottle gang, the knife-throwing clown Alex, squatted on the roof. He had a grave expression on his face as he watched more and more Brotherhood's experts gather. The elites of the Blood Bottle gang under him had already been slaughtered. There was also Senza, who was close to supreme class. The reinforcements from the Blood Bottle gang were nowhere to be seen. There was still no news from the 2 superclasses, Song and Ruby and Ralph. They had lost contact with Solo 10 minutes ago. That coward, Tinker, was hiding in the dark and was most likely observing. As for Nemino, he was the one in charge of Senza. Since Senza was unharmed, he should have already met the ferryman by Hell's River. What was worse was that the air wall had disappeared after the explosion. But the air mystic's orders had yet to be heard. Max's consideration did not last long. Behind Senza, one of the 13 generals of the Brotherhood, the Northlander Steel All Adrianza, gritted his teeth and casually threw the head of Song, a super-class psionic warrior from the Eastern Continent, a puppeteer from the Main Yi Kingdom, who was nicknamed Chaotic Divine Soldier, to the ground. Clown pondered for a moment, took out 2 throwing knives from his Arcana dimension, and put an oxygen tube, to guard against Morris Arcana, in his mouth. At the same time, he made up his mind to leave immediately. Under such circumstances, even the air mystic could not criticize his choice. The next moment, Dante was shocked to see Senza's fist flying towards his face. Since when did Senza's speed become so fast? But then he saw a fat figure behind Senza. It was Morris, who was gritting his teeth and activating his special ability. He did not empty the air around me. The clown thought in dismay and despair, but empty the air around Senza. When the air wall disappeared after the first explosion, Morris knew that something unexpected had happened tonight. When the second explosion sounded in the distance, Morris realized that it was time to fight back. Without a word, he decisively emptied the path between Senza and Cax. Senza sensed the changes in his surroundings. The boxer who had worked with him for many years instantly held his breath and punched out at a speed several times faster than usual, while ignoring air resistance. The battle did not last long. When Senza effortlessly pinched Cax's 2 throwing knives and used his terrifying iron fists to shatter the Arcana dimension that Morris relied on for survival, the clown relied on this Arcana dimension to block long-range attacks, and stored oxygen and throwing knives in preparation, so that Morris could not do anything to him. Leork had already landed behind him silently. Morris, who had used his Arcana, bent over and panted with his hands on his knees. His fat flesh trembled on his face. He did not look at the clown, who was already certain to become a dead man. Instead, he turned to Senza and said, The second explosion came from the depths of Red Street Market. There must be an accident that we don't know about. But no matter what, the air wall has failed. The air mystic is definitely in trouble. And we have already retreated far enough. And our manpower has also almost gathered. Morris calmed himself down and made the judgment wisely. Both Song and Kes were killed here. If this is the bait to lure us, the taste of the bait should be enough for us to try our best. Leork ignored Cax's pleas for mercy and coldly slit his neck, which was covered in oil paint. He nodded. After the road was cleared, there was a report from the front line that they found the corpse of the Phantom Wind follower Ralph. Behind us, Lady Lance sent us the news of Sven and Dorno's deaths. Including Cax, the enemy has lost more than half of their combat power in Eternal Star City. In response, Senza put down his smoking fist. His reply was very short. Then let's fight back. And so, the dawn of Red Street Market was greeted with blood. When Nailrick, who was appointed by Lance as the logistics commander, saw the scene of Morris and Senza's blood-soaked return at the junction of High Sea Area and Red Street Market, the sky was already bright. Morris patted his shoulder and exhaled. He smiled and said, although there were some ups and downs during the process, but Red Street Market is ours. As expected, Rick replied with a smile. In his mind, he was thinking about how to report the escape of the child beggars from the abandoned houses and Quide's death. At least that ghost will not come again, Rick thought. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a figure in a mysterious cloak in the distance. Also, with Lady Lance's promise, I will not be demoted too badly. The silent killer Leorc did not even look at Rick. He walked past him, ignoring the blood stains on his face, and hugged the philanderer Felicia, who was behind Rick. You are not dead yet. Felicia did not look worried at all. She coughed and laughed. Other than you, who else can kill me? Leorc laughed sinisterly and kissed the woman's lips. Did anyone see Edmund? Senza's voice came from the crowd. Without him, I would not have been able to take down the chaotic divine weapon so easily. Damn, chef. Senza saw that no one responded and could only curse. You run away when it's time to drink. Errol World, year 672 of the calendar of eradication. In the early morning of the 16th of November, the second largest kingdom in the Western Peninsula constellation had a bloody and cruel one-night war in Red Street Market. This was an asymmetrical battle. From the beginning, the Brotherhood of Blackstreet had stepped into the Blood Bottle Gang's ambush and trap. However, the result of the bloody battle shocked many people. In this battle, the Brotherhood of Blackstreet had lost 214 people, and 367 were injured. Among the 13 generals, 9 of them participated in the battle, and 7 of them were injured. Morris and Senza, the two giants, fought until the end and survived. As for the aristocratic gang Blood Bottle Gang, they suffered the greatest defeat in their history. They lost 445 people, and 290 were injured. Of the 12 strongest who participated in the battle, 8 died in battle. Of the 8 psionic warriors, 5 died in battle. There were even rumors that the Heir mystic, who commanded the operation and appeared in public for the first time in more than 10 years, had disappeared. That night, the explosion in the center of Red Street Market woke up almost every citizen of the capital in Eternal Star City. Of the innocent civilians in Red Street Market, 1,229 were affected. Of them, 275 died in the explosion, 438 were injured, and 516 were homeless. Red Street Market, especially the central area, was also severely damaged. This matter was even mentioned by the chief garrison officer of the capital at the Imperial Conference the next day. The agenda was only second to the discussion of the tax exemption for the development of the border counties, and the matter of how to receive the ex-dead envoy. In the end, the Imperial Conference ordered the Western City Police Station to act quickly to quell civil conflict and stop private fights. From then on, Red Street Market had changed hands. This meant that the Brotherhood's forces had completely invaded Western District. The balance of power in Constellation's underground world had begun to tilt towards the Brotherhood. However, what many people did not know was that at the same time that night, another major event that would change Constellation's future fate happened. Thales was awkwardly carried by Yodel. The strange masked man, 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 the strange masked man. Thales kept repeating this phrase in his heart 3 times. Thales felt that he could no longer remain silent. Say it again. Why are you looking for me? The prince asked in pain as he looked at the distant sky that was gradually brightening. To reunite you with your father, Yodel said respectfully. He crouched down and tapped on the surface of a river, creating a circle of ripples as he passed through an opening under a bridge. Thales rolled his eyes. So who are you? Your father's secret protector, Yodel said respectfully as he passed through a tall sentry tower. The guard in the sentry tower did not even blink when he saw such a big man carrying a child. Thales sighed. Are you mistaken? I am just a child beggar who ran away. Absolutely not. This is God's will. Yodel said respectfully as he stepped on a gold shop signboard. Yodel said respectfully. He stepped on a gold shop signboard. The signboard that was hung by a chain did not even sway. Thales felt that he was going crazy. Who is my father? A lord that I respect very much, Yodel said respectfully. He flashed past a white eagle that was hunting for a swallow. His speed shocked both the swallow and the white eagle. Thales was in complete despair. He did not reveal any key information at all, but instead made people think, wow, he's so polite, I don't want to make things difficult for him. What was he trying to do? Thales gave up. When they realized that they had made a mistake, Thales thought to himself, they won't kill me to silence me, right? The prince tilted his head and waited for the sunrise. At the same time he asked in a bored manner, Yodel. Yes. Don't tell me you came from a diplomatic background. No. That's a pity. The way you speak is quite suitable. Thank you for your recognition. Yodel did not seem to hear Thales' sarcasm, and continued to speak respectfully. He flipped over a high wall and landed silently like a spider in front of a street with exquisite flower beds on both sides. Then out of Thales' expectations Yodel stopped. In front of them, there was a simple but heavy carriage. In front of the carriage, a middle-aged man with grayish-white hair walked slowly towards them with a lamp in his hand. Yodel put Thales down gently. When the prince landed on the ground, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yodel. He felt that he was a little, not happy. The middle-aged man walked closer. With the light from the lamp in his hand, Thales could not help but notice that he was dressed in simple but heavy clothes. The middle-aged man had a broad chin, which made him look amiable. Above his lips was a short beard that was neatly taken care of, showing respect. However, his cheekbones were high and he looked a little stern. The bridge of his nose was a little soft, but it also seemed gentle. This is probably a very complicated person, Thales thought to himself. He raised his right hand, which was covered in a black glove, and lifted his cylinder top hat before he bowed slightly. Good morning. Unlike Yodel's hoarse and solemn voice, this voice sounded steady and reassuring. This is a noble, a great noble, Thales concluded. Could he be? However, Yodel's words made him retract this thought. The masked man's tone was calm, but his tone was rude. Why are you here? The middle-aged noble nodded slightly and smiled. He did not feel offended as he answered, to be absolutely safe. He doesn't believe me? Even Thales could hear Yodel's dissatisfaction. He trusts you very much. He is even willing to entrust his life to you. The middle-aged noble said slowly. But I don't believe you, and you know why. Thales felt as if there was a bolt of lightning flowing between Yodel and the middle-aged noble. Yodel was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, he did not reply. The middle-aged noble did not look at Yodel again. Instead, he slowly squatted down with a moderate smile on his face. Child, he said to Thales, I know you have had a hard journey. The middle-aged noble looked at the wounds and blood on Thales' body. He took out the glove on his right hand, and reached out to touch Thales' wounds. Every time he touched a spot, he frowned slightly. I am very sorry, but please believe me, child. After one more procedure, your misfortune will end here. Thales, who was not used to this, wanted to say something, but he saw the middle-aged noble put down the lamp in his hand and grabbed the prince's right hand. Then he took out an exquisite sheathed dagger from his bosom. Thales instinctively wanted to shrink back, but his right hand was firmly grabbed by the middle-aged noble. What do you want to do? Thales asked anxiously. The middle-aged noble only stared at him firmly, and did not let go of his hand. At the same time, he slowly pulled out the dagger. Slap. It was Yodel. He bent down and pressed his hand firmly on the middle-aged noble's shoulder. Through the mask, Thales could not see Yodel's face clearly. But for some reason, Thales was very grateful to this father's secret protector. There was no other reason than that he had seen too much blood and blades that night. Yodel. The middle-aged noble seemed to be very dissatisfied. He raised his head, frowned, and spoke in a low but unquestionable voice. He said in a low but unquestionable voice, You know this is necessary. Thales raised his head and looked at Yodel. He felt a little anxious, even though he vaguely knew that the middle-aged noble did not want to do anything harmful to him. Then use his own dagger, Yodel said coldly. The middle-aged noble stared at Yodel. At that moment, his eyes seemed to be filled with frost. After a long while, the middle-aged noble compromised. He nodded and stuffed the dagger back into his bosom. Only then did Yodel let go of the middle-aged noble's shoulder. Don't panic, child. The middle-aged noble shifted his gaze back to Thales. His tone became gentle again. I'm just taking a blood sample. Thales looked at him. The middle-aged noble's gaze was very gentle, but also very determined. So the prince nodded. Waiting for his own fate, the middle-aged noble reached out and removed the sheathless JC dagger wrapped in cloth from Thales' thigh. He pulled it out and burned it on the lamp. Then, Thales did not feel much pain. The middle-aged noble used JC to pick out a drop of blood from his right middle finger. What is he doing? With the level of technology in this world, can they still do DNA tests? What if they find out that I'm the real me? Under Thales' curious and anxious gaze, the middle-aged noble gently dripped that drop of blood on the ground. The next moment, Thales felt a familiar burning sensation. It surged from his heart, from his blood vessels, from his muscles, and from his entire body. Ah! He could not help but cry out. But the middle-aged noble's gaze was not on him. Thales turned his head and followed the middle-aged noble's excited gaze to the lamp he had put down. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the originally calm flame was now burning rapidly and explosively. The flame grew bigger and bigger, and the center of the flame turned from orange to bloody red. The flame slanted in his direction. Thales suddenly understood something. The blood that dripped on the ground. The red and enlarged flame of the lamp. A sudden wave of fear surged in Thales' heart. He turned his head to look at Yodel as if asking for help. The masked man reached into his bosom and took out a glass bottle. Inside was a small flame. It was a tinder. At this moment, the flame in the glass bottle was as red as blood, and its center was slightly slanted. Thales turned his head to look at the lamp on the ground, then at the tinder in Yodel's hand, and then at the blood on the ground. His face turned pale. The flame took a long time to return to normal. Impossible, he muttered. I was only sure it was you when we reached Red Street Market, Yodel said hoarsely. The middle-aged noble seemed very excited. He carefully put away the JC dagger in his hand and said respectfully, now. But the prince interrupted him with his action. Thales clenched his teeth. His left hand suddenly clenched his right middle finger, squeezing a few more drops of blood out of the small wound and onto the ground. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the flame on the ground grew bigger again, and became crimson red. This is the divine art that head ritual master Wuxia set up 12 years ago. As long as your blood drips on the ground of the capital, the bloodline lamp will light up in the darkness, the middle-aged noble said while trembling. Thales suddenly understood. The day he was beaten up by Quide, his blood dripped onto the ground. The day Quide slaughtered the child beggars, his blood dripped onto the ground. When he hit a wall in the air wall, his blood dripped onto the ground. When Asda used mystic energy to murder him, his blood also dripped onto the ground. Thales sighed helplessly. Chapter 18. Accident. Thales lowered his head. There was a heavy feeling of helplessness in his heart. Accidents always happen suddenly. At that moment, Thales seemed to see the air mystic's smile, which he could not tell was real or fake. It appeared in his mind and said to him, look, this is a coincidence. Yodel quietly put away the kindling. The middle-aged noble calmed down. He looked at Thales and gently patted his head. Child, it's all right. I am Gilbert Castle. You can trust me, just like your father trusted me. Come, child, I will bring you home. To see your father. Thales calmed down for a whole minute. During this time, both Yodel and Gilbert patiently waited for him. Let's go. Thales raised his head. His eyes were calm. Gilbert nodded. There was approval in his eyes. He stood up and gestured in the direction of the carriage. Thales turned his head and looked at Yodel. Yodel, you will follow me too, right? Of course. Yodel's hoarse voice rose. At that moment, When Thales heard it, he felt extremely at ease. Please go first. I will be by your side. Thales took a deep breath and strode towards the carriage. Mr. Gilbert. Yes, young sir. What can I do for you? What did you do in the past? Foreign affairs, my young sir. Foreign affairs? Thales turned his head slightly and rolled his eyes at Yodel behind him from an angle that Gilbert could not see. Thales turned his head around. For some reason, he vaguely felt that Yodel seemed to have smiled behind the mask. Thales arrived in front of the carriage. It was a simple but expensive carriage. The glass on the black carriage door was decorated with crystal drops. 2 large horses with pure black fur chewed on their bit quietly. One of them intimately approached Gilbert. Thales looked at the tall footboard and compared the height of his 7-year-old child. He was a little worried. But before he could turn his head, Gilbert opened the carriage door and carried him in. He placed him on the dark red sofa in the carriage. I am sorry, there is no boarding stool. Gilbert smiled apologetically and closed the carriage door. But I promise this will be the last time. Thales sat alone on the wide sofa. He did not know what material the sofa was made of. Even though it was very comfortable, he felt a little restless. The 4 corners of the carriage were illuminated with luminous paint, so he could barely see the decorations in the carriage. At the back of the carriage, there was a picture of a star framed in a circle, firmly inlaid on it. 1, 2, 3, 4 9-pointed stars. This is a 9-pointed star, Thales thought in his heart. Before he could come back to his senses, the carriage started moving. Thales climbed in front of the car window. The sky was still bright, and the scenery outside the car window could not be seen clearly. Thales sat back down on the sofa in boredom. Yodel, are you there? He asked tentatively. He immediately heard a reply. Yes. He propped himself up and looked around. However, aside from Gilbert, who was driving the carriage, there was no one else inside or outside the carriage. Forget it, I'm used to it anyway. Thales sat back on the couch and continued to ask, where are we now? Mindy's hall is right ahead. The hoarse voice sounded again. Mindy Forth? Forget it, I don't know him anyway. Who would have thought that a few hours ago, I was still bleeding for survival in the abandoned house, and was injured while running for my life in Red Street Market. Thales patted the sofa under his butt. He did not know who his father was in this life. Who cares? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I've even met mystics, these strange beings who can't die. What else can scare me? The prince exhaled and felt a little hot. He tore at the tattered clothes on his chest. He accidentally pulled at the wound on his chest. Thales hissed and looked at the burn on his chest. At the edge of the wound that was burned by Quide, he could vaguely see a circle of ancient flowery words printed in reverse. This is, a king is not respected by his bloodline. Thales remembered the words on the silver coin. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Mindy's silver coin? Isn't that the wise king of Constellation? Wait, Mindy's hall? The carriage suddenly stopped. While Thales was still in a daze and did not know what to do, he was respectfully invited down the carriage by Gilbert. Below the carriage was an exquisite little garden. It was paved with hard tiles of an unknown material. In the middle of the garden was an exquisite fountain. Spring water spurted out from the mouth of a stone dragon that was roaring at the sky. Thales turned his head in a daze and looked at the big black iron gate in the garden. There seemed to be reliefs carved on the black iron gate. Thales did not recognize any of the scenes on it. However, there was a big flag on both sides of the iron gate, fluttering in the wind. On the flag, there were 2 silver cross-shaped stars with white edges and a blue base. The 2 silver cross-shaped stars, one big and one small, were stacked together. The small cross-shaped star was slightly to the lower right of the big cross-shaped star. Thales recognized it. The flag fluttering the highest on the west gate also had this pattern. White edges and blue base, 2 silver cross-shaped stars. The national flag of Constellation. The 2 flags in the garden had an extra small 9-pointed star of gold and silver embroidered on the lower left corner of the big silver cross-shaped star. There were 4 gold horns and 5 silver horns. That was the pattern engraved on the back of the carriage. Thales snapped out of his daze. In front of him was a magnificent 3-story house. 8 beautifully carved pillars supported the balcony on the second floor. In the middle of the top floor, there was a light shining from a window. The main door of the house was made of cedar wood. Thales had once seen a furniture merchant selling a large cedar wood table at the Grand Bazaar beside the West Gate for 50 gold coins. Of course, later on, he voluntarily sold the square table to Blackstreet Brotherhood at a discounted price of 1 gold coin. Thales followed Gilbert in a daze. He rejected Yodel's gesture of opening his arms and persisted in enduring the wounds and exhaustion all over his body as he walked through the large door carved from the giant cedar wood with great difficulty. Under the illumination of the magnificent everlasting lamp that was burning with eternal oil, guards stood at the entrance, the hall, and the corridor leading up to the spiral staircase. Each guard seemed to have been carefully selected. They were of the same height and were equipped with swords, shields, and crossbows. Their metal shields were all embroidered with the symbol of a gold and silver 9-pointed star. Thales held the handrail by the side of the staircase and slowly walked up to the second floor. On the second floor, on the wall facing the main door of the house, there were 3 portraits hanging on the wall. In the middle was a heroic young knight holding a long spear and charging forward. The knight's appearance was handsome and his expression was heroic. He wore a silver crown with 7 stars on his head, and he moved forward fearlessly in the background of a tragic battlefield. On the left was a well-built warrior with a sword and shield. On his shield was a silver horn 9-pointed star, and he wore a 9-pointed star crown on his head. His face was resolute, and he looked heroic and extraordinary. Behind him was a lush, towering tree. On the right was a sitting portrait of a kind and amiable middle-aged man. Behind him was a brightly lit city. In his left hand was an expensive scepter inlaid with bright blue crystals, and in his right hand was a thick book. On the book were 5 different pictures of the sun, stars, and the moon. The temperaments of the 3 nobles were all different, but the painter seemed to have captured the charm of each of them very well. Thales stared at the portraits in a daze, as if the real person was there. It seemed like they were really great nobles with a long legacy. Unfortunately, Thales did not recognize any of them. Wait a minute. Why does that handsome middle-aged man look so familiar? Just as Thales was about to lift his clothes and look at the head that had been branded on his chest, he heard the sound of steady footsteps. That is Tormund I, the last prince of the final empire, the founder of Constellation, and the king of Renaissance. His bravery in the Battle of Eradication is still being praised to this day. On the left is Midir IV, the comrade of the hero Chara and the prophet Kaplan, the protector of the sacred tree, and the oath keeper. Ever since he and his elven queen, the Jadestar royal family has the blood of the elves. The last one is Mindes III, the virtuous king. From the nobles to the priests, from the merchants to the beggars, everyone praises his wise rule. The voice was heavy and dignified. It traveled to Thales in a low voice, but it sounded like thunder hidden in dark clouds. It was faintly vibrating. Gilbert and Yodel, who were behind him, knelt down on one knee. Thales gulped and raised his head slightly. A strong figure slowly walked up to him. His mighty and resolute face reminded Thales of the sword and shield warrior on the left side of the wall. This was a well-built noble in the prime of his life. He had black hair, a high nose, deep eyes, and a wide face. His blue pupils were as sharp as swords. The noble held a scepter in his left hand. He stood in front of Thales and scrutinized him carefully. Thales was a little dumbfounded as he stared back at the noble in front of him. He could not help but feel nervous. In his 2 lives, no one had ever taught him what to do at a time like this. The well-built noble scrutinized him for a long time, so long that even Thales felt a little embarrassed. However, his gaze did not make Thales feel friendly or at ease. Instead, it made him feel pressured and a little breathless. To put it bluntly, even Asda Sakurn's crazed gaze was better than this. However, Thales suddenly noticed that the well-built noble in front of him wore a crown with 9 stars on his head that was similar to the sword and shield warrior's crown in the painting. The scepter in his left hand also looked like the crystal-studded scepter in the middle-aged man's hand in the painting on the right. Gilbert reminded him in a low voice, "Child, this is your father." "Father?" Thales lowered his eyes and looked at the starry blue cloak behind the man. He could not help but mutter. His father's face from his previous life was slowly reflected in his mind, but it was a little blurry. Thales took a deep breath and refocused his gaze. "Who are you?" He heard his own voice travel into the air. The well-built noble did not answer. He only frowned slightly. At this moment, Gilbert raised his head and spoke in a dignified tone that was filled with authority, solemnity, and unquestionable. "This is Kessel Mindy's 80 Jadestar, the fifth Kessel in the family, the legitimate descendant of the final empire's imperial family, the successor of Tormund, the king of Renaissance, the common ruler of the Redalians and Northlanders in the Western Peninsula, the conqueror of the dragon skeleton throne, and the desert god's altar, the protector of the sacred tree and Sarah Dukedom, the defender of Steel City and the Alliance of Freedom, the Iron Fist, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands and the Western Desert." Thales felt a chill in his heart and his breathing quickened. A suffocating pressure pressed down on him, as if it was real. Kessel looked at Thales with a profound gaze. After a while he turned his head and looked at Gilbert and Yodel, who were by his side. The well-built king, Kessel V, enunciated each word clearly in his deep and thick voice. "He is my descendant, the kingdom's bloodline? The last and only bloodline in all of Constellation?" Chapter 19. Dawn had arrived. In Mindy's hall, the most important and awkward meeting between father and son in the entire kingdom was taking place. Thales stared blankly at the robust noble in front of him, his own father. He turned towards Gilbert and Yodel with slight fear and helplessness, but both of them lowered their heads in silence. He then looked at the guards around the corridor, but the well-equipped soldiers hid their gazes behind their helmets and remained motionless. Then he heard Kessel V's deep voice. "He looks like a skinny mud monkey." Thales' current condition was indeed not too good. His short black hair was cut into holes, Sinti's handiwork, and covered in dust. His small face was covered in mud and hand marks. Although the mystic Asda had used a mysterious method to stop the bleeding from his wounds of various sizes, the abrasions, scratches, and bruises left behind in the abandoned house and Red Street Market still hung sparsely on his body. His body was also covered in dust. The hemp clothes that he wore as a child beggar were also tattered. There was a large tear on his chest, almost exposing the burn on his chest. Before entering Mindy's hall, he would even shiver in the cold wind. "I believe that you are not mistaken." Kessel's voice echoed in the corridor. Thales raised his head again and looked at Kessel. His king, his father. But Kessel had already turned his head away, and was no longer looking at him. Thales felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart, but he immediately suppressed this discomfort. Kessel's deep voice continued to echo. "All of you know how important this matter is. Right now, only the three of us know. Of course, I will send Gines over. He needs qualified care, so the only ones who know are the four of us. When Morat comes back, I will personally tell him. From now on, Mindy's hall will be completely sealed off. Tell the outside world that a secret treasure of the royal family has been lost. I am extremely furious. According to the previous preparations, the 50 swordsmen of eradication, all private soldiers of the Jadestar family, will guard here for a whole month. They can all keep the secret. As for Yodel, for the sake of caution, you will also guard here. Ida and the royal guards will be responsible for my safety for this month." Yodel did not speak. He only nodded his masked head slightly. "Gilbert." Kessel still did not spare Thales a glance. He caressed the crystal on his scepter and muttered to himself, his tone filled with dignity. "Have you thought of a reason for visiting Mindy's hall in the wee hours of the morning?" "Of course, Your Majesty. The excuse is ready-made. There was a fight between the gangs at the border of the Western District and the Western District, and there were countless casualties. I rushed through the night to the temporary imperial residence of the royal family, where Your Majesty is temporarily resting, to report this matter," Gilbert answered respectfully. "That's not enough. I'll return to Renaissance Palace tomorrow, but you still have to visit here frequently for the next month. You need a better reason." King Kessel shook his head. "In that case, the disappearance of the royal family's secret treasure was too mysterious. So Your Majesty specifically ordered me to investigate this matter? It's a little stiff, but a month's time is enough." King Kessel thought for a while and nodded. Then, the king of Constellation finally turned his gaze towards the bewildered Thales. His gaze was so sharp that Thales subconsciously took a step back. It didn't feel like a father looking at his son. However, the king did not seem to care about Thales at all. A month's time, Gilbert. A month. Before his identity is officially recognized, Gilbert, you will be his private tutor and be responsible for all matters related to his education. Yes, your majesty. As you wish, I will do my best, Gilbert replied respectfully. Thales' heart sank. King Kessel tapped his scepter in relief and muttered to himself for a while. You must prepare him well. He cannot appear in front of the entire kingdom, the 6 great clans, and the envoys from other countries like this. From etiquette to temperament, from knowledge to appearance, he must have a passable appearance. What we need is a respectable heir to the kingdom, not a destitute beggar on the streets. Beggar on the streets? After hearing this, Thales clenched his fists slightly. Based on the welcoming banquet of the Extet diplomat group, I hope that he can appear at that time. It won't be easy, but I believe that you can do it well. Thales' heart trembled slightly, but he still listened to King Kessel's unquestionable orders in silence, planning his future step by step. However, Thales' future did not seem to have a place for his own will. How could this be? He had just escaped from the place of suffering that he had once gritted his teeth and persevered. He still had many questions and doubts in his mind. However, the King Kessel before him did not seem to care about his thoughts at all. He only issued his own orders and stated his wishes. No one needs to know what his past is like, but there must be an explanation. Gilbert, make up a story about his origins. As long as his bloodline can be confirmed, I will discuss this with Wuxia. It is not impossible to trade with the gods. We will not be afraid of gossip. Choose his peers from the list of nobles, as well as the successors' instructors and attendants. After he is recognized, these will be the focus of attention. You must make a record in advance. I want to see the list before next week. To be on the safe side, Gilbert, you must reconfirm the provisions of the royal inheritance in the Sacred Constellation Covenant, as well as the precedents like him in the Jadestar family. If there is any dispute, it is not too late for us to remedy it now. Thales furrowed his brows as he listened to them continue to plan his future and his life. It was like manipulating a marionette. As for his marriage contract, I have an idea. We will discuss it later. Extet. At this moment, Gilbert interrupted the king with a respectful expression. Your Majesty, there is still time. The gray-haired middle-aged noble seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, but he still tried his best to express his opinion. If you need to be alone with this child, we can. But Kessel waved his hand abruptly and stopped Gilbert's words. At that moment, Thales saw the king's deep eyes tremble. He sensed a strange emotion emerging from Kessel's expression. Thales wanted to say something, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. What should I say? What can I say? What should a 7-year-old child who is meeting his father for the first time say? Hey, father whom I'm meeting for the first time, can I say something? Perhaps you should listen to my thoughts instead of talking to yourself? This is too strange. Kessel seemed to want to turn his head towards Thales, but he suddenly turned his head back halfway. He rested his hands on his scepter and stared at the portraits of the 3 former kings on the wall. He did not speak for a long time. It seemed like it was only at this moment that he seemed more like a person. After a while, Kessel turned around. He did not look at anyone, but the majestic voice that belonged only to the King of Constellation, Kessel V, rang out once more. In short, the task on your shoulders is very heavy. Constellation has not had an heir for 12 years. And just last week, Koester mentioned Extet's king selection system in his letter, intentionally or otherwise. You know how the 6 great clans will react. His appearance is a variable, but it is also an unexpected bargaining chip and advantage for us. It is time to modify the plan and ensure that we are one step ahead of our opponents. Ensure that he can be used to the fullest extent. Thales was stunned. This is his father? Variable. Bargaining chip. Advantage. Be used to the fullest extent? Is this what a father should say in front of a son whom he has never met? Thales sighed in his heart and lowered his head. I see. This feeling of being out of place. This is not like a reunion between father and son at all. It is more like a chess player moving a chess piece as if nothing has happened. Thales was obviously not the only one who felt this strange feeling. Gilbert's expression changed, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he only lowered his head and sighed softly in the king's field of vision. But there was still someone who disregarded the atmosphere and interrupted the king. "Your Majesty." Thales turned around in surprise. It was the silent Yodel who spoke. This secret protector's expression behind the mask was unknown, but his hoarse voice was extremely firm. "First and foremost, he is your bloodline, your son. Last but not least, your successor. And you cannot turn a blind eye to this." Thales raised his head and saw Kessel V let out a long sigh. Then he closed his eyes. "Yes, he is my son." The king closed his eyes and held his scepter tightly. He said in a dull voice, "That is why I am here today. I hand him over to you. Remember, 1 month. Kessel V did not say much in the end. The lenses on Yodel's mask paused for a moment. In the end he still lowered his head and did not speak. A faint sense of doubt and surprise crept into Thales' heart. The king nodded and looked at Gilbert and Yodel, who were kneeling on one knee. He then glanced at the dazed Thales with an indescribable and complicated gaze. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. Gilbert and Yodel stood up slowly. The robust figure slowly walked down the stairs. His footsteps were heavy, but they were dignified. The majesty of a king. "What? It's over?" Thales was shocked. He stared in disbelief at his departing father. "This is not right. This so-called father. He is the father of this body, isn't he? But why? Why does he seem so emotionless? Also, this is related to my future. It's decided just like that? I don't even have the chance to speak. Wait a minute." Thales finally could not hold it in anymore and shouted. He had enough of being a powerless chess piece. The robust figure paused for a moment and turned around. Gilbert looked at Thales in surprise. Yodel's expression was still hidden behind the mask. As he watched the king gradually turn around and endured his sharp gaze, Thales actually felt the back of his teeth become a little heavy. But he still spoke with great difficulty. Although we have never met." Thales stuttered. He stretched out his hands and waved them in front of him helplessly. He deliberated over his words. "But since you are mine. Since we are." The king held onto the railing of the stairs and looked at Thales with an indescribably complicated gaze. Thales shut his eyes tightly before he opened them again and exhaled. "I think." He gritted his words laboriously. His usual eloquence disappeared without a trace. "Damn it. What kind of attitude and words should I use to face this person who is both my father and the king? Admiration? Indifference? Stupefaction? Surprise? None of them are right." Beside him, Gilbert extended his hand towards Thales as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to remain silent. Thales' breathing quickened. He frowned and said, "I actually have some doubts. Perhaps you can help me answer them. After all, we are blood relatives. And you said so much about the heir, the kingdom, and the engagement, but I do not know anything. This may not be important to you, and you do not really care." Kessel V held his scepter tightly, but he did not reply. He only slowly furrowed his eyebrows. Thales bit his lip. He felt the burn on his chest start to ache again. Damn it! Even the most failed thesis was not as awkward as this. He waved his hands gently and organized his words. "But this is my future. If you have already decided, you should at least let me understand a little. Besides, you said that no one needs to know about my past, but at least I want to know. At least I need to know about my past. I really want to know what's going on, and the path I will take." Kessel's gaze on Thales changed. It was no longer a gaze that was sizing him up, scrutinizing him, and examining him. It was as if he had realized for the first time that Thales was a person, and he was his son. Thales sighed. "Forget it." He opened his eyes and looked straight at his father. "Yes, I want to know everything about me. I want to know my origins, such as who my mother is, where I was born, and how I became like this." And my identity, my future, the choices I can have. An answer like this, instead of being an outsider, a chess piece, an item. If I am really your son. Thales gritted his teeth and said that word. Although your behavior is really not like a normal father. Even if you are the king. Thales felt a little dizzy. The exhaustion tonight was already a little too much for this 7-year-old body to handle. The king finally looked straight at him. The sky-blue pupils in his deep eye sockets shone brilliantly. At that moment, Kessel V's gaze was rather complicated and indecipherable. Thales could not read any more. Child, what is your name? The supreme ruler of Constellation asked in his deep voice. Thales stared at Kessel. Thales, he heard himself say. My name is Thales. You only remembered to ask for your son's name now? My God. Thales shook his head slightly in his heart. Thales, listen carefully. Kessel narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone. There are many things you do not need to know. And you do not need to care. Your path has already been decided. Just follow it. What? At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. If you still have doubts, go ask Gilbert. Then Kessel V, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert. Just like that, he left Mindy's hall without turning his head back. His cloak disappeared from the boy's sight. Damn it! Thales lowered his head and stared at the expensive black floor tiles. He frowned deeply. Is this the father of this body? Is he really not an enemy? Behind him, Gilbert could not help but pat his shoulder quietly. Child Thales, do not worry and do not think too much. His Majesty has too many matters to attend to. In fact, before Gilbert could finish speaking, Yodel suddenly walked forward and crouched down in front of Thales. He gently shoved Thales' JC dagger into Thales' hand. Gilbert's expression changed. He touched his waist and furrowed his eyebrows, which had fallen into Thales' hand at some point in time. Thales snapped out of his daze and was slightly shocked. The dark purple mask nodded slightly, and a hoarse voice slowly traveled into his ears. Relax. You are his son. You are connected by blood, and your fates are connected. No one and nothing can change this. Thales took a deep breath. They probably misunderstood. Do they think that I am disappointed because of my father's neglect? He put away the dagger, clenched his fists, and forced a smile. Do not worry. He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said faintly, thank you. Looking at Yodel, who interrupted him, Gilbert exhaled discontentedly. He also squatted down in front of Thales and said gently, Thales, my young sir, you have experienced enough tonight. Thales, my young sir, you have been through enough tonight. Thales, my young sir, you have experienced enough tonight. Thales, please come with me. Yodel, I will come to you later. We need to talk. Thales nodded and followed Gilbert obediently. Only Yodel raised his head and looked at a vase in the distant corridor. With his sharp and terrifying gaze, he observed that there were fine cracks that could not be seen on the vase. Behind the mask, Yodel furrowed his brows slightly. He knew that before Thales roared in anger, the vase was still in perfect condition. Chapter 20. Wuxia sat in the classroom. His hands flew across the keyboard as he quickly recorded the discussion between the other two students. Enlightenment is to get rid of the immaturity that one brings about, such as laziness and cowardice. When Kant expounded on enlightenment, he emphasized that everyone has reason, which is universal reason. The other student replied with a pleasant voice. The universal reason born from enlightenment was excavated and used to its fullest extent. That is why our era was created. Reason is supreme, infinite, and eternal. It can bring us unprecedented power. When Wuxia heard this, he put down his hands and furrowed his brows. He, who was usually gentle and polite, interrupted the other student. He raised his head and said, Student, I think you might not have read Foucault's discussion of the relationship between power and truth, and Heidegger's discussion of technology, but he did not continue because when he saw the person sitting in front of him, he was so shocked that he could not speak. Opposite Wuxia, the air mystic Asda Sakern, who had long brown hair and was dressed in blue, was handsome, gentle, and elegant. Asda was looking at him gently at that moment and said with a pleasant voice, If there really is unrestricted power and omnipotent and omniscient reason in the world, Thales, you really don't want it? Thales jolted awake from his bed. In the dark, he clutched JC's dagger tightly under his pillow. He panted while drenched in cold sweat. Thales turned over and jumped off the bed. His bare feet touched the expensive insulated floor tiles. His nostrils were filled with the pleasant scent of calming perfume. Only then did he realize where he was. The bandages and plasters wrapped around his chest, and other wounds were itchy and painful. It made him much more clear-headed. Only then did he calm his breathing and put JC back under his pillow. Still in shock, he fell back and lay on the bed that was big enough for 20 Thales to sleep on. His silk pajamas rubbed against his body, and Thales was not used to it. The bed, which had many springs as its core, was soft and smooth. It obediently sank into the contours of his body. The silk-covered Northland goose down quilt wrapped around him tightly. The smooth silk pillow imported from the southern coast pressed against his head and shoulders from below. At that moment, Thales felt as if he was being squeezed from head to toe by something. It was as if the air mystic had wrapped him in air and was slowly compressing him. When he thought of this, Thales felt a wave of annoyance. He lifted the light, smooth, and comfortable blanket and landed on the ground again. He groped his way to a corner of the wall, curled up, and lay down. The hard floor and the thick wall gave him a sense of security and familiarity. It was only then that Thales slowly exhaled and laughed in resignation. I didn't expect this to happen to me. He knocked on the solid floor tiles and laughed at himself. I really miss the little ones in the 6th house. I hope Jayla can take good care of them. However, the memory fragment that he had just found in his dream made his mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly tense up again. Dreams were a reflection of the subconscious. The memories of his past life were probably the most deeply hidden fragments of his subconscious. But this time, even Asda Sakern appeared in his dream. As expected, do I still care a lot about that lunatic's words? Thales mumbled in the dark. A few hours ago, his brief encounter with the mystic flashed through his mind. The mystic's sometimes rational and sometimes casual actions, his mysterious and unfathomable power, and his almost inhuman immortal body all made him feel a chill in his heart. Also what he had said. Looks like you don't know your own nature, child. These words appeared in his aching brain again. Thales forced himself to chase away the unnecessary emotions of annoyance and fear. He calmed down and analyzed the mystic's words. According to Asda, I'm the same as him, a mystic. No, I'm just a person who has the potential to become a mystic. Based on Asda's performance, people with this kind of potential are rare. This is a good thing for me. But at the moment, mystics in this world don't seem to be a popular character. Asda's words were too subjective. However, if part of what Asda said was true, which was the so-called war between mystics and humans, then mystics were existences that almost everyone hated and would die at the sight of light. Also, Thales thought worriedly, Asda's body, after his heart was pierced, the blue light projected from the wound. As expected, is he no longer human? Also Yodel Kato. According to him, he should have reached the abandoned house a long time ago. Did he also hear what Asda said? Thales clenched his fist. Did he also know that I lost control in front of the mystic? If Yodel knew about it, would Gilbert and King Kessel also know about it? What would they think of me? There were still too many questions. For example, that neurotic, abnormally cold, and extremely suspicious father of the king. For example, he was 7 years old, but the bloodline lamp that was strengthened by divine arts was actually from 12 years ago. For example, his origin, surname, and significance to the kingdom. For example, why did the news of his return have to be kept a secret? Yodel and Gilbert practically stole him back like thieves. For example, what was going on in this world? Medieval ecology? A high magic world? Steampunk? Thales slapped his head. No, I can't figure anything out. My basic understanding of this world is still too little. I need a comprehensive child's enlightenment starting from basic knowledge. Thales exhaled helplessly. However, his gaze immediately turned solemn. Enlightenment, learning, these things can be done slowly. But there's one thing I need to solve. It's related to my life and body. He began to recall the mystic's words again. It seems that you do not know your own nature, child. But it's okay. Everyone has their first time losing control. We all start from ignorance. Thales clasped his hands in the dark and recalled the so-called loss of control. Asda used mystic energy to compress himself in the air, and prepared to knead himself into a ball. His whole body was boiling as if it was burning. I saw the energy ball in his hand. It should be the so-called air wall. The energy ball turned red and suddenly appeared in front of me. Then wait. Thales seemed to have grasped the key. Blood and the burning sensation. Thales slowly sat up. Quide. The name flashed in his mind. He had experienced the feeling of his blood boiling before. It happened during the 2 times Quide beat him up and abused him. The similarity between those 2 times and his encounter with Asda was that he was bleeding. Thales previously thought that the burning sensation in his body was caused by the divine art that Gilbert mentioned. It was caused by his blood falling to the ground. Now, it seemed that Asda's so-called loss of control coincided with the appearance of the burning sensation. Thales suddenly realized that it was not the first time he lost control in front of Asda. The first time he truly lost control was because of Quide. When Quide tried to kill Korea, that bastard should have been holding JC's dagger in his hand. How did that dagger suddenly appear in my hand? It's as strange as the energy ball that suddenly appeared in front of me. Quide. Bleeding. Burning sensation. Dagger. Asda. Energy ball. Yodel and Gilbert. Bloodline lamp. Thales closed his eyes. He realized that he could not make sense of these chaotic elements. Too messy. Too messy. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, a long-lost excitement rose from the bottom of his heart. Categorizing the chaotic and complicated phenomenon, setting up a hypothesis and theoretical framework, eliminating irrelevant variables, inducing causal logic, and finally verifying the completeness of the theory. There was also the uncertainty that could never be verified, the endogeneity that could never be eliminated, and the quasi-experimental method and counterfactual analysis that could never be perfected. Aren't these the alluring puzzles of social science that can never be perfectly solved? They were also my favorite games in the past. Moreover, this time, I'm not facing a multi-causal social phenomenon that I can't start from or verify. Instead, I'm facing a single problem that I can verify repeatedly. When Thales opened his eyes again, his pupils in the dark were already filled with the desire to challenge. He tried to calm down and clarify the phenomenon he was facing. There are too few samples, too many variables, and the mechanism is simple. The overly complicated qualitative comparative analysis, QCA, method is not advisable. I'll just use the most basic mill induction method. First, I'll use bleeding and loss of control as keywords to select cases and events. He slowly closed his eyes, and a familiar feeling surged into Thales' brain. Various chaotic elements and factors were quickly arranged in his consciousness. According to the research objective and chronological order, for each sample, different conditions, not causes, and whether or not the results would appear were determined. One by one, the events flashed past his eyes. He eliminated the event samples that had too many missing values, combined the conditions and results of each event, and then differentiated them in terms of level and type. A clear and organized table appeared in his mind. For observable and comparable event samples were arranged in it. Sample 1. Condition 1. 1. Quide beat himself up for the first time. Condition 1. 2. Bleeding. Result 1. No abnormalities. Sample 2. Condition 2. 1. Quide beat himself up for the second time and prepared to kill Korea. Condition 2. 2. Bleeding. Result 2. Loss of control, and the dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air. Sample 3. Condition 3. 1. Asda prepared to kill himself. Condition 3. 2. Bleeding. Result 3. Loss of control, and his energy ball appeared in front of me. Sample 4. Condition 4. 1. Test his bloodline in front of Yodel, Gilbert, and that lamp. Condition 4. 2. Bleeding. Result 4. No abnormalities. After listing, he began to compare. Seek common ground, seek differences, and summarize. The table was slowly simplified, normalized, and combined to form a paragraph of text. Thales opened his eyes gently. Conclusion. Encountering a murder event while bleeding has a probability of being accompanied by the so-called loss of control. The surrounding objects or energy will shift to varying degrees. No, this conclusion is still too preliminary. First of all, the sample size is too small. Second, some interfering variables cannot be eliminated. Then the murder event seems too far away. It might be a false mechanism. Could it be that the murder event triggered something, and that thing is the real cause of the loss of control? Also, I have to think of a way to include the lamp in my consideration. In the end, I can only prove that the degree of correlation between a few events is still insufficient in terms of causal inference. No matter what. Thales turned over and lay down. At least I have a preliminary conclusion regarding loss of control. Then the next step of research, Thales exhaled. He suddenly felt a wave of fatigue in his brain. As expected, he rubbed his temples fiercely. Is thinking about these things too much for a 7-year-old's brain? But he was surprised to realize that something was wrong. The logical conclusion and deduction just now should have been written down on a piece of draft paper with a pen. But the actual process of executing it in his brain, was it only for an instant? After a while, Thales slapped the floor and felt the pain in his brain. As expected, from mystic energy and loss of control, to the so-called bloodline, to this monstrous efficiency of thinking. This body, this brain, there's something unusual. As Thales thought about this, he slowly drifted off to sleep. When Thales was politely woken up by Gilbert, he realized that he was back on the bed and was neatly covered by the blanket. Good day, Thales, my respected young sir. Gilbert respectfully pulled open the French curtains. The afternoon sun shone in through the huge window, brightly illuminating the luxurious and comfortable room. The gorgeous insulated floor tiles with star patterns, the reclining sofa made of giant lizard skin, the wide 4-poster copper bed, the large crystal drop chandelier on the ceiling, and the overlaid fireplace were all presented before Thales' eyes. All of these constantly reminded him that his life was no longer the same. It was hard to believe. A few hours ago, he was still a young beggar from a gang whose life was hanging by a thread. And now he was actually the bloodline descendant of the highest ruler of the entire constellation. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. I sincerely suggest that you wake up and eat now. It will effectively promote the recovery and maintenance of your body. The middle-aged noble said in a lukewarm tone, but Thales could feel that he was urging him to hurry up. Gilbert winked in a friendly manner and said with a smile, also as per His Majesty's wish, our first class will begin in the afternoon. I believe that you must have many questions, and I will be happy to answer them for you. Thales rubbed his eyes and yawned as he took off his uncomfortable silk pajamas. He fumbled around and put on the usual noble robe that Gilbert had prepared for him. Very good. He narrowed his eyes and said lazily, I love classes the most. Also, Thales closed his eyes and thought quietly, I was having a good sleep. Who stuffed me back into bed from underground? Sir Thales, you must like this pair of pants very much. Ha! Because you are putting it on your head. What? With this kind of appearance, it's actually pants? Sir Thales, it seems that you also have a special liking for that button-down jacket. Oh, it is a jacket that is worn outside. Sir Thales, I think you will need the leather belt on your left. Thank you. I was wondering why I kept falling down. After a while, Sir Gilbert. Yes. Please help me. Put on these damn clothes. Chapter 21. Conspiracies and tricks, crimes and ugliness. Many of them were born in secret rooms in the dark. But conspiracies could also be created in broad daylight. Such as now. Winter was approaching. On the afternoon of the 16th of November, in a spacious stud farm, a fat old noble wearing a thick mink shawl frowned with his head lowered under a parasol. He watched the training of a few horse trainers in the field while he listened to the words of another noble on his left. After a while, he let out a long sigh and looked at a disobedient horse in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up. What kind of royal treasure is missing that is worthy of our respected king to seal Mindy's Hall indefinitely? What a pity. I was planning to go to Mindy's Hall next week to take a look at Master Calvin's work. The noble beside him was younger and slender. He looked at ease. He naturally and easily grabbed the agarwood pipe in his hand and took a deep puff. Also, Gilbert rushed to Mindy's hall overnight to report to His Majesty about the situation of the gang war in the outer city district, he said cheerfully as he puffed out smoke rings. Really? Respected King Iron Hand, when did you ever care about the lives of the peasants in the outer city district? If His Majesty treated his people with half of the kindness of the late King 80. The fat old noble touched his thigh with a pained expression. The unruly horse fell. Then why do we need to meet at the stud farm? The king's party must be plotting something. I can guarantee that it is not a small matter. Maybe it is a move that can turn the tables in one fell swoop. The young noble's eyes lit up as he smoked his pipe. Mindy's hall is really a good place. The royal treasure is missing. I hope it is not Master Colvin's painting. The place must be on high alert. The old noble suddenly said out of the blue. However, the young noble nodded in understanding. Furthermore, I have news that Gilbert has been ordered to investigate the truth of the theft case. Recently he will frequently investigate Mindy's hall. With that man around, even the White Eagle will not be able to do anything. We can test them, but we cannot go overboard. We have to use other methods to disrupt their plans. The young noble inhaled another mouthful of top-grade Fisora tobacco, which was only produced 600 pounds a year. He felt intoxicated for a moment, and then blew out a perfect smoke ring. The Extet diplomat group will arrive in the kingdom next month. At this moment, the old noble's face showed sincere worry. Sigh, the peace between Constellation and Extet did not come easily after all. That's right. Unlike his senior, the young nobleman could not keep his composure. His sharpness and spirit were evident on his body. If something happens to the diplomatic mission within the borders of the kingdom, I'm sure His Majesty will be very passive in the face of domestic and foreign pressure. If Your Majesty does not handle this properly. The old noble looked at the horse in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. He took a sip of tea and said helplessly, Sigh, a country like ours that has a hereditary throne is indeed backward. Both of them were silent for a while. The old noble shifted his body and asked casually, What's going on in the Western District? Don't ask me, old sir. You know I hate mystics the most. Then let's talk about the Blackstreet Brotherhood. Those people still refuse to budge. The young noble's face suddenly became displeased. It's only been about 10 years, and they're already so arrogant. I'm sure they're more confident in their backer than they are in our new star. Don't look down on the young. The old man grinned helplessly. His eyes were shrewd and sharp. When children scare people, that's what you call scary. Compared to the hasty glance he got last night at dawn, the Mindy's hall that Thales saw in the afternoon was much bigger, more magnificent, and of course more spacious. The first floor was the living room for the meeting, a large banquet hall, and an open-air garden. It was equipped with a sizable kitchen, basement storage, and even armament storage. Apart from the open-air balcony that had a panoramic view of the outdoor garden. Out of consideration for your safety, I do not recommend that you appear on the balcony or outdoors within a month. Gilbert, the large second floor had 3 large rooms with different functions. The banquet hall for the nobles, the meeting hall, the game room, and other rooms of various sizes. The corridors and entrances from the first floor to the second floor were filled with dignified armored guards. Their faces were hidden behind their helmets, and every one of them was as frightening as a sculpture. Even though they are the swordsmen of eradication owned by the Jadestar family, I still do not recommend that you stab their abdomens, young sir. Gilbert. But from afar, Mindy's hall was still frighteningly cold and spacious. However, Thales' living room and bedroom, including the dining room and study where he attended classes, were on the 3rd floor. There was only a narrow staircase from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. 8 fully armed swordsmen of eradication guarded the place with full attention 24 hours a day. They were on duty every 6 hours. As for the windows and the ceiling, it was said that there were also open-air guards. With Yodel around, please do not worry about the threat from outside the window. Gilbert. Every dish, from the broccoli, bread, beef, and water, was taken from the well-guarded back kitchen and the underground storage that had been prepared beforehand. Please forgive me, I cannot guarantee their freshness. Gilbert. From the time they were cooked to the time they were delivered, they had gone through strict procedures of disinfecting, testing, and testing for poison. This is really an unimaginable security measure. Looks like I am much more important than I thought. Should I say that they are indeed the ruling class that holds power? I wonder if Jayla can sneak in with her skills? What if she is a mystic? Speaking of this, no, I cannot. Forgive me for refusing, young sir. Thales raised his head and looked at Gilbert with a puzzled expression. Up until now, everything about you is top secret. Gilbert shook his head firmly. Forgive me for being straightforward. We have sealed off Mindy's Hall, and our contact with the outside world is limited to a few trustworthy people. Under such circumstances, if the royal family sends people to search for 3 child beggars who are hiding in outer district, whether it is to investigate or to help, it will be extremely disadvantageous to both of you. Do not underestimate the abilities of those with ulterior motives, he said in a low voice. At least wait for the right time. Thales sighed and furrowed his eyebrows. He bit the last bit of the sweet and greasy buttered bread into his mouth, and quickly picked up the cup to drink a mouthful of black tea. At least the food is much better. With impeccable etiquette, Gilbert took the teacup from the flustered Thales, bowed slightly and said, If you are satisfied with the afternoon tea, we will begin our afternoon lessons. Thales' hands trembled, and Gilbert took the teacup from Thales' hands. In fact, Gilbert maintained his smile and thought to himself, Perhaps we should start with table manners? What about Yodel? Where is he? He is a competent protector. Naturally, he is nearby at all times. Thales resisted the urge to look around subconsciously. After knowing that Yodel was nearby, he felt inexplicably more at ease. So, Thales tugged at the bow tie on his chest that was so tight that it made him uncomfortable. Under Gilbert's slightly furrowed eyebrows, he followed the latter into the study. First of all, Thales, I talked to Yodel last night. Gilbert watched as Thales stuffed himself into a leather chair. He curiously looked at the decorations around the study, especially the 3 bookshelves that were filled with books. You are a special child. From Yodel's judgment and the few hours I spent with you since I met you, I can see that. Here it comes. Thales still looked curious, but he was on guard in his heart. But this is only natural. The air of constellation is naturally special. Gilbert placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the study table that was carved with the symbol of the 9-pointed star. His grayish-white sideburns appeared solemn at that moment. I believe that since fate sent you back to Constellation, she must have made some arrangements. Thales looked at the middle-aged noble and did not say a word. I roughly understand your past. Your days on the streets must have been difficult. Gilbert picked up a book that he had prepared a long time ago from the study table, that was made of black agarwood. He turned around and said with a serious expression, You will have a new identity, a new life, and even a new name. But what is truly important is the future that you will face and bear. You will have a new identity, a new life, and even a new name. But what is truly important is the future that you will face and bear. Gilbert's bright and piercing gaze was directed at Thales' gray pupils. Thales muttered silently. He looked at Gilbert's sharp eyes and nodded with a solemn expression. He looked into Gilbert's sharp eyes and nodded with a solemn expression. Thales thought in his heart. I understand. Thales pondered over his words. So, Thales deliberated over his words and said slowly, What do I need to know about myself and my past now? What do I need to know about myself and my past now? Gilbert's expression did not change, but he nodded slightly in his heart. Panic, fear, and helplessness. These emotions that a 7-year-old should have at this moment are not present in this child. There is only calmness and prudence. There is not even much excitement. As expected, he is not ordinary. Is it because of the training in the Brotherhood? Yodel did not want to go into detail, but the assassin admired the child's performance. But did he really have such an experience in the gangs in Lower Manhattan District? Or is it because the Constellation royal bloodline, which has been passed down from the ancient empire for nearly 3,000 years, is really extraordinary? Or is it because of his other half? When he thought of this, Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. But this competent noble still bowed slightly. Thales, respected young sir. Please allow me to address you as such for now. You are 7 years old this year. On the night of the 25th of July, year 665, you were born in Mon Manor in the outskirts of Constellation's capital, Eternal Star City, Gilbert said at a moderate pace. Your birth mother was a noble lady whom I shall not reveal her name. She passed away due to massive bleeding during childbirth. Before she passed away, she named you Thales after the celebrity. Thales' eyebrows arched slightly. You grew up in Mon Manor under the secret care of the Jadestar family, another female official, and I would visit you from time to time. During this period of time, you grew up as a child adopted by Lord Mon when he was out hunting. You did not know your own identity. Last December, Lord Mon died in battle at the border of the Western Desert. As he had no heir, his property and territory were taken back by the royal family. At the same time, I brought you back to Mindy's Hall in Twilight District. Thales was silent as he listened to this part of the narration. And next month, as the illegitimate son of King Kessel V, the legitimate heir of the Constellation royal family, and the only remaining bloodline descendant of the Jadestar family, you will claim that you were born with the right. You will be recognized by the royal family, Sunset Temple, and Constellation Higher Parliament as. The expression in Gilbert's eyes was solemn and solemn. There was also a hint of worry and sorrow. The heir of the Supreme King of Constellation. After a long while, Thales exhaled softly. It seemed to be much more complicated than he had imagined. I understand. There are still some parts that I am not clear about, but I will remember them well. I used to be Thales of Mon Manor, and I am also Lord Mon's adopted son. Thales' eyes flickered and he put his hands together. His thoughts were quickly arranging and combining the information he already had. From Gilbert's narration, he combined elements and turned them into effective information. Gilbert nodded and sat down on a leather chair opposite Thales. As for the remaining parts, I will summarize the details so that you can memorize them and familiarize yourself with them. Currently, this is your mission. You only need to know this. As expected, even though he respects me very much, deep down, I still feel that there is no need to say too much to a 7-year-old child. Thales' eyes flickered. Next, I need to understand your relevant basics. Just as Gilbert was thinking about what lessons he should provide Thales for the next step, whether it was basic etiquette or language, the future heir of Constellation suddenly spoke and interrupted him. So, we have decided on a unified statement for the outside world. Thales, who was curled up in the leather chair, raised his chin from his hands. His eyes shone brightly. Then, it should be time for you to tell me the truth, right? Gilbert was slightly taken aback. For example, my birth mother's identity, and why her identity cannot be revealed to others. Also, Constellation's difficult situation, especially the series of problems caused by the succession of the royal family. Also, the king's predicament, as well as our common enemies and allies, both in the open and in the dark? Perhaps you should tell me all of these in detail, so that I will no longer have any doubts in the following lessons. I will also be able to choose and focus more on the knowledge I want to learn. I think this is the best choice for Constellation and your king. The moment he finished speaking, the middle-aged noble's jaw dropped slightly. He looked back at Thales in surprise. Did Yodel tell him about this? No, impossible. Thales put his hands away. His expression was calm as he waited for Gilbert's answer calmly but firmly. At that moment, Gilbert felt as if he was looking at the young Kessel 80 Jadestar. At that time, the stars in Prince Kessel's eyes were still there. The warm light had yet to turn into the bone-chilling northern wind. Gilbert was only absent-minded for a moment before he immediately snapped out of it and sighed softly. An extraordinary child, huh? In the next moment, the middle-aged noble began to answer his young master in a sincere and respectful manner. I understand. I will answer them for you immediately. To save time, if you have any other questions, you can ask them all at once. Thales frowned slightly. Very well. He propped himself up from the comfortable but uncomfortable leather chair. Then I will be direct. The prince let go of the extraordinary thoughts in his brain and pulled out all the information. Just like how he organized documents in the past, he summarized the key points. You said that the bloodline lamp was cast 12 years ago. But I was only 7 years old. Why did you start preparing a method to find a descendant of the bloodline 12 years ago? I think this has something to do with my birth mother, who cannot be revealed to others. Who is she? After giving birth to me 7 years ago, why did she leave me in the hands of the gang? These questions can be summed up as where did I come from? Also Kessel. My father was still in his prime. Then why did Constellation not have an heir for 12 years? Why did all the hopes of becoming an heir fall on an illegitimate child of unknown origin? My father's attitude towards me is not right. If it is not a problem of his personality, then I must ask, what is his relationship with my mother? Why must my identity be kept a secret? These questions can probably be summed up as who am I? Finally, what does my existence mean to Constellation? What kind of problems will Constellation face without an heir? Who are our enemies, and who are our allies? According to what you said, Sunset Temple plays an important role in my affairs. What is their situation? If my identity is recognized, or if I just show my face in the kingdom, what kind of situation will I face? As an illegitimate child, what rights do I have? As an heir, what do I have to inherit? These questions can be summed up as where do I go? Where do I come from? Who am I? And where do I go? Mr. Gilbert, please answer these 3 questions for me. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Gilbert stared at the boy in front of him. Out of nowhere, a sense of strangeness and fear rose in his heart. An ancient king, a former king of Constellation. He sighed in his heart. Is this boy your descendant? What kind of power is hidden in your bloodline? After a long while, the middle-aged noble finally spoke. Sir Thales. He exhaled with some difficulty and organized his words. You really don't act like a 7-year-old child. Thales immediately realized that his behavior just now was inappropriate. But he was already in a difficult position. Oh well, a child prodigy who knows everything about the world is better than a muddle-headed puppet, right? This has been said by more than one person. If you want to please me, you have to say it in a more creative way, Sir Gilbert. In order to ease Gilbert's expression, Thales showed a rare moment of humor, and a smile appeared on his face. Gilbert did not reply. He only stared at him deeply, and did not move his gaze away for a long time. Just when Thales was wondering if time had stopped, the middle-aged noble who looked like a statue suddenly opened his mouth, and began to answer his doubts. Honorable Sir Thales, first of all, where did you come from? Everything started 12 years ago. In March 660, although the former King 82 was old, he was still on the throne. His rule was long and stable, and he was known as the King of Eternal Rule. However, all of a sudden, the entire constellation was plunged into an unprecedented turmoil because of a rebellion that was getting more and more intense. The entire Western Peninsula was even dragged into it. War, cataclysm, famine. These were the themes of that year. Many people call that year the Bloody Year. Yizichin explained. In such chaos and bloodshed, King 80 was killed, and the entire Jadestar royal family was almost slaughtered. Among all the legitimate members of the royal family, only his 5th son, the 35-year-old Prince Kessel Jadestar, survived, and was finally crowned king. Chapter 22. Taurus, help me. There is nothing I can do. I know you can do it. You are the most powerful among us. Besides, I am still conscious. This means that this seal is not complete. Why? Because you must help me. I must return to my physical form immediately and return to Constellation. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Taurus, you are not the will of the world, nor are you one of those stupid gods. Why must you be as stubborn as them? Ignorance. Please, Taurus. I met a child. He might be the only newborn mystic in 1,000 years. What does it have to do with me? Why can't you understand? He, me, you, the 14 of us. With him, that makes 15 mystics. We are all one. Are one. Taurus, believe me. We coexist and support each other, even if our paths are different. Bloodthorn, Black Orchid, do you remember? That's different. Those two, they betrayed us. Everyone has a choice. That's all. We are not humans. Choice has nothing to do with race. Then I have made my choice long ago. I choose to be a mystic. Don't you wish for us to be able to stand tall in the world freely? I have a choice too. That's all. Taurus. That child needs guidance. Otherwise he will sooner or later. Such is fate. Soul Towers Level 3 Apprentice, Taurus Mill. Don't forget. You were the one who killed mountains and shepherd of the seas first. You are the one who started the war. You are our first role model. If it were not for you, none of this would have happened. Taurus, help me. Help me. Wait. Thales raised his hand and interrupted Gilbert's slightly sorrowful statement. The Jadestar family's bloodline was almost completely slaughtered? Who did it? However, Gilbert only looked at him with a sorrowful gaze. Thales narrowed his eyes. Just the first two sentences alone were problematic. You mean 82, my grandfather? His reign was long and stable, and he was known as the king of eternal rule? Then what about the rebellion in the Bloody Year? Great rule brought about a rebellion? That's illogical. Thales looked at Gilbert, but the latter only slapped the book in his hand and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The gray-haired middle-aged noble calmly said, There are many reasons for the Bloody Year, and they are all very complicated. Some are even top secrets that only the upper echelons can see. You will learn about these in the future, and it won't be too late to study them after you become the official heir and have access to these secrets. Now I can only tell you that His Majesty has already taken revenge. The hidden danger has basically been resolved. As for the rest of the revenge, it's not that I can't take it, it's that I can't. Thales narrowed his eyes. Basically resolved? He had a feeling that the incident 12 years ago was extremely important to him. Gilbert continued his narration with a hint of pity and pain. During that year, the 5 territories in the central region suffered from a natural disaster and lost their harvest. The 6 cities in the southwest rebelled, and the army that put down the rebellion failed. The Barenbone tribe rebelled, and Exted invaded. The northern front line was in a state of emergency. The sea was sealed, and the supply line from the capital to the south was cut off. The rebel army even besieged Eternal Star City for a period of time. The nobles in the city even joined forces to force the king to abdicate. Everything happened so suddenly. Bad news came from the palace every day. Territories fell, enemies invaded, the army lost, allies broke their contracts, nobles were killed, and people were massacred. Everyone was in a state of panic and prayed for tomorrow, only to receive even worse news the next day. The people in the city were dressed in rags, and they struggled to survive under the pressure of the army. Those who did not join the army could not even receive food. The nobles below the rank of count were as lowly as beggars. Their former authority was like dung, and no amount of gold coins could be exchanged for even a loaf of bread. Thieves, robbers, and mobs emerged one after another. Even the army could not suppress them. In the army, the number of people who died of sickness, hunger, and war also increased day by day. They even piled up to the point that the moat was clogged and smelled bad. The people outside the capital were even worse off. Many of them became refugees or mobs. They drifted with the wind and had no one to rely on. Bandits appeared in the wild, and criminals ran amok. Many suzerains were hanged to death in their territories. Some officials were even skinned in the government office. The people could not live without weapons. I heard from a knight who left the city to report that there were piles of corpses every few steps in the wild. Horses could not even gallop freely for less than a quarter of an hour. If there were less than 5 nights on a journey, refugees and mobs would dare to swarm them. That year was like Hell's River. Gilbert looked out of the window. His tone was calm, but Thales could hear the desolation and resentment in his voice. The Jadestar royal family's misfortune was the biggest footnote. The prince did not speak. Gilbert sighed and continued to speak, yes. Day after day, the king touched his white hair and sat in distress. The lamp oil in the imperial conference never stopped burning. Every brother and prince of the Jadestar family was given a task. They were either supervising the logistics of the war, roping in the nobles, or even sent to the front lines to lead the army, until they were mercilessly slaughtered. The late king was beheaded on the throne. The princesses were strangled in their sleep, the princes and concubines were burned to death in the castle. The princes and grandsons even died in their swaddling clothes, and the late queen was Sai. The heroic eldest son of the king held his sword alone, and did not retreat. In the end he died in front of the palace gate with his guards. The younger brother of the king, Duke John, was the most unfortunate. On the battlefield in the southwest, just before he was about to win, he suffered a shameful sneak attack from behind. Among the princes at the front lines, one was pushed down from the highest room in the castle. Another was poisoned to death during a noble's contract banquet. Another led his army into Ekstedt's tight encirclement. For 3 hours he had no reinforcements. His entire army was wiped out and died in battle. King Kessel even coincidentally encountered a professional army of 500 men when he was traveling in the wilderness. At that time, only Yodel was by his side. The deaths and bloodshed that year spread throughout the entire country. From the nobles and influential families to the knights, merchants, and commoners, they all suffered heavy casualties. That was the page of Constellation's history that they were most unwilling to reveal. Thales took a deep breath. Did this country experience such a terrifying upheaval before I transmigrated? Gilbert calmed his breathing and said with a serious expression, "So please personally search for the answer to the bloody year in the future. At the same time, please be prepared. The bloody year is just the tip of the iceberg. Constellation's history has never lacked bloodshed." Thales nodded and suppressed his curiosity and excitement. He coded the question about the bloody year and stuffed it into his heart. Gilbert looked at Thales' cautious expression and nodded slightly. He then turned his head and continued to speak. "Thales, the search for your bloodline began from then on. Your father, the current King Kessel, may have survived, but he also lost all his relatives in that year, including a pair of children, who are your elder brother and elder sister. Among them, the 1-year-old Luther Jadestar met with misfortune when he was still in his swaddling clothes. The assassin was discovered on the spot, and in the chaos, the 4-year-old Lydia Jadestar was taken as a hostage." When he said this, Gilbert gave Thales a profound and complicated look. "Thales, child," the middle-aged noble said slowly, "that lamp was not used to search for you in the beginning." Thales lowered his head and looked at the wound on his hand. "So that's how it is." After His Majesty was crowned, head ritual master Lycia of Sunset Temple personally cast a divine art that could search for any living creature in the world that carried His Majesty's bloodline. However, when we found Princess Lydia, in short, His Majesty and the Jadestar family lost all their legitimate heirs, and this continued for 12 years. During these 12 years, His Majesty did not give birth to a new bloodline. During these 12 years, Constellation only had the Supreme King. There were no princes or princesses. Even the political marriages with outsiders were chosen from the children of the 6 great clans. Until one day, that bloodline lamp was lit up again. The study room was silent for a long time. The scene from last night appeared in Thales' mind. He had to confirm one thing. His Majesty was probably in the 5th or 6th year after he was in power. Hence, when Gilbert continued, he did not hesitate to interrupt the middle-aged noble. Thales said softly, "The royal family was slaughtered in such a well-planned manner. Who was the most direct culprit?" Gilbert shut his eyes and remained silent for a moment before he opened his mouth to speak. But he still said, "It was the Charlton family and Shadowshield." Thales sighed silently in his heart. One was an assassin family that had been passed down for 1,000 years in the dark. The other was an assassin organization that had been running amok in the dark for hundreds of years. They worked together with the mastermind behind them to plan a rebellion known as Starfall. This was the investigation of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. 2 of the former King 82nd's secret protectors were lured away by someone with ulterior motives. Due to the former king's benevolence, the elite royal guards were sent along with the king's eldest son to suppress the mob that suddenly gathered in front of the palace. Although the 40 city defense team soldiers guarding the former king were all elites ranging from ordinary class to superclass, and could line up from the palace gate to the back of the hall, they could not even withstand the legendary assassin's attack for 15 minutes. Just like that, the former king was beheaded by Lord Charlton. Yes, Thales thought quietly. I've seen it with my own eyes. That indomitable and unstoppable sword technique. A few of His Majesty Kessel's brothers, including the king's eldest son, were assassinated by Shadow Shield's assassins using different methods and schemes. His Majesty's son and daughter, who stayed in the palace, died in Bonnet Charlton's hands along with a few princes' consorts and the eldest princess. Bonnet? How familiar. Thales exhaled through his nose. So it's the stranger Jayla mentioned. He resisted the urge to touch JC's dagger, and also resisted the urge to immediately return to his room to ask Yodel. Please continue. Thales immediately changed his mood and nodded. Please tell me about my part. Gilbert adjusted his bow tie, which was slightly out of place due to his agitated emotions. He continued. I know a little about your birth mother. According to your father, the Honorable King Kessel, her name should be Therangerana. As for her surname, His Majesty did not mention her background, so she was probably not a noble. From this name, I even suspect that she is a foreigner. But that is all. I do not even know her age, when did she meet His Majesty, or whether she is still alive. Thales furrowed his brows. I was sent to the Blackstreet Brotherhood at least 7 years ago. Thales lowered his head and muttered. In other words, in the year 665, my birth mother met the king. Can you? But Gilbert shook his head at this moment. All this while His Majesty has had many lovers, whether in the open or in the dark. Some lasted as short as a month or two, while some lasted as long as 10 years. I am afraid that only Yodel, who followed His Majesty closely, knows about their specific situations. Thales asked doubtfully. But none of them gave birth to a child? Only my mother, whom I have never met, coincidentally gave birth to me? Then, when my blood dripped onto the ground, I was discovered by the bloodline lamp. Isn't this a little too suspicious? My father, His Majesty the King, was also lukewarm towards his illegitimate child. He did not seem to want to discuss my mother with me either. Are you sure that I am really their child? Gilbert furrowed his brows. It is not convenient for me to comment on His Majesty's actions. As for your mother, I can only say that it was fate's arrangement, the middle-aged noble said with slight discomfort. Also, I have to remind you that the thoughts you had just now are very detrimental to your identity in the future. Please do not mention it again. Gilbert's gaze was very stern. Even Thales, who was sitting on the leather chair, could not help but shrink back. After all, the bloodline lamp under the divine power of the sunset goddess cannot be wrong. And His Majesty also insists that Madame Therangerana is your biological mother. So, please remember this and bury it in your heart. Perhaps one day, His Majesty will answer this question for you. Kessel V's cold expression and unquestionable majesty flashed in his mind. Thales turned in another direction and rolled his eyes. The above is the answer to the question of where you came from and who you are. Gilbert said with a serious expression. Then, regarding where you are going. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the study room. He landed in front of them without a sound. Gilbert's expression changed. He quickly stood up in an instant and kicked a cane from beside his feet. When he grabbed the cane in his hand, the middle-aged noble was already standing in front of Thales, blocking his way. Thales only then realized that this seemingly gentle and elegant middle-aged noble was actually quite skilled in martial arts. However, the middle-aged noble immediately exhaled and relaxed together with Thales. This was because the person who suddenly appeared was covered in a black hood and tight clothes. There was also a dark purple mask on his face. Concealment. The Supreme King's secret protector, Yodel Kato spoke in a short and hoarse voice. There are people approaching this place at high speed. 20 of them. At that moment, Gilbert's words flashed in Thales' mind. Chapter 23. It wasn't easy for him to get a good night's sleep. Was he going to be unlucky again so soon? This thought instantly flashed past the prince's mind. He watched as Gilbert calmly summoned a few swordsmen of eradication guards nearby. Yodel patted Thales' shoulder and shook his head at him. His expression behind the mask could not be seen, but Thales imagined a smiling face for the silent protector. The swordsmen of eradication received their orders efficiently and left one by one. The originally empty and quiet Mindy's hall seemed to have suddenly come alive. Under a unified command, the 50 guards moved in an orderly manner. Commands and reports came one after another. The third team is heading to the main entrances and exits on the second and third floors. The defense on both sides of the hall is complete. Reinforcements at the top of the hall are in position. In the end, Gilbert calmly left a few words for a swordsman of eradication, who looked like the leader of the guards. Then he turned around and returned to the study room. He conveniently dragged Thales, who was peeking out from the study room's door, into the study room. Yodel had long since vanished into thin air, just like before. The middle-aged nobleman skillfully pried open the baffle behind a bookshelf with his cane, and pulled one side of the bookshelf open, revealing the secret room inside. Who are they? When Thales was carried into the secret chamber by Gilbert, he struggled to ask, "Is he a friend or foe?" Gilbert lit up the everlasting lamp in the secret room, and closed the secret door at the same time. He then asked meaningfully, "I guess you want to ask who would choose to break into the heavily guarded property of the royal family at 5 o'clock in the afternoon without warning?" Obviously, he no longer treated the young master behind him as an ordinary child. Thales smiled sheepishly. He already knew the answer to the question. "I'm sorry to have to trouble you to wait here for a while, but confidentiality is still the first principle." Under the dim light, Gilbert carefully lifted a part of the curtain. A rather large square iron plate was revealed. There were 6 different holes for filters on it. He saw 6 different places through the small hole. The hall on the first floor, the garden, the balcony on the second floor, the corridor on the second floor, the staircase on the third floor, the porch on the third floor, and the roof of the outdoor hall. This is a surveillance mirror made from the reflection of a mirror. It can capture the different key areas in Mindy's hall, Gilbert said with a smile. "Isn't this a periscope?" Thales rolled his eyes internally. "They're here. The first team is fighting. The rest of them have scattered." Yodel's voice came from the void. Thales immediately put his face in front of one of the surveillance mirrors. It was the garden on the first floor. A team of 10 swordsmen of eradication from the Jadestar family were in a well-coordinated formation. Their swords and shields were unsheathed as they besieged 5 masked intruders who were dressed differently. However, the 5 invaders seemed to be a team with great teamwork. 2 of them held nimble scimitars and moved between the swords and shields, looking for opportunities to rescue their companions who were in danger. One of them used his arm shield and flail, and every time he smashed into the dense swords and shields, he would force one of the guards to retreat. Another held a sword in his hand and tried to break through the gaps in the formation. The last person also held a sword and shield in his hand, and he seemed to be looking for any gaps in the formation. They're hired rangers and adventurers. Gilbert glanced at them in front of the surveillance mirror, and immediately said, "It seems to be a team that has been working together for a long time and has great teamwork. They live between war and the suzerain's violent requests. Hunters, soldiers, bodyguards, scouts, and even assassins, they do everything. I just arrived at Mindy's hall last night, and there are already visitors so soon?" Thales exhaled helplessly. "Is the dignity of the royal family so cheap?" "I assure you, Sir Thales, the dignity of the royal family is not cheap. On the contrary, it is the abnormality of the royal family that makes our enemies feel uneasy and fearful," Gilbert said softly. There was not a hint of nervousness or seriousness in his tone, as if this was just a game. "Enemies?" Thales turned his head, and there was a thoughtful look on his face. "Yes, please do not worry about the outside. The well-trained guards and Yodel will take care of everything. And now is the best time to explain the third problem to you, our enemies and allies." The middle-aged noble took a few steps back and sat down on the dark sofa in the secret room. He smiled and said, "For now, your existence is a top secret that we must keep. Especially to the suzerains and nobles of Constellation, the 6 great clans who guard the country's borders, and the 13 distinguished families who support the kingdom are the core members of the higher parliament of Constellation. Even though they are constantly replaced and have many conflicts, they still represent the noble forces that swore to rule together with the Jadestar royal family when the kingdom was first established. So at least on the surface, This is a country ruled by the king and nobles. Thales made a mental note. He needed more information. Nobles. Are they the suzerains who are in theft all over the country? Do they rule over their respective territories? Gilbert nodded. That was the initial source of power for the nobles from the ancient empire to the final empire. It evolved into constellation. Even though many nobles only have titles and honor left, the ones who truly control the lifeline of the country are the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families who own vast territories. According to the oath and the king's decree, they are ordered to guard the territories around them, submit to the king, and pay taxes. The territory that the royal family can directly control is the traditional central territory of the Jadestar family, a country that is not inferior to the Middle Ages. This is seriously inconsistent with the country's productivity that I have seen. At this moment, very abruptly, Yodel's voice rang in their ears again. Intruders from the roof of the hall. The sentries are trying to stop them. Looking at the calm and collected Gilberto before him, Thales resisted the urge to look at the surveillance mirror. Even though these suzerains have their own legal private army, most of the time, they will choose to hire outsiders to clean up some of the chores, especially those that need to be cleared of any involvement. This is especially true for the suzerains who are more powerful and have higher statuses, such as our guests outside. The corners of Gilbert's lips curled up. Then, what is the purpose of the higher parliament formed by this group of suzerains and nobles, and what is the power they possess? Thales asked sensitively. The higher parliament is a product of the virtuous king, Mendes III's rule. During the costly Third Peninsular War, the virtuous king commanded the powerful suzerains, nobles, officials, priests, merchants, and scholars in the country to form the higher parliament and the national conference. The former was the exclusive meeting place for the nobles of the territories, while the latter faced all the famous and influential people in Constellation. Mendes III used his superb mediating skills to eliminate the layers of conflicts and obstacles. He distributed taxes, allocated resources, and borrowed money to repay loans. This allowed Constellation to retain its precious vitality in the war that severely damaged the countries on both sides of the strait. A platform where the public power of the country appeared to deal with the conflicts between the upper and lower levels, reach a compromise, and condense a consensus among the social classes. Thales made another note in his heart. Let's not talk about the national conference for now. The higher parliament of Constellation's nobles has been preserved after the virtuous king. Constellation's major national affairs, such as the king's orders and laws that involve the entire territory, will be promulgated after the supreme king and the nobles have reached a consensus. This has become a tradition. In fact, after the higher parliament was formed, the discord between the upper and lower levels of the kingdom, the fighting among the nobles, and the phenomenon of overtly complying but covertly opposing has become much better, Gilbert said calmly. The embryonic form of a representative system? No, it can't be something that advanced. It's a little like a feudal structure formed by suzerains in the process of changing from a hierarchical country to an absolutist one. But it's beginning to become a stage where local forces and central power compete. But with the arrival of the Bloody Year, the conflict between the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families, and the Jadestar royal family became more obvious. In the 13 days after the late King Adi II was killed, even though there were endless conflicts between the nobles, the capital of Constellation under the rule of the higher parliament actually decided to lock the city gates and withdraw its troops. It was only when King Kessel returned that they reached an agreement with him and crowned his majesty. A feudal parliament that operates independently, an organization where the feudal suzerains unite and speak out against the monarch. But to me this is bad news. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The operation of the parliament can actually eliminate the role of the royal family. This is a terrifying force. Once the time is right, it can become a stormy sea that overthrows the royal family. And King Kessel, who did not have an heir for 12 years, is in the eyes of the 6 great clans. Gilbert's gaze was filled with vigilance. He answered in a mysterious but complicated manner. With all due respect, our strong northern neighbor, the kingdom of Hero Raikuru and Hero Chara, Extet, which is known as the Blade of the Western Peninsula, adopts a system of suzerains electing a king. The king is chosen from among the suzerains who have the right to participate in the election. As he spoke, Yodel's hoarse voice rose again. Enemy attack on the second floor. The third and fourth teams are dealing with it. There are 5 more people. They are approaching the third floor. Thales did not move this time. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and pointed outside with his finger. Now, Sir Thales, do you understand where your enemies are? Thales remained silent. The hereditary king of Constellation. The system of selecting a king in a foreign country. The 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families. Enemies. Gilbert had basically told him the answer directly, but Thales felt that this information was far from enough. At that moment, all sorts of possible speculations flashed through his mind. He extracted effective elements from his high-speed brain while he continued to ask, "What's going on?" If the royal bloodline is severed, the 6 great clans who guard the kingdom's borders will, of course, be the first choice to inherit the crown. However, does this also mean that the new king will inherit all of the Jadestar family's territories, assets, vassals, and influence? If one of the 6 great clans, who were originally balanced and sitting on equal footing, suddenly becomes the royal family, rapidly expands, and possesses orthodox supreme power, what will happen to Constellation? The 6 great clans will become one giant beast and 5 great clans. Will they live together happily and move towards a better tomorrow, just like when the Jadestar royal family was still in power? Gilbert was used to his young master interrupting him at any time. But this time, the middle-aged noble did not say a word. He only stared at Thales solemnly. Thales also stared back at him. His heart grew heavier. In order to work together to fight for the crown, they, the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families, must have gone through complicated and headache-inducing bargaining and division of interests. At the very least, they must have discussed who should wear the crown. Thales' eyes shone brightly. Especially after going through 12 whole years without an heir. Perhaps in the eyes of many, the Jadestar family's bloodline is already unavoidable. Phew. Thales exhaled deeply. It seems that my life and death really affect the peace and unrest of a kingdom. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Thales was stunned for a moment. Gilbert. The prince stood up from the sofa and frowned. He slowly said, "In the Bloody Year, what role did these great suzerains play? I seem to have heard you mention it before. Forcing the king to abdicate? That disaster for the royal family." Gilbert only inhaled a deep breath, but his gaze was extremely complicated. A chill crept into Thales' heart. His Majesty was beheaded on the throne. The princesses were strangled in their sleep. The concubines were burned to death in the castle. The prince's grandchildren even died in infancy. The prince's eldest son held his sword alone and died at the palace gates. The prince's younger brother was ambushed from behind on the battlefield. And the 4 princes. Thales opened his mouth wide and fell on the sofa in a daze. After transmigrating, this was the first time he felt that life was so complicated. After all, even during the darkest and most difficult days in the Brotherhood, the former transmigrator was not discouraged. The secret chamber was silent for a long time. Then, Yodel's voice rose without warning again. "Looks like this is the last elite group. They have broken into the 3rd floor and are engaging in battle." But Thales did not care anymore. His thoughts were flying to the possible employers of the intruders outside the secret door. Why is there such a useless royal family? They were actually killed by the suzerains under them. Then my escape from the Brotherhood was practically suicide. Can my so-called father still sit on the fishing platform? Can he still wear his crown and sit safely on the throne? What is it? Who gave him such confidence? Is it a mystic? Wait a minute. My so-called father is still the king? Why is he still the king now? Can he still be the king? This means... No. The next moment, Thales immediately sat up. His expression was solemn, but he firmly rejected his own guess. First of all, the Bloody Year was a total disaster from top to bottom, from the outside to the inside. Secretly assassinating a publicly acknowledged wise king will not help the chaotic situation of the nobles. Secondly, Gilbert, you said that the higher parliament ruled independently for 13 days after the king was assassinated. 13 days without a king. Was it because they could not divide the spoils evenly and could not reach a unified opinion to support a new king? Or was it because they were actually terrified and could not even react to the king's death? The key point is that my father, King Kessel, was crowned after reaching an agreement with the higher parliament. This means that he had sufficient support from the suzerains. Could it be that at that time, someone foresaw that Prince Kessel, who was in the prime of his life, would not have any children for the next 12 years, so that the suzerains could only dream of a crown that could only be fulfilled 12 years later? What kind of psionic ability could make such a guarantee? The last point of doubt is, you said that my father had already avenged all the vengeance that should have been avenged. The hidden danger has basically been dealt with. As for the rest of the revenge, it is either that it cannot be taken, or it cannot be done. Perhaps the 6 great clans are indeed terrifying, but if they are really the murderers behind the royal family's murder, then during these 12 years King Kessel, who is known as the Iron Hand, should have taken action, right? Also, in essence, the royal family is the same as the suzerains of the 6 great clans. They are just great nobles with a long history. If they were really prepared to sit on the throne, they would know that they could not, at least not by conspiring against the royal family. The killing and slaughter of the royal family by the top aristocrats, if they were to one day enjoy the throne, who knows if they would repeat the same mistake? The 6 great clans are not the murderers who slaughtered the royal family. Is that so? Gilbert? Thales stared at the middle-aged noble, as if he wanted to dig something out of his mind. Gilbert raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile that sighed with emotion. Gilbert cleared his throat, nodded and said, "Yes. Originally, my plan was to direct your thoughts to the 6 great clans as your opponents. That would be enough. But it seems that I have still underestimated you, my dear young sir. I believe that His Majesty would be proud that you could think of this." But they, the suzerains in the palace, were definitely not without responsibility. At least, when the royal family was slaughtered, they chose to watch by the side and were even happy to see it happen. Gilbert's gaze dimmed. He hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still insisted on speaking. There is indeed someone else behind the Jadestar family's disaster. But I don't know the real truth either. Only His Majesty knows all the details. This is a tragedy that belongs to the Jadestar family, and he should be the one to tell you. Thales fixed his gaze on Gilbert. But immediately after, he exhaled forcefully, as if a ball filled with air had suddenly deflated, and he fell on the sofa behind him. Tis. Thales did not care about his manners and rolled his eyes. "You should have said so earlier." Gilbert smiled. The middle-aged noble bowed slightly, tacitly agreeing with his young master's words. He thought, Thales, this child. Perhaps Constellation will be different because of this. Even though you, the Jadestar royal family's true enemies, might be even more terrifying than the so-called 6 great clans and 13 distinguished families. The extremely abrupt voice appeared again. All settled. Yodel's voice traveled into his ears again. No one was left alive. Gilbert's expression became serious. He nodded, stood up and slowly said, "Very good." Thales had yet to react. He only widened his eyes. "It's settled just like that? In the time it takes to eat a meal? The stone just fell. Why did it sink without even making a sound?" Gilbert stood beside the secret door, and gestured to Thales to ask him to go out. He said, "Do not worry, Sir Thales. We are only here to test the waters. We'll take care of these miscellaneous matters." Chapter 24. On the afternoon of the 16th of November, in the center of Red Street Market, what was supposed to be a bustling and lively street was now filled with patrol soldiers in light armor and star blue uniforms, as well as police officers in black and blue uniforms. They carried stretchers, supplies, and notebooks to and fro on the destroyed houses and roads. "There's another one here." A soldier of the patrol team waved his hand and dragged out a deformed human body from a collapsed beam together with his colleagues who had rushed over after hearing the news. "This one's still breathing." Another urgent call came from afar. The doctors and healers hired by the city hall, as well as some priests who volunteered from the Divine Temple, hurriedly came forward. Lorbeck Dara, the first-level director of the Western City Police Station, was standing on a small hill of collapsed houses. His feet were stepping on a blood-stained building material. He had just sent away a few City Hall government officials with a smile. They were dressed as brightly as the backstage. He politely listened and humbly accepted their stupid complaints such as, "Look, this is supposed to be your responsibility. How did you end up like this? Do you know that we, the City Hall, also need to work to serve the people? We don't have the time to waste manpower here." Behind Lorbeck was an open space covered by a large umbrella. This was a temporary morgue. At the moment there were close to 100 corpses, some of which belonged to innocent citizens, and some of which belonged to gangsters. Many officials were wearing masks, holding pens and paper as they walked around the corpses. The corpses were occasionally recognized by family members who rushed over after hearing the news. Naturally, there was a heart-wrenching. Some family members recognized the uniforms of the officials. They were so agitated that they even rushed forward. However, they were pulled away by the well-prepared soldiers and police officers. Lorbeck lowered his head and sighed deeply. Fortunately, it was winter and the flies had not gathered yet. Lorbeck stepped on a signboard that was cracked into 5 or 6 pieces. It seemed to be a chess and card entertainment room. He walked down with a stiff expression. An exquisite swordsman chess piece fell out of the blood-stained ruins. Lorbeck stopped in his tracks. He slowly bent down, picked up the chess piece, and patted off the dust on it. However, the blood on the chess piece had already coagulated and could not be wiped away. This bunch of bastards. Lorbeck looked at the chess piece in his hand with an ashen face. This swordsman chess piece was missing the hand that was holding the sword. It seemed to have been broken by a sudden force. The director turned his head and looked at the side of the ruins. There, a man in a dark red leather coat was also looking at everything. The man in the red coat turned around and looked at the director's dissatisfied expression. "I won't agree," Lorbeck said resolutely. "Are you sure?" The man in the red coat revealed his face. His thin face was covered with stubble, but his tone was full of hostility. "This is a request from the Blood Bottle Gang and that lord. Nikolai. This is not what we originally agreed on. Even His Excellency will not allow you to blow up Red Street Market into ruins and take away almost 200 lives." The police chief gritted his teeth, as if he was suppressing his anger, and spat out the words one by one. "And now you still want their bodies?" Lorbeck felt that his dissatisfaction was about to break through the sky. But the man he called Nikolai, although his face was full of ice, he didn't care at all. "That is not accurate. Only a dozen houses in the center of the street were destroyed, right? And I really didn't know that the West City Police Chief who stood by the side the whole night also had a sense of justice and compassion. Speaking of which, we also lost a lot of people last night. Scum, do you expect me to help you when you gang fight?" Lorbeck thought angrily. This is the Blood Bottle Gang's loss, His Excellency's loss, and His Excellency's loss. Of course, it is also your loss. Nikolai continued. This scum. Why did the Western Front Line expel him? They should have just chopped his head off. Lorbeck cursed in his heart. Nikolai said in an unfriendly tone. So for His Excellency's benefit, you can still make the decision on some bodies, right? But Lorbeck did not give in as he expected. The director took heavy steps in front of Nikolai, almost touching his nose. His eyes were full of anger as he said. With eyes full of anger, he said, "I don't care how many of you Blood Bottle Gang scum have died. I am following His Excellency's orders, but he did not say that you scum would cause such a disaster. This morning, everyone in the King's City knew that you guys had nothing better to do in Red Street District. Even the Imperial Conference was discussing the gang fight in XC District." Nikolai's eyes changed. He stepped forward without backing down and pressed his forehead against Lorbeck's. He stared at the director's eyes and said with hatred and anger, "Then you should know that our anger is no less than yours. The Blood Bottle Gang has never been complacent. Blood debts will be repaid." Lorbeck was also angered by Nikolai's provocative reply. "Don't talk about your stupid matters. Especially you bunch of useless losers," he scolded. "The Blood Bottle Gang has never been complacent? Do you believe that if I withdraw the police and patrol now, scum like you won't even be able to leave Red Street District?" Nikolai furrowed his brows indignantly, and the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Lorbeck stared back at him without showing any signs of weakness. The surrounding members of the patrol team noticed the situation and silently approached them. 2 captains of the Swordsmen of Eradication had cold expressions and put their hands on the hilts of their swords at their waists. Nikolai glanced at the soldiers and felt a chill in his heart. This big green skin has guts. At the same time, he noticed that among the residents outside the cordon, there were a few gazes with ulterior motives. They disappeared from time to time, and a few new gazes would appear again. Damn the Brotherhood. After all, Red Street District no longer belongs to the Blood Bottle Gang. Considering the power of the police and the threat of the Brotherhood, Nikolai suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and took a step back. The Heir Mystic is missing. At least before the Blood Mystic returns, we have to give in. Damn big green skin, and that damn great noble. I apologize for my words and actions, Lord Lorbeck Dyla. He emphasized the word Lord, and a smile bloomed on his thin face. He lowered his head and bowed, as if his previous anger was fake. This bow was not very standard. We really should not have caused you such trouble. I will leave now and ask the Duke for forgiveness. Nikolai smiled bashfully and turned to leave, until the expected reply came from behind him. Wait. Lorbeck clenched his fist tightly and told himself not to be impulsive. Damn it. Damn it. Sure enough, once I took that step, I can't turn back. Lorbeck waved his hand weakly and waved his subordinates who were about to surround him back away. The corners of Nikolai's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Chief Lorbeck closed his eyes in pain. After a while, he whispered with a trembling voice, Damn it. Damn it. Fine, you can take the corpses, but not more than 20. And they must be unclaimed. The smile on Nikolai's face finally became sincere. Yes, your lordship. He once again enthusiastically called Lorbeck by his title. Unclaimed corpses? Nikolai laughed contemptuously in his heart. Since the Blood Bottle Gang wants the corpses, then they are naturally unclaimed. Isn't that so? What a pleasant cooperation between the police and the people. Nikolai made another non-standard bow and turned to leave. Lorbeck looked at his back, shook his head and asked weakly, What's the matter? He asked weakly, What do you want the corpses for? To entertain a few old friends on behalf of the big shots. Nikolai did not turn his head, but his tone was frightening. To prepare a banquet. Nikolai disappeared from sight, and at the same time, a few watchful gazes from the crowd also disappeared. Lorbeck lowered his head and saw his reflection in a pool of blood at his feet. It was a helpless middle-aged man with grizzled hair and wrinkles. Lorbeck felt a wave of disgust. He took a deep breath and looked at the chess piece in his hand. He saw the one-armed swordsman smiling at him. The police chief released his hand with a sorrowful expression and turned to leave. The swordsman without a sword fell into the pool of blood and replaced Lorbeck's reflection. 6 o'clock in the evening, Mindy's Hall. 4 groups of 5. Clear division of labor, tacit cooperation, supra-class leaders, leading ordinary class experts. Although they have extraordinary skills and rich experience, judging from their equipment and identities, they are indeed hired. Gilbert stood up from beside a corpse and waved his hand for the guards to carry it away. Mercenaries and adventurers who dare to attack the royal family's property. If the employer did not promise them a generous reward, then they must have the confidence to avoid the risk. The middle-aged noble stood in the hall on the first floor with his hands behind his back. He suppressed his disgust for his collaborators and spoke to an empty corner. As a former adventurer, what do you think? A hoarse voice came from the void. Both, and most of them are the latter. The employer did not tell them the truth, such as you will not encounter any super-class experts, or there will not be more than 20 guards. Perhaps their employer did not expect that our guards are far more powerful than an ordinary property, and you are here as well, the middle-aged noble replied. Corpses were carried down the stairs, the roof of the hall, and the corridor. Gilbert watched as the guards carried the intruders out and cleaned up the blood. He lowered his head and pondered. But it is still too simple. He murmured. Even though we have doubled the number of guards in Mindy's Hall, Even though we have 50 well-trained ordinary class and supra-class swordsmen of eradication, even though they were only hired to test us, we still handled it too easily, too simply. The guards who carried the corpses past them did not pay attention to Gilbert, who was talking to himself. It was as if the middle-aged noble was talking to the air, until Yodel's figure appeared beside him out of thin air. They did not have the awareness to fight to the death, and did not intend to cause harm to the guards, the masked secret protector said in a low voice. If I had taken action a little later, they would have retreated. Gilbert frowned deeply. This is not right. Even if they were just testing us, their attitude and methods were too rash. It was as if, Yodel answered at the right time, as if they came to our doorstep to die. The gray-haired middle-aged noble nodded and said, if their employer is really the one we expected, then they must know that if we really have an important secret, then this kind of preparation is of no use. Then why did they do it? Cover for the others? Yodel shook his head. I did not sense anyone else. If there is no one else. At this moment, Gilbert and Yodel raised their heads at the same time and looked outside the door. Under the setting sun, an ordinary carriage was on the road leading to Mindy's hall. After Gilbert finished listening to a guard's report, he nodded and said, Gines has arrived. Gilbert frowned. That woman originally hated to sit in narrow carriages like carriages. It seems that she also restrained her likes and dislikes in order to hide from others. After hearing this, Yodel raised his head abruptly. At first, Gilbert was still wondering why this secret protector, whose expression could not be seen, had such a big reaction. But immediately after, his expression changed drastically and he looked back at Yodel in shock. Hide from others. It can't be? Didn't you say that you did not sense anyone else? Gilbert asked with a pale face. Yodel turned his head to look upstairs and his figure flashed. I left 8 swordsmen of eradication upstairs. But before Gilbert could finish speaking, Yodel disappeared before his eyes. Wait, if I did not sense anyone else. Gilbert slapped his head hard. Everyone. Gather at the 3rd floor at full speed. Protect the target. Thales was drenched in cold sweat and looked nervously at the man in front of him. Just now, this fair-faced adult man, who was wearing a gorgeous pleated shirt and expensive leather boots, suddenly appeared between him and the 8 swordsmen of eradication. There was no wind, no sound, no breath, no trace. Then, blood spurted out from the necks of the 8 swordsmen of eradication beside Thales one after another. It was not that transmigrators had never encountered powerful enemies before. For example, Asda the Mystic was one of them. But he really had never encountered an enemy who appeared so suddenly. It was so sudden that Thales' visual nerves could not even react. He did not see how the other party moved at all. Thales subconsciously wanted to shout, but a right hand suddenly appeared in front of him. This man, who had good taste in clothes, suddenly covered his mouth. Thales still could not see his movements clearly. Even an expert like Phantom Wind Follower, Ralph would at least have tracks and afterimages even though his movements were swift and fierce. But this man in front of him did not move his right hand at all. It was like a frame-skipping animation. Thales, who struggled to no avail, gave up on wasting his energy. He calmed down and tried to calm the beating of his heart. He looked at the man in front of him. This man was slightly taller than Yodel. His neat blonde hair was spread behind his forehead, and his green pupils were clear. Even though his face was sickly pale, he was really, Thales could only describe it this way, very handsome. Compared to Asda's feminine handsomeness, this man could be said to be the sunny and dashing type. Coupled with his simple but elegant taste in clothes, he would definitely charm a lot of girls when he went out. Unfortunately, Thales could not feel any warmth from him at all. There was a pleasant smell of perfume coming from the man's body. Even a country bumpkin like Thales could recognize that this was not the cheap perfume that the townsfolk in the market would wear. Now this handsome man opened his pale mouth and smiled at him. I was just exercising my muscles, but look at me, what did I find? A baby of a short-lived species. Short-lived species? Thales caught this particular word choice. The smell on your body. TSK, it's really delicious. As expected. Good food is always in unexpected places. But in the next moment, the relaxed blond man's expression suddenly changed. His hand that was covering Thales flickered and changed again. In the next moment, Thales was held in his arms with his mouth covered. "You found out so quickly. I can't deal with that mask," the handsome blond man muttered. "I'll just pack it up and eat it at home." Fortunately, the sun is setting soon. This was the last sentence Thales heard. In the next moment, his eyes were surrounded by a burning red color. And the world was spinning. The scene in Mindy's hall seemed to be spinning, and it was getting smaller and smaller. Before his consciousness disappeared, Thales vaguely saw Yodel's mask appear among the 8 swordsmen of Eradication's corpses. "Recently, I've been thinking about opening a QQ group, but I don't know how many people are reading this book. If I open a group and there are only 2 or 3 people all year round, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Scratching head. "Readers who are reading this book, why don't you say something in the book review section? At least you can give me some confidence." Chapter 25. Lorbeck cautiously sat down on a quaint guest chair. His expression was restrained, and he did not have the bearing and dignity of a first-class police chief. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the tricolor iris flower symbol at the side of the study, as well as a portrait of an amiable old man. Lorbeck knew very well that even if he was a suzerain with a city, a territory and real power, he would not be able to sit here and talk to the imposing yet elegant young noble in front of him. What more, a mere police chief? "Thank you for taking the time to meet me despite your busy schedule." Lorbeck respectfully lowered his head and said softly, "Please don't say that. With your qualifications and status, you are more than qualified to be my teacher. These are my late father's words." The young man with iron-colored curly hair, a round face and thick lips smiled amicably and jokingly said, "Although in terms of taste in wine, he and I are irreconcilable, but in terms of respect for you, Lord Dyra, we are of the same mind." A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and Lorbeck quickly nodded. "The old Duke is a highly respected, generous and benevolent lord. You are not inferior to him in this aspect." The young man was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the portrait in the study. The old Duke's smile was as kind and amiable as ever. After a few seconds, the young man recovered from his deep thoughts. "I'm very sorry, it's been 2 years. I hope I didn't embarrass him." The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stood up, and a slightly sad smile flashed across his face. He looked into the distance and sighed. "Sometimes I think, if only father was still here, I would rather hear him scold me a little more." Lorbeck was a little embarrassed. On one hand, he missed the kind old Duke, and on the other hand, he felt that the young Duke's true feelings were very personal, and he should not interrupt. Fortunately, the young Duke turned around in time, and put away his reminiscence. He used a joke to dispel the old Duke's embarrassment. "As long as he doesn't mention the wine." Hearing this, Lorbeck and the young man laughed in unison. Everyone knew that the old Duke liked to drink Extet's strong rye wine, while the young Duke liked to sip the fine grape wine from Sarah Dukedom. Because of this, the two of them had been flushed with anger in front of the tricolor iris family emblem more than once, to the point where they almost drew their swords and fought each other. The old Countess and the lovely Miss Hilly were the only ones who could stop them at the table with their murderous and coquettish glances. With just 2 sentences from the young man, the restraint and awkwardness in the room disappeared. Amidst the laughter, the young man put down the expensive agarwood tobacco pipe in his hand, walked to the wine counter at the side, and picked up a bottle of unlabeled wine. "I'm sorry, I'm not a smoker, but I just went to the stud farm to discuss some matters with some seniors," the young man explained with a bitter smile. "So, I hope that holding a pipe can make me look more mature. They would rather pay attention to a horse that has lost its footing than listen to a young boy selling his plan to suppress bandits." The sharp-eyed Lorbeck noticed that there was a bottle of rye alcohol among the various grape wines on the table. Although it had never been opened, it was meticulously preserved to the point of being spotless. Thinking of the late Duke, Lorbeck could not help but feel touched. This was the first time he met the new Duke in private in the 2 years after the death of the old Duke Covendier. But in just a few minutes, the amiable and well-mannered young Duke had left a deep impression on the police chief. as expected of one of the 6 great clans that had been passed down for 1,000 years. As expected of the tricolor iris flower that would rather die for friends than foes. As expected of the late Duke's son, it seemed like the Covendier family had a successor. The police chief bowed slightly and then replied with certainty, "Only those who lack talent will speak of their qualifications. I believe that Your Excellency, your character and talent are enough to make up for this." "Thank you very much." The young Duke smiled bitterly as he picked up 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lorbeck. Hearing these words from the youngest police chief, it really makes me feel relieved. Do you know how Duke Cullen encouraged me? Lorbeck happily accepted the red wine. His restraint had disappeared without a trace. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the young Duke imitate the pot-bellied East Coast Duke's tone and posture. "Don't worry, young Zane. You know your father and I grew up being spanked by the late king." The young Duke's expression was twisted as he imitated Duke Cullen. He blushed and said in a hoarse voice, "So if anyone questions our qualifications, we will show them our butts." Lorbeck and the young Duke laughed heartily again, then happily clinked their glasses and downed the wine in one gulp. The humble attitude of a high-ranking person always maximized the favorability of a low-ranking person. After the cordial and friendly greetings, they finally talked about the main topic. The young Duke finally frowned. "A large number of corpses? Old friend? Banquet?" The young Duke Covendier was puzzled. "Did that person really say so?" Lorbeck nodded solemnly. "He said it was your order, but as far as I know, no matter how deranged I am, I would never give such an order." Duke Covendier put down his wine glass with a serious expression and waved his hand decisively. Seeing the young Duke's action, Lorbeck was finally completely relieved. "I am just a newbie who is not familiar with government affairs, and I have not paid attention to the Blood Bottle Gang's liaison matters for a long time. But you are an experienced and well-versed police officer. What do you think of this?" The young Duke raised his head and asked seriously. Lorbeck enjoyed the young Duke's humility and respect, so he wholeheartedly provided his opinion. "As far as I know, there are not many situations that require the consumption of corpses. The mysterious sorcerers have been extinct for a long time, and the evil gods or devil's sacrifices have not appeared for a long time. The Blood Bottle Gang can't possibly be developing medicine and healing. So, what's left are those races that rely on corpses or blood to survive." Lorbeck carefully analyzed. Zane Covendier nodded slowly and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. After a dozen seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned to stare at Lorbeck. He said in disbelief, "Longevity species?" Lorbeck nodded affirmatively. The young Duke let out a long sigh. The police chief did not speak anymore. He knew that he only needed to wait for this young, promising, and powerful noble to make the final decision. Through the method of bribing and coaxing, the underground gangs will be brought into the kingdom's system and laws in an orderly and gradual manner. The young Duke's expression was unpleasant. With his hands behind his back, he began to slowly pace around the room. This made Lorbeck involuntarily think of the old Duke. "This is the governance policy that my great-grandfather had been ordered to implement since the reign of Kessel IV. For decades, the Blood Bottle Gang is a fruitful example. But now, it seems that once they fall into a gang conflict, they will inevitably reveal their lawless nature." The young Duke furrowed his brows and carefully chose his words. "Of course, one of the reasons is that the emerging gangs are squeezing their living space, but blindly indulging them is certainly not a long-term solution. Using the Red Street Market to set up an ambush, endanger the lives and property of the kingdom's citizens for no reason, and even alarm the Imperial Conference, causing His Majesty to be angry and question them. This is already very excessive, and even blatantly evil." The young Duke's expression was solemn and dignified. His words were firm and piercingly cold. Every word struck Lorbeck's heart and made him admire him. After the internal strife failed, instead of restraining their temper and licking their wounds, they actually wanted to do desperate things. They used external and foreign powers to turn the tables, and even used my name to threaten the kingdom's police and demand the corpses of our citizens. This is simply absurd. Lorbeck lowered his head and waited for the tricolor iris flower's final verdict. Ashford, the young duke shouted sternly. A white-haired old butler in formal attire answered his call. Lorbeck recognized that this was the old duke's most trusted butler, Ashford. He quickly nodded in respect. The old butler meticulously returned the greeting, then listened to the young master's orders. Who is the one who contacted the Blood Bottle Gang recently? Forget it, no matter who it is. Ask him to come to my study room to explain. Send a group of people with the tricolor iris flower, and ask the person who has a say in the Blood Bottle Gang. They threatened my father's beloved general, the kingdom's police officer. They must give me an explanation for this. Also, send a small team with a supreme-class knight of eradication to find their new guests, those wild wolves and vampires who desecrate corpses and blood. If they are found to have violated the convention between the human kingdoms and the long-lived species, there is no need to question them. Just bring their heads to me. Forget it, it's too dirty. Feed them to the dogs. Prepare the carriage and clothes. My journey has been brought forward. I will go to Renaissance Palace next week. Sigh, after all, this is a matter between the gang and the commoners. I do not know if His Majesty is willing to listen to me. Inform the kingdom's secret intelligence department that Lord Murat should pay attention to Grand Banquet Hill and Wild Vast Mountain. The long-lived species are enjoying corpses in the capital? And when was the last time they gathered in the capital? The bloody year? If I find out that those vampires and wild wolves are preparing to interfere with internal affairs and subvert Constellation. When Lorbeck heard this, he knew that he could not listen to it anymore. He quickly bowed and left the study under the duke's friendly and encouraging gaze. Behind him, the young duke was still giving instructions to his butler in dissatisfaction. The head of the police station walked out of the Covendier family's manor, and heaved a sigh of relief. Tonight, he had clearly asked the duke's intentions. He would not suffer because of the discord between him and the Blood Bottle Gang. Most importantly, he had met Duke Zayn Covendier himself. He sincerely felt that there was still hope for this rotten old kingdom. After confirming that Lorbeck had left the manor, the butler, Ashford, quietly closed the study room's door. Duke Zayn closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He then sat down on the chair. I really admire him. A man in his 40s is still so hot-blooded. Zayn rubbed the bridge of his nose. His movements were elegant as he relieved his fatigue. His face was tired. It's as if he can really change anything. It's a pity that taking care of the self-esteem of a subject is a compulsory lesson for a superior. The old sir thinks highly of his talents. Moreover, perhaps he is more worried that the discord between him and the Blood Bottle Gang will affect your impression of him, my lord. Ashford poured a glass of fine wine for his master without batting an eyelid. He then walked back to the wine counter, and began to wipe many bottles of wine, especially the bottle of rye wine. Speaking of the Blood Bottle Gang. Zayn picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He savored the sweetness. But then he shook his head and said with a helpless expression, I don't know whether to laugh or cry when they openly went to the police station to get the corpse. Mystics are all magic apprentices. I thought they would have the corresponding wisdom. Their leader, the Heir mystic, went missing in the battle last night. Ashford reminded his master silently. Moreover, the Blood Bottle Gang's crushing defeat has caused them to be short on manpower. They probably don't even have enough food to serve the Corleone family. That's why they came up with this plan. Ashford did not even look at Zayn. He only focused on wiping the bottle of strong wine that the old duke could not bear to drink when he was alive. The price to pay for losing a sure-win battle like this is indeed very high. Zayn muttered and gently swirled the goblet in his hand. However, one has to make up for one's own mistakes. The Extet diplomat group will enter the country next month. I'm afraid the manpower that was scheduled to be transferred from the Blood Bottle Gang will not be available. Zayn looked down at the wine in the glass and inhaled the fragrance with a worried expression. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He slowly loosened the button on his collar and took another sip of wine. As the wine entered his throat, Zayn looked up and saw his father's portrait. That kind smile made Zayn feel even more burdened. At least the Corleone family was the first to respond to your invitation. They have also sent letters to the others in secret. Based on their relationship with iris flowers, I believe there will be a reply soon, Ashford said calmly. The Corleone family, the head of the 7 lower branches in the Night Kingdom, but only 3 people and some blood slaves came. Zayn frowned and poured the wine at the bottom of the glass. He closed his eyes and gently rubbed his temples. This is not like their usual style. Ashford bowed his head to show that he was listening. A vampire clan that has produced dukes for generations is actually no different from a beggar in the lower city district when it comes to blood. It's already enough to absorb the blood essence from corpses, but it can't wait to ask for the blood of living people, and it even wants ordinary and supra-level experts. Zayn slowly opened his eyes. Zayn's gaze grew darker and darker. He took the refill from Ashford and said faintly, "What a pity. After all, you are the one who invited them here. You are the master who provided food and lodging." Ashford silently emphasized on his words to remind his master. "They are hiding the truth about the Corleone family," Zayn said expressionlessly. He closed his eyes and exhaled to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was cold and stern. "And any accident could ruin our plan," he said in a deep voice. "Have Seychelles and Cassine lead 4 teams of knights to Vine Manor. First, find Nikolai and give the Blood Bottle Gang a beating. As long as they don't cause trouble, Iris Flower will guarantee their survival. Since they are losers, why are they still jumping up and down? Then, there are the 3 vampires from the eastern continent." Zayn Covendier's tone was resolute and unquestionable. The expression on his round face was calm, but it was frightening for no reason. "Find out the secret they are hiding. If they don't cooperate, draft an official letter to the Breaking Dawn Temple. The Covendier family has always been loyal to the Breaking Dawn King. Enclose the 3 vampires' heads and greetings. Send a message to the Eastern Continent's intelligence network. I want to know all the recent events in the Night Kingdom. These 3 Blood Clan heads can no longer be used. Let's find someone else to do it." Duke Zayn gently put down the cup in his hand. Compared to this, King Kessel would be 48 years old next year. The previous kings all chose their heirs at this age point, the time when planet lore reincarnated 4 times in the galaxy. This was a crucial moment for the succession of the throne. The key was the tug-of-war and competition with the other 5 great clans. If Jadestar was destined to be extinct, then Leinster Covendier, who had always been fighting by Tormund I's side, let his equally outstanding descendant, let his tricolor iris flag take over the oath of the King of Renaissance. That way, I can have enough power to thinking of this. Zayn felt his shoulders become heavier and more powerful. But when he thought of that fat Duke Cullen, Zayn's pupils moved slightly. He chuckled, but there was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Ashford put down the bottle in his hand, made a perfect, expressionless bow, and left to carry out his orders. "Right, although it's a small matter, let Seychelles ask Nikolai." Zayn looked up and saw Duke Covendier, who was under the tricolor iris flowers. Adding with a profound gaze, he added with a deep gaze, "How's the probe on Mindy's Hall?" Although Siem reminded me before that there are readers' comments on Chidian, I only realized after I actually read it, to the glory of the iris flower. Yes, I'm paying attention to the book review section on Chidian. It turns out that there are so many readers reading, collecting, and leaving comments on Chidian. There are even rewards, thank you Arnold, and the God of Gods, eh? Rewards from the 2 old masters. Oh my, I'm so touched. A slow-growing Western fantasy novel that even I don't have any hope of signing a contract with can actually attract so many readers. I posted the book on Genesis, but it's embarrassing that I checked. The collection on Chidian is twice as much as my collection in Genesis. Thales probably reincarnated into the wrong body. Thank you so many readers. Swordless suddenly felt full of motivation. Unfortunately, Swordless author account could not be shared on Chidian. It seemed like there was no way to reply or enhance it. What a headache. Looks like there's still hope to open a QQ group. Chapter 26. Red. The color of blood. He shook his head and felt dizzy. Where am I? Pain shot through his chest and abdomen. He moaned in panic and opened his eyes in a daze. There was still only blood in front of him. Chirin, hold on a little longer. The ambulance is almost here. At this moment, a gentle and familiar voice rang in his ears. He calmed down for a moment. But the next moment, the pain in his chest and the dizziness in his head became more intense. Wuxia. The voice became more panicked. You can't die here. Right, you haven't changed the world. How can you die in a place like this? You haven't even changed the world. How are you qualified to have children with me? Change the world? Have children? His mind cleared up for a moment, and he took a deep breath, feeling much better. Amidst the blood, he endured the pain and forced a smile. Chinibyu is an illness that needs to be cured. The familiar voice seemed to be crying tears of joy. He smiled amidst the pain, and wanted to stop the voice and play a joke on her as usual. However, he opened his mouth in a daze. He realized that he could not call out her name. His vision was still blood red, but his body was getting hotter and hotter. Thud. Thales fell on a patch of grass. He opened his eyes and completely woke up from the blood. Damn it! What's going on? Beside him, the pale blonde man cursed in shock and anger. How did he consume so much blood? His tone was full of surprise and dissatisfaction. Only Thales knew that when the golden-haired man turned into a puddle of blood and brought him away at high speed, Thales found a piece of memory fragment. In the fragment's dream, the boy seemed to have lost control again. This time, the thing that shifted seemed to be a part of the blonde man's blood. Thales looked like he had just come down from a roller coaster. He lay on the ground and coughed. Fortunately, I've experienced motion sickness. Person sickness before at Yodel's place, he thought. Shaking his head to clear his mind of the disturbing crimson. We're almost there. Are your injuries not healed yet? I'm not even familiar with the blood shadow dance anymore. The handsome blonde man muttered and roughly grabbed Thales. It was already dusk. Had the sun really set? It's a little cold. Is this an outdoor place? It was only then that Thales could see clearly that they had landed on a patch of grass beside a dark path. In front of them was a wide manor, and a large garden attached to it. There was also a flag fluttering over the iron gate between the garden and the path, but overall the house seemed to be overgrown with weeds, as if the proprietors were not taking care of it. If it was not for the fact that it was not as exquisite, it would be comparable to Mindy's Hall. That flag. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw a strange flower with 3 petals. It was red, blue, and green. Thales recognized the flower. It was the favorite flower of Wu Qiren's first girlfriend. Is this the iris flower? The coat of arms of a noble? Perhaps this is one of the enemies that Gilbert mentioned. Oh no, I've fallen right into the enemy's lair. Let's go. Mortal brat. The blonde handsome man impatiently pushed him towards the manor. Thales' brain began to work and make wild deductions. Looks like this blonde pretty boy knows how to talk. He's not a beast that's hard to tame. Also, judging from the words he left behind when he kidnapped me, I was just going to exercise my muscles. Thank goodness the sun is about to set. Thank goodness he's a rational person. Thales thought of a countermeasure. JC's dagger was sheathed at his waist, but he obviously could not expect to place the dagger on his neck, or anything like that. He also could not suddenly cut himself and send a message to Yodel and Gilbert. It would be too obvious and deliberate. Then I can only gather information first. Hey. Thales turned around and shook off the blonde man's hand in dissatisfaction. Look at your noble demeanor and temperament. Shouldn't your words be in line with your words? Pay attention to your manners. The blonde man stopped in his tracks upon hearing those words. Manners? Demeanor? He grinned and deliberately revealed 2 pairs of ferocious fangs. Why should I be polite to food that is destined to enter my stomach? The blonde man purposely ground his sharp fangs in the air. As expected, it's very similar to the creature in my memory. However, Thales only tilted his head and observed the 2 fangs. He then curled his lips in disdain and said, Your attitude towards food is so terrible. It's obvious that you don't have the talent of a gourmet. Your mental state and physical condition will affect the quality of the food. What if your crude method affects the taste of the ingredients? The handsome blonde man was stunned for 3 seconds. The ferocious expression on his face was only halfway done. But he immediately reacted. With your height, you're considered very courageous, mortal brat. He then chuckled. But you're not the first food with guts. If you don't try your luck, you won't be able to escape. So, my flesh is really delicious? Thales showed an expression that said I see. Then, unexpectedly, he raised his leg and walked towards the manor. The man was just about to carry the cub to the manor, when he saw the cub walking in front of him. Facing the food that seemed to have no intention of escaping, he even disdained to call it prey. The puzzled blonde man wanted to reach out and scratch his head. Halfway through, he felt that it was not appropriate, so he could only put his hand down and quickly followed Thales at a speed that humans could see. Not flesh, just blood. You should have been injured recently, right? The smell of blood wafts everywhere. TSK, it smells so good. I really want to take a bite first. The two continued to walk forward. Then how are you going to eat me? Bite raw or suck my blood directly? Where do you start? What about the seasoning? The Tuval family likes to bite raw. They enjoy the howling of their prey. We usually suck blood directly. There are 2 types, neck feeding and wrist feeding. As for seasoning, wait, why am I telling you this? Mortal brat. The blonde man stopped and looked suspiciously at Thales, whose words and actions were obviously not like a 7-year-old child. I'm destined to be food, right? Isn't it a virtue to be polite to food that is voluntarily sacrificed? Besides, food that is in a good mood, maybe the taste of blood will be better. You as food, you're really weird. Don't tell me that you think you can make me let you go like this? It's a rare delicacy. Of course it's rare in the world. Come, don't stop, let's keep walking. May I know your name, sir? Little brat, why are you asking this? Do you want revenge? The blonde man stopped again. His suspicions and vigilance towards the strange boy in front of him grew. With your skills, it won't be easy to find you for revenge. Also, since you're going to eat me, you should at least let me know your name, right? Don't you think it's rude to call me hey? You're not an illegitimate child without a surname, are you? You should at least have a name? The blonde man's pride seemed to be hurt by the last sentence. He replied proudly, my name is Istrone van Lika List Corleone, head of the 7 branches of the Night Kingdom, first-class blood descendant knight of the Corleone family. Come, let's keep walking. So why do you call me immortal? A human with a lifespan of less than 120 years is not immortal? Even a young brat like you has at most 90 years left to live. Istrone said scornfully. So you're immortal? Much longer than us? Of course, the lifespan of the Blood Clan is endless. How can a lowly mortal imagine it? Thales quietly absorbed all the information into his mind. Istrone Corleone long-lived species, short-lived species. Night Kingdom, Corleone family. The superior blood clan. And the most important thing is that he doesn't seem to be interested in why I'm in Mindy's hall. This might be my only way out. Oh, I almost forgot, he's planning to eat me. Thales and Istrone walked into the manor. The boy narrowed his eyes. 2 fierce-looking men wearing red headscarves walked towards them from the entrance. Blood Bottle Gang? Why are they here? Say, why did you stop here? Can't you just fly in? If it wasn't for the blood shadow dance. Ahem. The handsome young man Istrone suddenly realized that the mortal cub beside him could understand his words. He cleared his throat in a rather gentlemanly manner, and continued to speak indifferently. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that this is not our territory, I would have flown in as well. But we are guests after all. Naturally, we need to maintain respect and politeness towards the host. A mortal who values manners, Thales thought to himself. 2 members of the Blood Bottle Gang walked forward and looked at the 2 people, one big and one small, with unfriendly expressions. Who are you? But Istrone furrowed his brows and his face turned cold. He interrupted them in disdain. Get lost, inferior mortal. Thales' face twitched. He decided to take back his words. A few minutes ago, after they suffered a crushing defeat in the one-night war, Nikolai the Red Viper, who was one of the few people in the Blood Bottle Gang who managed to rush back to the capital city day and night, was one of the leaders of the Blood Bottle Gang. He was the leader of the 8 great psionic warriors. He spent the entire day after the war in anxiety, at the very least before the other 3 psionic warriors and the Blood Mystic, who had gone into hiding for a long time, rushed back to the capital city. He had to hold the fort. First, he had to deal with the aftermath of the one-night war. Other than a grand explosion, the Heir mystic had disappeared without a trace. His personal bodyguard, the lunatic with the sword, was lying together with Ralph. His upper body was almost cut open. That was why Nikolai had to confirm whether the Brotherhood's 3 great assassins, especially Black Sword himself, were in the capital city before he could travel with peace of mind. In truth, Tinker, who had escaped from Red Street Market, had always felt that he was overthinking things. Even if Black Sword was in the capital city, he would most likely not take a liking to him. Tinker and Numino were one of the few Blood Bottle Gang's strongest 12 who had escaped. Motherf *Ker. As expected, only cowards survived to the end. They did not speak in detail about what happened in Red Street Market. Other than fear, there was panic. Nikolai immediately gave up on trying to find out the truth. As for the Heir mystic's revenge, he would wait for the Blood Mystic to return before deciding. After losing Red Street Market, which they had been operating for a long time, the Blood Bottle Gang's morale suffered a great blow. Many of the ordinary gang members began to waver. Customers, whether they were nobles, merchants, or secret companions, all expressed that their deep friendship with the Blood Bottle Gang would never waver. At the same time, they greatly reduced their business dealings and even withdrew their funds. There were even some who reneged on their contracts halfway through. *CK him. Calm down. You must calm down. The debt of blood will be repaid. In the other districts of the capital city, the Blood Bottle Gang's morale was low. In the face of the Brotherhood's lower-class people, they retreated step by step. One could imagine that when the news spread to the whole country, the struggle between the various branches would show the same appearance. Secondly, one of the main supporters behind the Blood Bottle Gang, the Covendier family, who had the tricolor iris flower as their family emblem, was indifferent even after knowing that they had suffered a crushing defeat. They did not send reinforcements or comfort them. They did not even see a single copper coin to comfort them. What Nikolai hated the most was that even though they had done so much dirty work for him in the whole country, at the critical moment, that night of eradication called Seychelles did not even let him enter the Duke's manor. Even so, at noon he gave Nikolai a mission to investigate the theft case in Mindy's hall. Theft case? Damn it. Which part of his body looked like a police officer and a private detective? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? Speaking of police officers, Nikolai could not restrain his anger. Damn it. That big cop from the Western District Police Station, whose name is Lorbeck or Lockerbie, usually looks all smiles. During the critical moment of the one-night battle, he did not send reinforcements. What happened to the promised cooperation between the police and the people? Forget it. Nikolai suppressed his displeasure. When he asked for a few corpses, he even used all sorts of excuses. The funniest thing was that he actually pretended to be an emissary of justice. After receiving so much from them, he now came to uphold justice? What were you doing earlier? Talking about justice in front of Nikolai? Which part of his body looked like a good person? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? Damn it. If it was in the past, Nikolai would have dared to go to his house tonight, strip his wife, and hang her on the Western District gate to be used as a doorbell. Also, Nikolai was going to solve this matter now. The 3 vampires from the Covendier family were actually thrown by the tricolor iris flower at the Eastern District branch of the Blood Bottle Gang. Actually, Vine Manor was also the Covendier family's property. To properly entertain them? Did you think that they were entertaining lost puppies? They needed the blood of 10 people a day. And they even asked for supra-class experts and above. Alright, I might as well find Black Sword, knock him out with a club, tie him up, and send him over. I have already sent over many of the Blood Bottle Gang members that I usually find unpleasant to my eyes, but I still feel that it is not enough. I have to lower my voice and beg that big cop for corpses. Which part of his body looked like an animal breeder? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? The most annoying thing was that the group of vampires did not have many people. They had a bad temper and were bossy. They looked at Nikolai as if he was a puppy. With such a bad mood, Nikolai brought his entourage and walked into Vine Manor at night. He waved at the Blood Bottle gang members, who also had a bad expression, as a greeting. He walked into the stone staircase of the manor's main building. The faint cries and screams that came from underground made Red Viper's already terrible mood even more agitated. Nikolai forced himself not to think about the blood food in the dungeon, especially since many of them were his former colleagues and subordinates. His face was ashen as he walked to the second floor. He pushed open the wooden door of the main hall, and looked at the few people in front of him with a displeased expression. To be exact, he was looking at two people and their food. A beautiful, fair-skinned woman with a red ponytail, sexy and seductive. She was dressed in a noble's riding attire. She gently pushed away a man with a dazed look. The seductive woman licked the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and flashed a charming smile at Nikolai. She then extended her index finger and wiped away the bloodstain that flowed from the corner of her mouth to her chin. The man who was pushed away seemed to be a commoner who had been kidnapped. At that moment, his eyes were dazed and his skin was deathly pale. He fell to the ground and twitched. His breathing became weaker and weaker. It seemed that he was not going to live. There were at least 7 or 8 corpses in the hall that had died from excessive blood loss. Dried blood was everywhere. Fresh blood dripped on the floor and on the table. It was incomparably terrifying. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, there was a white-haired old man who was similarly dressed. He had his hands behind his back and seemed to be waiting for the moon to rise. Ayaya. A gentle voice came from the woman's mouth. Her eyes lit up. Have you sent us delicious food? Are there 20 people? Are there supraclasses? Are there virgins? Are there young ones? These damned vampires. Did they go out to hunt for living people again? Miss Rolana. Mr. Chris. I was just about to tell you. Nikolai endured the displeasure and disgust in his heart and said to the 2 blood breeds with dissatisfaction. The 20 corpses that were sent this afternoon was already the limit. Our blood bank does not have that many. When he mentioned the blood bank, he remembered the wailing in the dungeon. Even Nikolai could not help but feel disgusted. Oh, the seductive Rolana giggled. As the corners of her mouth curled up, a dangerous gaze gradually appeared in her eyes. Can the blood of those corpses be eaten? What we need is the blood of living people. Otherwise, when I see the people of your blood bottle gang coming and going, I can't help it. Rolana revealed the fangs under her lips and struck a charming pose. Her index finger gently touched the fangs. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, coupled with the bloody background, there was a strange and ferocious beauty. Nikolai suppressed his anger and lowered his head as he said softly, My 3 honored guests, please understand. Eternal Star City is the capital after all. Our ability is limited. Ayaya, but that is not what the young and cute Duke of Iris Flower said. We can have as many people and blood as we want. If he knew that his loyal dog treated his guests like this, would he not give you bones to eat? Ha! Loyal dog? Bones. Damn it! Listening to the strange humiliation and condescending sarcasm, then thinking of the Duke of Iris Flower's attitude after losing the Battle of Red Street Market, as well as the anger he suffered for the day, Nikolai only felt a fire burning in his heart. Damn bitch. There are no living people. Nikolai did not care about the bloodstains on the table. He fiercely slammed his palm on the table and roared uncontrollably. Don't think that I don't know. You vampires only need the blood of the dead to live. You don't need the blood of the living at all. It is not like 500 years ago anymore. I have risked my life to send so many living people and corpses here. There is even a supraclass among them. And I have not F*** King messaged enough. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't, get lost. I'm not that easily intimidated. At most, we will just split up. We will pull out our men and fight. We are Constellation's blood bottle gang. The blood debt must be paid gang. We are not some Covendier who died for his friend's gang. There was silence. Only the Red Viper's angry panting could be heard in the hall. Even the followers behind Nikolai were so frightened that they took a step back. In the next moment, Rolana's expression changed. She bared her fangs and her expression became ferocious. Her originally seductive voice that sounded like she was acting coquettishly became fierce and wild. Lowly mortal! For the sake of your master, I'm being courteous. The blood of corpses? You can survive by drinking water, eating vegetables and eating rotten meat every day. Why do you still eat meat and drink wine? Risking my life. That half-dead supraclass in the prison is just you abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge. You want us to help you solve your internal affairs. Talking to the Corleone family about blood debt must be paid? I can immediately let you taste the blood debt. The anger in Nikolai's eyes burned even more fiercely. He gritted his teeth and abruptly pulled open his scarlet coat. The ferocious Rolana shouted, and instantly jumped onto the chandelier above her head. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws like a feline. At the critical moment when both sides were ready to fight, the old man who had been looking out the window finally turned around. Rolana, pay attention to your manners. Mr. Nikolai, there is no need to be like this. If we fall out, the one who will be embarrassed is Duke Zayn. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Chris Corleone, the white-haired old man, suddenly appeared in front of Nikolai. Before the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang could react, the white-haired Chris nonchalantly stretched out his hand and patted the Red Viper's shoulder. This move suppressed the Red Viper's anger. Rolana landed on the ground and returned to the image of a seductive young married woman. She laughed softly, but her eyes were still fierce. Sorry, they are still young and do not know how to control themselves. Chris's gaze was obscure. His wrinkled face was filled with darkness and silence. Young? Nikolai cursed in his heart. How can a monster who does not know that he is hundreds of years old say that he is young? But he still suppressed the anger in his heart. The situation was unforgiving. Although the old monster in front of him looked sickly, the move he had just shown. With his abilities, he did not have full confidence that he could deal with him. How about this? Everyone has worked hard these few days. We will settle the food ourselves. His tone was lifeless, and Chris's gaze was like a dead man's. Settle it ourselves? According to the personality of this group of vampires, going out to hunt for food would cause trouble sooner or later. But isn't that exactly what I want? Let's go. Nikolai waved his hand indignantly and said, Withdraw all our brothers. Oh, not a single person is staying? I still want to apologize. Rolana seductively laid on the blood-red dining table and returned to her coquettish tone. No need. Nikolai turned his head and said fiercely, Less Miss Rolana cannot hold back anymore. The Blood Bottle Gang's thugs followed behind Nikolai and stepped down the stone stairs. No one felt sorry for leaving this disgusting manor. For a moment, only Rolana's strange laughter and the sound of blood dripping could be heard in the hall. Nikolai walked far away. Rolana suddenly fell from the table. Her face was full of frost and sternness. Did he discover something? Chris shook his dead man's head. From afar it looked like a white chess piece swaying. This guy did not. But Covendier definitely felt that something was amiss. After all, such a large amount of blood is enough to feed a blood-descendant knight. Rolana lowered her head. But it is still far from enough. Just now, I wasted another one to put on an act. I will go hunt again later. Fortunately, we have chased away the Blood Bottle Gang as planned. This can buy us some time before we are exposed. Chris's head suddenly turned 100 degrees to the back of the window. His nose twitched. Istron is back. He also brought. This smell is really fragrant. It is a blood source of superior quality and above. His figure reappeared in front of the window. The moon was out. Nikolai led the Blood Bottle Gang members out of the manor angrily. These damn vampires. That pretty boy vampire is back. Didn't he go to Mindy's hall with the mercenaries in the afternoon to look for the secret treasure? So, they also know how to walk and go through the main entrance? Nikolai thought that the Blood Clan's method of traveling was the same as what he saw before. They would turn into a pool of blood and then whiz around. That pretty boy also brought a little one with him? Damn it, did he also go hunting? Looking at his attire, he looked like a child from a noble family, but his body was covered in injuries. No, that child didn't look like he was being held hostage. Judging from their pace, it seemed like they were in cahoots. That's right, I have to ask about the theft at Mindy's Hall. While Nikolai was still thinking, Istron and Thales walked side by side into the manor. The prince saw the group of Blood Bottle Gang members walking out from afar. Thinking about the iris flower flag above his head, Thales knew that things were not going well. But he also knew that he had to remain calm at this moment in order to find a chance of survival in this narrow road. Istron looked straight ahead, as if he did not care about the Blood Bottle Gang members beside him at all. Nikolai waved his hand, and the Blood Bottle Gang members stopped in their tracks, waiting for Istron to come over. However, the handsome blonde Blood Clan member only snorted softly through his nose. He turned his head to the side and walked past the Red Viper without the slightest intention of talking. However, the blonde Blood Clan member was displeased to find that the human brat beside him, who was not even as tall as his waist, also walked with his head held high. He snorted and turned his head to the side at the same time as him. Then he walked past Nikolai with his nostrils raised. What's going on? A dog relying on its master's power? Istron decided that when he returned, he would properly deal with this brat who liked to pretend to be ignorant. Only Thales knew that at this moment, he was forcefully suppressing his heartbeat and pretending to be calm. Nikolai's anger surged again. Hey, pretty boy. The Red Viper blocked Istron's path in annoyance. Have you done what the Duke ordered you to do? Nikolai looked at the handsome Blood Clan member in front of him with an unfriendly tone. The Duke? Thales cursed inwardly. Istron raised his eyes and looked at the human who blocked his path with disgust. The stolen treasures of Mindy's Hall. Do you still remember? You even took away 4 teams of mercenaries. Feeling Istron's gaze, Nikolai was filled with anger. He walked in front of Istron's nose and said loudly, You should have gotten something right, pretty boy? Pretty boy. Damned mortal. Anger surged in Istron's heart. His original plan was to trick the 20 mercenaries out, then split up and kill them one by one. He would then bring them back to the manor as a source of high-quality blood. Who would have thought that they would all die in the hands of the strange masked man in Mindy's Hall? But the theft at Mindy's Hall? After all, it was the Duke of Tricolor Iris Flowers who requested it. I still have to say something. Istron turned his head towards Thales. No one knew that Thales' heart at this moment was as cold as ice. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Calm down. The prince said to himself. I have to save myself. His brain was spinning madly. Information and elements flashed back and reorganized at lightning speed. Istron lowered his head and looked at the prince, thinking about how to speak to Nikolai so that he would not embarrass himself in replying to this damned mortal. Nikolai looked at Istron's arrogant head in annoyance. He also followed the latter's gaze, and turned towards the little boy beside him. Hey kid. Istron said indifferently. Everyone looked towards Thales. At that moment, Thales took a deep breath. According to that Shinibu, I am the man who wants to change the world. How can I die here? Then, everyone present saw the 7 or 8-year-old boy's expression turn cold. Before Istron could say his next sentence, he shouted, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Istron was stunned for a moment. Why is this brat so respectful? But before he could react, the situation in front of him changed again. Thales took a step forward without hesitation, and like a loyal guard, he stood between Istron and Nikolai. Then, under the bright moonlight, everyone heard the little boy with the irritating expression shout at the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang, the Red Viper Nikolai, in a childish voice. He was the leader of the 8 psionic warriors, and he was filled with disgust and disgust. Red Viper. Get lost. A lowly mortal. The noble Lord Istron Corleone does not need a lowly stray dog like you to meddle in his affairs. It was a large chapter of 8,000 words. It was not good to cut it anywhere, so he decided not to cut it and posted it all. Chapter 27. No one could react in time. They were all stunned. Nikolai was still in shock, but he realized that Thales was shouting at him. Wild, wild dog. The Red Viper's expression changed from puzzlement to shock, and finally to embarrassment and anger. "What did you say? Damn little bastard." One of the Blood Bottle gang members poked his colleague beside him, and made an expression that said things are not good. The handsome Istron reacted to the situation. His expression became very interesting and rich. Twitching and trembling flew at the same time. His expression was one of embarrassment. This little bastard can really act. Is he a character in a play in Dark Knight Temple? Nikolai clenched his fists. He could feel his subordinates exchanging glances with each other. Their boss was humiliated by a child under the command of a vampire. This bastard. How dare he? How dare he? Even the Blood Mystic, who was known for her cruelty and brutality, did not humiliate him like this. Anger spread to Nikolai's brain. He glared at Istron fiercely, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of flesh from his face. In Nikolai's opinion, he was fulfilling his duty by asking about the progress of the mission on behalf of the Duke. However, what did that pretty boy do? This damn vampire. He turned his head and gestured to his little follower. Then the little bastard took a step forward in tacit understanding. With that infuriating expression, he told Nikolai to scram, "Lowly wild dog?" After listening to the little bastard's words, the expression on the vampire's face was that of a sinister grin. He was enjoying the pleasure of humiliating him. I was threatened by the big green skin, rejected by the tricolor iris flowers, forced by the damn vampire, and now, this little bastard. Thales looked at the gradually changing expression of the leader of the Blood Bottle gang in front of him. While he was still considering whether he should add more ingredients, he saw his vision blur. The Red Viper had used his lightning-fast speed and skill to grab his neck with one hand and lift him up from the ground. Thales immediately felt that his breathing was not smooth. This was not the first time he was strangled. Thales held his face. Just like last time, he reached out to grab the strangler's right hand. But this time, he only felt that he was grabbing a piece of steel-like skin. Nikolai's beard grew larger in front of his eyes, his ferocious expression trembling as his mouth opened and closed. The Red Viper stared at the vampire in front of him. "Pretty boy. Your little pet." But before he could finish, a karate chop suddenly appeared in front of him. Nikolai had no choice but to let go and retreat instantly. Boom. The two of them stood still. With a gloomy expression, Nikolai caught Istron's hand blade that was aimed at his head from the side. "Since you know that it's my pet, don't move," the blonde Istron said with a disgusted expression. Mortal. Thales fell to the ground out of thin air. Out of habit. He began to cough dryly. He swore to himself that he would never let anyone choke him again. That feeling was too painful. The Blood Bottle gang members around them became nervous. Many of them had unfriendly expressions as they placed their hands on the weapons at their waists. "Pretty boy." Nikolai's face was already expressionless, but Thales could feel his gloomy mood slowly rising. The Red Viper let go of the Blood Clansman's hand, and slowly enunciated each word clearly. "Why don't you try calling me that again? This mortal isn't fast, but his combat instincts and experience aren't bad. He actually managed to grab my right hand. Even if I can suppress him in terms of speed, I still need to be more cautious when dealing with such a person. I can't tell that he's already an elite close to supreme class." Istron's heart sank as he thought about his next move. What's with that unhappy expression? Istron's gaze sharpened. "Did I say something wrong? You?" In the next second, the blonde noble suddenly shouted angrily, "Mortal!" Before he could finish speaking, Nikolai's fist and Istron's palm met in the air. In Thales' eyes, the world seemed to have stopped the moment the fist and palm met. But in the next moment, the sound and the air seemed to ripple at the same time. Asterisk bang. Asterisk when time seemed to flow again. The gust of wind brought about by their fight suddenly blew past Thales' face, forcing him to close his eyes. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk another 2 gusts of wind blew past him. Thales rolled with his eyes closed, and moved a few meters back to avoid the gust of wind around Istron and Nikolai. "You're using this kind of speed?" The blonde Blood Clansman laughed strangely and moved again. Knowing that he was not fast enough, Nikolai clenched his teeth and threw his next punch. Istron's figure moved like a ghost, moving from one fixed frame to the next. Nikolai's figure was like a continuous mechanical wheel, moving at high speed and becoming increasingly fierce. Both of them looked fanatical and exchanged 6 blows in an instant. The gust of wind brought about by their fists and palms forced the Blood Bottle gang members around them to raise their arms to block. They were unable to intervene. Thales remembered the fight between Jayla and Ralph when they were moving at extreme speeds. However, that was a battle of agility and dexterity. The opponent before him now was more like a battle of explosiveness and strength. Istron's figure moved a step back while Nikolai's left foot moved a step back. They stared at each other fiercely. That's not right. Why is this mortal from the gang moving faster and faster? In the end, he actually managed to keep up with my speed? This was Istron frowning. What a slippery vampire. My next move will make you fall. This was Nikolai with a ferocious expression. At that moment, both of them had solemn expressions. They could feel the difficulty and tenacity of their opponent. The next exchange of blows came without warning. Vampire! Nikolai roared furiously. His red coat fell to the ground and his body rotated evenly. As the blood vessels in his right arm bulged, he threw his right fist, which was equally bold and fast, at the Blood Clansman's chest. Mortal! Istron snorted in disdain. Immediately after, he bared his fangs furiously and a bloody mist appeared around his body. His figure flickered between reality and illusion. The fingers of his right hand turned into visible sharp claws. He opened his palm and sliced through the air to grab Nikolai's throat. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Imitating the actions of the Blood Bottle gang members around him, he quickly raised his arms in front of his body to block. He was prepared to receive the next blow, which could also be the most powerful gust of wind. Both parties' attacks, which had accumulated their strength, intersected in the air. Thales shut his eyes tightly. However, the expected gust of wind and loud noise did not come. Since we've already greeted each other, an old voice said leisurely, let's disperse. Thales slowly opened his eyes. Istron's sharp claws and Nikolai's heavy fists were caught tightly in the hands of an old noble with a face as pale and gloomy as a dead man's. The strength and energy from before seemed to have dissipated silently in the old man's palm just like that. That wasn't right. Even if he managed to block their attacks, there should be a buffer and inertia, right? How could such a level of intersecting power be soundless? Thales thought in shock. The old man turned his head left and right to look at both of them. He saw that Istron's expression was one of indignation, while Nikolai's expression was one of wariness and surprise. A Lamiter, the Red Viper thought to herself. This was an expert in the Lamiter realm. This was a strength that only vampire counts, or even marquises, possessed. There weren't many of such people even in the upper 6 branches of the Blood Clan in Grand Banquet Hill. The old man flashed an ugly smile and let go of his hands in an instant. The two people who were fighting each other tacitly took a step back. Mr. Nikolai, there is no need to compete with young people. Please leave. His dry lips opened and closed like a puppet. Nikolai looked at his subordinates around him and saw that their faces were filled with fear and nervousness. Damn it, today is really unlucky. He understood a little. If the Blood Mystic did not return, everything with the Blood Bottle gang would not go smoothly. It looks like I have to personally go to Steel City and invite her back at all costs. Nikolai snorted fiercely. He looked at the old man, then at Istron, who was still provoking him with his gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, Good. I hope that the Duke and his Knights of Eradication will be as good-tempered as I am. The redness on Nikolai's face had not disappeared, but he did not say anything else. He waved his hand and left with the others. Little bastard, when they suck all the blood in your body. When Nikolai walked out of the manor, he turned around and glared at Thales. His tone was full of viciousness. Don't scream too miserably. He took the jacket handed to him by his subordinate and put it on. The people from the Blood Bottle gang left the manor. Thales quietly exhaled in his heart. He had muddled through the matter at Mindy's Hall. He was temporarily safe. However, the strange old man's next words made Thales' heart rise again. So young friend, I guess you should be related to their mission at Mindy's Hall. right? Chris Corleone turned his head around like a puppet. His wrinkled lips parted and he smiled. Tricolor iris flowers and blood bottle gang seem to be very interested in you. So you are saying that on the second day after you brought him here, you, Count Gilbert Casso, His Majesty's most trusted attendant, the former Foreign Affairs Minister, the leader and signatory of the Fortress Treaty, and you, His Majesty's most reliable secret protector, the nameless man Yodel Cato, whose background even I do not know. This was a mature female voice. After the sun had set, it rang from the roof of Mindy's hall. Just like that, His Majesty's only child and heir was lost. Gilbert and Yodel lowered their heads slightly in front of this mature and steady 40-year-old black-haired, charming woman who was dressed in the standard green and blue uniform of a first-class female official. Even though I was prepared for this person's arrival, I really did not expect to meet her under such circumstances, Gilbert thought to himself. Once he thought of her special and awkward identity, Gilbert felt a headache. It was probably the same for Yodel, who was beside him. Yes, Madame Gines, Gilbert said quietly. His tone was full of hatred and regret. Yodel did not make a sound, but he slowly clenched his left fist. You have been searching around for an hour, and you did not find any clues. Yes, Madame Gines, Gilbert said in shame. The gears on Yodel's mask turned. Then the only thing we can rely on. Madame Gines pointed at the lamp in her hand. With a sarcastic and angry tone, she said unhurriedly, Is this broken lamp and the small tinder in Yodel's arms? Yes, Madame Gines. It was still the pitiful Gilbert. Gines did not say anything else. She stared at them with a displeased expression for a very long time. Gilbert's heart sank further. After a long while, Gines finally spoke through her nose. Humph. She closed her eyes and slowly said, His Majesty's 48th birthday is near. His Majesty's 48th birthday is just around the corner. I'm sure that the 6 great clans are going all out. They want to force His Majesty to agree to appoint a crown prince from among the nobles, be it in the form of adopting a son or adopting a son. And that child is our only hope in the darkness. Gines took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and enunciated each word clearly. In the end, all of you made him throw away. Gilbert and Yodel lowered their heads even more. Men are really unreliable. Gines placed the bloodline lamp on the ceiling of the hall, and exhaled in disdain. Come, mobilize everyone. We will start searching from the scene of the child's disappearance. Even if that child is really as smart as you say, we cannot just wait for that lamp. This will only prove our incompetence and cowardice. Under the night sky, the charming and mature female official suddenly turned her head around and roared angrily in a reprimanding tone. Why are you still standing there? It was only then that Gilbert and Yodel seemed to have suddenly snapped out of their stupor and walked forward. You two useless men, you'd better use some care for me. Istrone made Thales sit on a chair in the inner hall of the manor. He swallowed hard and moved his but a little to the side, away from the sticky red. If one ignored the dried corpses that could be seen everywhere in the hall, the dried and wet bloodstains on the dining table and the floor, and the 3 people in front of him who were obviously not normal people, this place was pretty good. The prince looked at the man, woman, an old man in front of him and smiled awkwardly and in a friendly manner. It really is an excellent blood source. This fragrance. Oh my God, Istrone, looks like I have underestimated you in the past. I thought you just went out for a walk with that group of humans. The sexy woman with the red ponytail was so excited that her eyes shone. She bent down and scrutinized Thales carefully. Thales only opened his mouth and smiled foolishly. His instincts told him that other than showing friendliness and cooperation, it was inappropriate for him to do anything else right now. He also thought about secretly cutting his hand. But he was certain that these 3 people's sense of smell toward blood was definitely more sensitive than Morris' angry wolfhound. Istrone's heart skipped a beat when he heard his cousin's words. Fortunately, as a member of the blood clan, he would not blush. However, he still hesitantly extended his hand and pulled Rolana, who was almost drooling on Thales, back a little. In his heart, he had already raised the level of suspicion and danger of that brat to the same level as the merfolk in Crystal Wall City and the priestess of Sunrise Temple. Rolana, be careful. There's something wrong with this brat. It's best not to talk too much with him. If it were up to me, we should just connect the blood extractor and the feeding tube and lock him in a coffin, the golden-haired blood clansman said awkwardly. The target that the Duke of Iris Flowers deliberately pursued lives in the heavily guarded property of the royal family. He orders the first-class blood clan knights of the Corleone family around without even realizing it. The deathly still old man said quietly. Beside him, Istrone turned his face away awkwardly. Of course there's something wrong with this brat. At the very least, we have to dig out the secrets from his mouth. I'm good at this. Rolana lay on the dining table to Thale's left and licked her lips at him. Make a small cut on his wrist and hang him upside down. While interrogating him, he can also satisfy his cravings. Not a single drop will be wasted. I heard from my mother that this is what the Loraloa family does. Istrone hesitated for a moment. Chris the butler had left an indelible shadow in his life as he grew up, and the old man's merciless reprimand just now had severely damaged his confidence. However, Istrone still muttered, I think it's better to just get rid of him. With our current situation, I have a feeling that this brat will bring us trouble. Shut up, idiot. The old man, Chris, rudely interrupted Istrone. If this young man did not have such a personality, with his skills, how could he still be a mere blood clan knight of the Corleone family for 300 years? A smart person like Rolana would have become a blood clan baron a long time ago. Due to the old man's accumulated power, the blonde noble took a step back in fear. But it was already too late. A thought flashed in Thale's mind. With our current situation, Thales acutely grasped this information. So their situation is not too good? First of all, if they were mercenaries or allies of the Duke and completed the mission, at least the commission and reward would have been provided by the employer, right? How is it not good? Second, they did not hand themselves over to the Blood Bottle Gang immediately. This could be interpreted as them competing with the Blood Bottle Gang for credit in front of their common Duke. But judging from Istrone's words, they did not even have the intention to hand themselves over to the Duke. So, are they planning to get the secret out of my mouth? Enjoy it themselves? Then there are not many explanations left. They are not the Duke's mercenaries or allies, but another independent force. This might be where my chance of survival lies. After the old man reprimanded Istrone, he did not say anything. He only stared at Thales, giving him great psychological pressure. The boy knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try based on my previous reasoning. Thales chuckled. I say, maybe we can sit down and talk. Then we can exchange information. Who knows, we might coincidentally find out that we are actually allies. Chris' expression became even more gloomy. His eyes flashed like a frame skip, and he suddenly stood 1 inch in front of Thales. There was not even a gust of wind. Thales' heart thundered. I'll just treat it as if I'm watching a horror film. And it's a 4D one. This is a good suggestion, young sir. Let's exchange information. Chris flashed an ugly smile again. The way he addressed Thales reminded him of Gilbert, and his words made Thales feel relieved. Until the old man's next sentence. Then our information is that your life is in our hands. Thales heaved a long sigh in his heart. How unlucky, to have met someone who doesn't play by the rules. Chris slowly raised his still malicious gaze. Then may I ask, what about your information? Just as Thales was frantically thinking about his next step, something strange happened. Asterisk thud thud. Asterisk the dull thud of a heavy object knocking on the ceiling of the hall suddenly rang out. The expressions of the 3 blood clansmen changed at the same time. Even the old man Chris was no exception. Asterisk thud thud. Thud thud. Asterisk another dull thud rang out. It came from the ceiling. The 3 blood clansmen exchanged glances. They were both surprised and excited. It was as if something they had been looking forward to for a long time had finally happened. Thales saw all of this. He created a book group, 397147168. Chapter 28. The bodies of the 8 swordsmen who were guarding Mr. Thales when the incident happened are all here. On one hand, it was out of respect. On the other hand, it was also because of the urgency of the matter. We did not touch them, and left them in their original state. Gilbert stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor of Mindy's hall, and looked at the 8 bodies in front of him as he spoke to Gines, who had a grim expression on her face. Yodel stood quietly at the side. 6 ordinary class swordsmen with outstanding skills, rich combat experience, and hope to break through to superclass, as well as 2 genuine superclass elites. All of them had their carotid arteries slashed by an irregular sharp weapon. Gilbert walked to one of the corpses and crouched down. He pressed on the corpse's neck, and an ugly and terrifying wound was revealed. The wound had already changed color, and even the blood had coagulated. Based on our initial estimates, the opponent might be a Lamita powerhouse. Killing all 8 of them in an instant would require exquisite techniques and immeasurable strength. Furthermore, his speed is something that even Yodel couldn't keep up with. He also had that terrifying ability to hide. When the invasion happened, we had clearly guarded all the entrances and exits, but he still managed to sneak in. Yodel did not sense anyone at all. Gilbert spoke of his guests with a solemn expression. He took out a mechanical watch from his bosom and stared at the time on it. It was 6:30 at night. Even the moon had risen. Gines furrowed her brows tightly. Her rather charming lips were also tightly pursed, accentuating the beauty mark on the side of her mouth. She crossed her arms and pondered deeply for a while. Then she suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. "Take off their helmets." Gilbert gave a look, and the few guards beside him stepped forward and took off the helmets of the dead. Gines stepped forward and stepped on the elegant high-heeled female official boots. She knelt down on one knee and carefully observed each person's face. Their carotid arteries were bleeding profusely. There was not much time before they died, just enough for them to struggle on the ground for a while. During this time, they would have witnessed the culprit. Every one of their expressions, Gines said cautiously as she bent down to observe them. There are slight differences in their expressions. These 4 were lying on their stomachs. Their expressions before they died were very similar. Anger, hatred, unwillingness, and gnashing of teeth. Perhaps they didn't even have the time to react before they were heavily injured and died. That's why they had this kind of unwillingness and resentment. These 2 are lying on their sides. Their expressions are one of shock, disbelief, and confusion. They should have sensed the killer's fatal blow and tried their best to fight back, but to no avail. This made them very shocked and confused. While they were struggling on the ground, this expression froze on their faces. The last 2 should be the strongest. One of them is lying on his back, and the other is leaning against the wall. His expression is much more subtle than the previous 6. The one lying down was filled with regret and pain, while the one sitting was filled with relief and helplessness. They had tried their best to fight back, but they still failed. However, they should be the last ones to die, so they struggled to see the murderer. That was why they were filled with regret and sudden realization before they died. In other words, as long as the 2 of them know the identity of the enemy in advance, they can make an effective response. Gines stood up with a cold expression and crossed her arms. She looked at Gilbert, who was beside her, and seemed to be a little resigned. The murderer is not a supreme realm expert. If he's as strong as a Lamiter, then the final 2 people will be filled with despair and fear. The murderer should have used a special skill, psionic ability, or mechanism. He cleverly attacked the strongest first, then the last 6 people who were slightly weaker. That was why after the 2 strongest people fell, they had the chance and time to see the murderer and his killing method. Although he is not a supreme realm expert, his speed is very fast. Perhaps he is close to or even more than half of the supreme realm experts. However, because he is not a supreme realm expert, there is still an order when he kills people. Yodel walked forward and crouched down in front of the corpses, as if he was verifying Gines' words. Gilbert stared at the woman in front of him in a daze. It was as if he was looking at the high-spirited young girl in the courtroom 20 years ago. He also saw the young, inexperienced, and sunny young man who always stood behind her. He sighed in his heart and walked in front of her. "Madam Gines, I know that you were once the most outstanding police officer in the capital. You even participated in the investigation of the royal family's assassination during the Bloody Year, and tracked down the Heir mystic. Even the kingdom's secret intelligence department often seconded you. Gilbert said calmly with his hands behind his back. Your reasoning is also very brilliant, and as sharp as it was in the past. However, our top priority right now is to find that child. Gines was deep in thought and glanced at him. The most outstanding police officer? She unconsciously clenched her fists. Bullsh *T police officer. However, the charming lady did not show any emotions. Instead, she used her left hand, which was placed on her other arm, to stroke the beauty mark on the left side of her lips out of habit. She chuckled softly without saying a word. Men are indeed the representatives of carelessness and carelessness. Gilbert narrowed his eyes and lifted the top hat on his head slightly to show his doubt. Did I not make myself clear enough? Gines put down her hands and walked forward in large strides. She pointed at the corpses in front of her and said confidently, "These two super-class guards were the strongest. They were also the first ones to be attacked when they stood together. These two people were the second ones to be attacked, while the other four were the last ones to be attacked. However, the order of their deaths was reversed. The strongest struggled until the end and saw the murderer. As long as I can determine their positions before they were attacked, I can follow the tracks and find the location of the murderer's invasion." Although the amount of blood loss was so great that the blood traces were mixed together, it was difficult to find traces of the guards struggling to move before they died. However, according to the time of the bleeding in the arteries and the speed at which the people fell to the ground and struggled, with the two strongest as the center, I can draw two circles. This is the range of their movements before they were attacked and until they died. Don't forget, these two strongest were attacked by the same weapon at almost the same time. In other words, they were standing together before they were attacked. Therefore, the intersection point of these two circles is the location where they were attacked. Two circles have two intersection points. One of them is the answer. It is the location where the two were truly attacked. It is also the location where the murderer invaded. Gine's expression was focused. Step by step, she used her footsteps to draw the shapes. The content of her words made Gilbert and Yodel look at her solemnly. Based on the last gazes of these two strongest people before they died, the murderer appeared at this location after killing everyone. I guess it is also the location where the child was standing. Starting from the murderer's last appearance, Gine stood at that position and retreated step by step. According to the order in which they were attacked, we roughly found the murderer's path of movement. Gine slowly walked past a few corpses and returned to the corpses of the two strongest people. At the end of the path, the closest point between the two circles is this intersection point. Gines walked past the corpses that were lying on the ground. Her gaze was fierce. Finally, she stood at a spot. This is the location where the two strongest people were attacked first. In other words, this is the location where the murderer invaded and attacked first. Gilbert quickly walked forward and looked around. "Are you saying that the murderer suddenly appeared here?" he said slowly. "The mercenary team did attack this place. But that is impossible. This place is still far from the stairs. During the time we were cleaning up the mess, he had nowhere to hide." Gines chuckled contemptuously again. Only Yodel quietly walked forward and pointed at a small decorative vase at the side. This kind of vase was very common in the corridor. There was only one and it was the closest to Gines. Under Gilbert's puzzled gaze, Gines quickly walked forward, grabbed the vase, and smashed it without hesitation. Bang. She quietly crouched down and grabbed a piece of the vase. After observing it carefully, she used her finger to gently wipe the inner wall of the vase, and showed it to the two useless men. Gilbert was surprised to find that Gine's finger was stained with red blood. Yodel also crouched down and picked up a few pieces. There were also tiny drops of blood in the inner wall of the vase. "No place to hide?" Gines laughed sarcastically, making Gilbert feel a little awkward. "So." Gilbert took the pieces of the vase and his expression changed. "This is," Gines stood up and said in a capable and experienced manner, "victims. 8. Cause of death. Bleeding in the carotid artery. Murderer. Supra-class blood clansmen or vampires. Murder weapon blood claw. While Gines was speaking excitedly, she suddenly froze and realized the current situation. Hence, she clenched her teeth and swallowed the words she was about to say. After all, I am no longer a police officer. Gines shook her head and got rid of the irrelevant emotions. So he relied on his innate talent in blood transformation to sneak in and hide. He also relied on his innate speed to kill and plunder. He did not rely on his own abilities. Gines raised her head and rolled her eyes at Gilbert. This is the supreme class elite you were talking about? Gilbert was very embarrassed, but he knew that this was not the time to be angry, so he asked politely, "This is really an eye-opener. So that child? This is considered an eye-opener?" Gines thought scornfully. What a narrow-minded high-ranking person. If you have seen Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department, Extet's Secret Room, Main Equinox Dynasty's Raven Guards and Humble Dynasty's Quintana, then you will know how many terrifying people there are in the dark. They only need to move their fingers to know all your secrets. Then her gaze sharpened and she said resolutely, when the incident happened, the sun had not set yet. He could only use the method of transforming blood to hide among the few groups of mercenaries. Blood clansmen who have not reached supreme class can only transform into blood water, and it will not last more than half an hour. This means that the few groups of mercenaries arrived here within half an hour. A group of mercenaries traveling at full speed would only take half an hour to reach Twilight District in the Eastern District, which is filled with noble manners, the Morning Star District, which is where the City Hall and business gathers, and the Central District, where Renaissance Palace is located. Gines exhaled. The mature beauty ended her reasoning. She habitually extended her hand to the back of her waist, but she did not manage to grab anything. She was stunned again, then laughed bitterly in her heart. Yes, I am no longer a police officer. Even my addiction to smoking has long since been quitted. The intern who used to follow behind me and pass me the fire has long since become another person, hasn't he? She sighed. The shrewd lady stopped reminiscing and looked at Gilbert. Make your decision, Your Grace. Gilbert took a deep breath. The ones who sent people to test us are definitely nobles. The area of the Eastern District is not small, and the manors are the most suitable places to hide blood clansmen. Although there are many manors there. Yodel's figure flashed and disappeared. Gilbert was choked by his colleague's rude action. He could only sigh. All right, at least we have narrowed down the search area. Gilbert looked at Gines and nodded slightly at her. She only snorted softly. Gilbert did not disobey. Instead, he called out the people again. Open the backup armory. Everyone get ready and change into the silver exorcism sword. Pick 30 of your best men and follow me out. Target Eastern District. Take that lamp with you. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the muffled sounds from the ceiling continued, and they became more urgent. Chris turned around abruptly and showed a slightly anxious expression for the first time. He looked at Thales with an unfriendly gaze and ordered Istrone. Send him back to the dungeon. Lock him up properly. Then, before Istrone and Thales could react, the old man and Rolana disappeared before their eyes. Istrone also had a pleasantly surprised expression. He lifted Thales up, ignoring the latter's struggles and shouts. Hey, what's going on? Didn't we want to exchange information? Sir Istrone? Thales and shot towards the stone stairs. In the next second before the dizziness passed, Thales fell headfirst on the wet stone floor. Asterisk thud. Asterisk he grimaced in pain. Little brat. Stay there properly. No matter what you do, we can hear you. After the crisp sound of the lock and Istrone's anxious message, the surroundings became quiet. Thales then got up in annoyance and relief. Istrone had already disappeared. So he quietly extended his hand to his leg and pretended to scratch an itch. He inadvertently made a cut on the police officer's dagger that was tied to him. Pain came. His blood dripped to the ground. It's here. Thales took a deep breath and welcomed the burning sensation all over his body. This way Gilbert and Yodel will know where I am, right? He exhaled softly and completely relaxed. His whole body was suddenly hit by a sense of fatigue. The transmigrator trembled as he touched a wall and sat down. Today's experience is not at all inferior to yesterday's trip to Red Street Market. Now, Thales finally had the time to observe his surroundings. The dim light came from 2 small torches. The stone floor was damp, cold, and hard. The mottled walls were covered with countless scratches and carvings. There was a narrow metal fence and a large lock as thick as an arm. He kicked a rusty chain beside his feet, and it made a ringing sound. Thales sighed and lay down on the cold ground. Without a doubt, this was a prison cell. It was damp, murky, and bloody. Bloody? Thales smelled the salty fishy smell in the air. It was the same smell as the one he smelled at Red Street Market last night, except that it was thicker. As his heart tightened, terrifying screams and moans suddenly came from outside the prison cell. Thales stood up in fright. In his previous life, the transmigrator did not have much tolerance for horror movies. It was always the late-stage Chinibu who forced him to watch them. It was called training one's courage. Under the stimulation of goosebumps, Thales' brain started to work on its own again. Dungeon. Blood. Blood clan. Screams and moans. Thales suddenly knew where he was. It was the Blood clan's food cabinet. A wave of nausea came. Thales sighed again. The amount of sighs he made over the past 2 days was probably more than the amount of water he drank. But just as he was about to sit down, a faint and rough panting sound suddenly came from beside him. Huff, huff, ah. He was so frightened that he crawled a few steps in the opposite direction. Can you stop scaring me? Thales patted his chest in fright. Only then did he realize that his prison cell was not a luxurious single room. Thales slowly approached that direction. In his dim vision, a human body wearing heavy shackles and panting painfully on the ground appeared. Ugh! In the darkness, the prisoner seemed to be unable to speak. He could only gasp continuously, and his voice was filled with pain and suffering. There seemed to be a tube connected to his wrists that were locked tightly in the shackles, and it was connected to the outside of the prison cell. Thales knew what that was. If it were up to me, just connect the blood collection device and the blood transfusion tube and lock him in the coffin. This was what Istron had said before. It seems that this is the blood collection device. Sigh. Thales lowered his head and exhaled again helplessly. He's probably a pitiful person who was abducted by the Blood Clan and brought here to become their food source. Ugh! As if he sensed the arrival of the person, the prisoner struggled and moaned. Thales felt another wave of nausea. This wave of nausea made him decide that he had to do something. I'm sorry, it might hurt a little. Please bear with it for a while, he said softly to the poor prisoner. The transmigrator extended his hand and touched the prisoner's wrist. He rubbed the crude blood collection device and pulled out a needle that was a few inches deep into the prisoner's blood vessel with force. Ugh! The prisoner struggled and moaned even harder, but he still made incomprehensible sounds like a mute. Thales pressed on the wound on his wrist. Fortunately, there was not much blood. Of course, it was also possible that he did not have much HP left to begin with. Thales thought gloomily. Although Thales was nervous and fearful when he fought against the 3 Blood Clansmen earlier, he had never felt heavy-hearted. However, now that he looked at this blood source who was chained and had his blood extracted, he started to feel heavy-hearted for some reason. Maybe it's pity, he thought self-deprecatingly. Thales touched the shackle. Only then did he notice that it was a mechanical lock made of dark black stone. It was engraved with complicated patterns and words. It was heavy and ingenious, and it locked the prisoner's hands tightly in front of his chest. There were also 2 clamps extending upwards, clamping the prisoner's cheeks tightly. He could not even shake his head left and right. Thales pushed hard and found that this heavy mechanical stone lock seemed to be firmly fixed to the ground, or it was so heavy that it was no different from being fixed to the ground. It seemed to be a heavy lock specially prepared for elites. Thales touched the position of the shackle. It was made of a special metal. At this moment, the metal suddenly heated up, and a scorching heat came from the shackle. Thales could not help but cry out in pain and let go of the shackle. The transmigrator frowned and tried the shackle again. As long as someone touched it, it would explode with a high temperature. It seemed that he could not do anything to unlock it. The prisoner's struggles slowly decreased. Thales watched him struggle and suffer in pain. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but he could only silently retreat to the side and sit down against the wall. As he moved, the light from the torches outside the cell lost its cover and shone directly on the prisoner's face. Thales saw the poor man clearly. This was a person covered in scars. His gray clothes were torn and dirty. He was also disabled. Below his knees, there was nothing at all. What was more terrifying was his neck. The flesh there had clumped together, showing a horrifying purplish-black color, as if his throat had suffered a serious injury. It was probably because of this that he could not speak. Thales touched his throat and remembered the 2 times he was strangled. When he thought of the pain, he could not help but shudder. He looked at the prisoner and thought to himself, "Poor man. He is covered in injuries, but it is a miracle that he can live until now." The prisoner's expression was exaggerated. His facial features were contorted as he panted, as if he was enduring great pain. But he could only let out rough moans that sounded like a whimper. Short green hair covered half of his face. The other half of his face had a strange tattoo. Whimper. He continued to moan in pain. Wait. Thales was suddenly stunned. He recognized the tattoo on the prisoner's face. The transmigrator suddenly realized that the person who was in the same cell as him, panting and unable to speak, was actually an old friend. An old friend, whom he and Jayla had just met at Red Street Market last night. Madeira Ralph, the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang's 12 strongest. A psionic who was good at controlling the wind. A supra-class expert. Chapter 29. What does despair feel like? Ralph felt that he knew the answer to this question. The pain of his throat being crushed and torn by the female bartender from the Brotherhood. He still did not know Jayla's name. Seemed to have happened just 5 minutes ago. After that, he felt as if he was enduring that pain every single moment. Blood flowed from his throat into his lungs. The pain spread from his throat to his brain. Even his airways were blocked. He could not speak. He could not breathe. He could not move. He was like a severely injured and dying wild dog that was casually abandoned on Red Street Market. Whether he died of pain, suffocation, he did not have long to live. Only his childhood experience of wandering around the Camus Union had forced him to live, and his desire to live was the only thing that kept him alive. He, the superpower user who could control the wind, used his superpower again and again. As if he were squeezing a sponge, he squeezed the air that was full of dust, blood, and filth into his lungs through his cracked throat, one mouthful after another. Then he squeezed the air out from another wound on his neck. Phew. 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 Every breath was accompanied by inhuman pain. It was as if he was going back and forth between Hell's River and the human world. I'm probably the first person to use my psionic ability to prolong my life, Ralph thought sadly. Ralph felt like a stray dog that scavenged for trash in the sewers for a living. The female bartender left. The cop left. A few teams of thugs passed by his heavily injured and dying body. A spy flipped him over and checked his mouth and nose. An earth-shattering explosion reached his ears. Ralph did not care about it. He only instinctively used his psionic ability to breathe amidst the pain. Until dawn. Until Numino, who retreated in panic, carried his corpse. Numino, who was born as a hunter in the countryside, was recognized as a coward among the strongest 12. Ralph had always looked down on him. He mocked, humiliated, and bullied him in the gang. It was the Phantom Wind followers' hobby. The most ironic thing was that it was this coward whom he despised who collected his corpse at the last moment. Ralph was woken up by the sharp pain in his legs. His hands were tightly bound. He opened his eyes in the police station's morgue. Then he saw Nikolai, the leader of Blood Bottle Gang's 8 cadres. He did not know that he had already lost 5 of them in Red Street Market. Was the Red Viper Nikolai? But Nikolai only stared at him with a complicated expression, shaking his head in disgust and malevolence. You are one of the few survivors from the Blood Bottle Gang, Red Viper said faintly. Ralph struggled and wanted to make a sound. He endured the pain in his throat, but he could only make meaningless sounds. A sharp pain came from his knee. He could not feel anything below his knees. Look at you, Ralph, the strongest of the 12 strongest, the only superclass expert. That outstanding, arrogant, and promising phantom wind follower, Ralph. A young man who was proudly recommended to the Heir mystic by Lady Catherine. A young man with limitless potential. The red viper gently patted his face. Her eyes were still filled with complex emotions and disgust. But now he's lying here like a corpse, unable to speak, unable to breathe, unable to move, unable to eat. Why are you still alive? The red viper's eyebrows furrowed. His expression became ugly and crazed. Why are you the one who survived, and not Sykes, Song, Sven or Dorno? Why are you the one who survived? Why are you the one who survived? Why are you the one who survived and not mine? Ralph widened his eyes. He struggled in anger and pain, but the double pain and disability prevented him from moving. The red viper put away his anger and started laughing. He was very happy, but also very sick. Blood Bottle Gang has suffered heavy losses, and my power has also been greatly damaged, he said softly. If the members were complete, maybe Catherine could step on me and rise to power. Who knows? But Nikolai's expression became ferocious. But how can a phantom wind follower, who cannot speak, has no legs, and is seriously injured and on the verge of death, serve her? So, Nikolai said as he stretched out his hand. With a twisted expression he pinched Ralph's knee. The wound that was forcefully stopped bleeding by the flames. Why don't you just die in battle and disappear? Ugh. Ralph shut his eyes tightly in pain. He struggled with all his might to move his body, which was seriously injured and unable to move. It was not to break free, but to reduce the pain in his knee. The wind psionic ability that he relied on to breathe was almost interrupted. I am in a bad mood today. I have to clean up the mess and run into walls everywhere. Nikolai sighed and continued, but I have gotten rid of you and eliminated a genius that Catherine thinks highly of. I still feel very happy. Looking at the resentment, pain, and rage in Ralph's eyes, Nikolai showed an apologetic and helpless expression. He smiled and said, I have no choice. They want a superclass elite, and they even emphasized that the wrist must be left to draw blood. Otherwise, I would have cut off your hand and not your leg. He patted Ralph's face in the end and whispered into his ear, I wish you and the vampires have a good time. Nikolai's footsteps faded into the distance. 2 thugs from the Blood Bottle Gang walked over. One of them picked up a 3-inch-long copper needle with a tube, while the other grabbed Ralph's limp wrist. At that moment, Ralph deeply felt despair. Thales stared blankly at Ralph. He had the urge to ask him what happened to Jayla in the end. What was the outcome of their battle? Did Jayla escape? How did Ralph end up like this? Was he not a member of the Blood Bottle Gang? But Thales hesitated, because he saw Ralph at that very moment. He saw this legless man whose gaze was unfocused, and could only express his emotions with meaningless cries. His eyes were a mixture of despair, pain, regret, and grief. He still remembered Ralph from last night. Frivolous, confident, arrogant, and extraordinary. He came and went freely in the endless gale, leaving behind his signature laughter. And now? Huff huff. Ralph closed his eyes again and moaned in pain. The phantom wind follower who was casual, sharp-tongued, and fearless was no longer there. His lips were dark and dry, and it was obvious that he was severely dehydrated. But Thales could not find any water, and he could not be sure if Ralph could still swallow in his current condition. Thales did not even know how he breathed. The prince only sat at the side in a daze, watching Ralph suffer in pain and struggle. In the 2nd year after he transmigrated, a female beggar's legs were broken by Quide. That poor girl wailed for an entire night before she died. At that time, Thales was still muddle-headed and only managed to retrieve a few pieces of his memories. He was horrified and terrified by the horrors of reality. He could only hide in a hole in the wall and shiver. So in his dreams, he listened to the girl's wails for an entire night. It was similar to now. Later on, he did wonder why he did not have more courage to end the girl's pain. Thales looked at Ralph's deformed appearance, and his heart felt heavy. No matter how great the crime, No one deserves to suffer like this, he told himself. In the end, the boy still sighed and crawled to Ralph's side. He said softly, "Ralph. Madeira Ralph." Even though his consciousness was gradually fading away, at that moment, Ralph's pupils still instinctively focused. Who will remember me? A cripple like this, waiting for death? Thales gently pulled out JC's dagger and slowly pressed it against Ralph's neck. I know that you are in pain right now. You are enduring torment and suffering that ordinary people cannot imagine. And I can end your life and help you to free yourself from all of this. Ralph's breathing through his throat and psionic ability suddenly became disorderly. Torture. Suffering. Relief? But I must ask you solemnly and cautiously, Madeira Ralph. Are you willing to let me free you from your pain? If you are willing, blink your eyelids. If you are not willing, I will only ask this once. Thales had a solemn expression as he waited for Ralph's reaction. In the darkness, Ralph stared at the boy's blurry silhouette in front of him. Relief. Ralph felt the pain from his throat to his knees. Every breath tore open the wound in his throat. Every time he struggled, it affected the stump in his knees. He was thirsty, hungry, cold, in pain, and most terrifying of all, in despair. He remembered the feeling of the wind fluttering beside him. He remembered the first time he killed someone with his psionic ability, the first time he entered a gang, the first time he received a reward from the higher-ups, the first time he became a man with that frail girl's body, and the first time he met the air mystic as if he was on a pilgrimage. He remembered his enemy's fearful gazes, his companion's submissive gazes, her expression of admiration, and the smugness and satisfaction he felt when he heard the whispers about the strongest 12. That was the glory of the past. And he had lost all of it forever. Isn't it? In the next moment, Ralph's gaze was firm. He tried his best to drive his greatly reduced psionic ability and inhale, a breath for his half-crippled body. Then the phantom wind follower trembled. He used all his strength and endured the pain of rubbing against the locks on both sides to raise his head and look at Thales seriously. He prepared to blink. One blink is enough. One. Thales then saw Ralph's eyelids tremble. They trembled and slowly closed towards the center. Thales sighed in his heart and slowly tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. But Ralph's eyelids only trembled and stopped in the middle of his eyes. They did not close until the very last moment. A long time passed. A long time passed. A familiar or unfamiliar scene flashed before the eyes of the former phantom wind follower. Barren fields, dirty muddy roads, wild dogs everywhere, and swarms of flies. That was when he was young, struggling to survive in the countryside of Kemu Union. That time he fought with a group of wild dogs for a piece of black bread that was almost finished by a swarm of flies. Those wild dogs are so fierce, Ralph thought quietly in the dungeon. Their deafening roars, their relentless biting, their insane strength, and yet. Ralph subconsciously licked his upper teeth. That bread tastes terrible. In Thales' eyes, Ralph's face trembled and twisted. His eyelids slowly relaxed, opened, and returned to their previous angle. Asterisk thud. Asterisk between the two locks, Ralph's head, which he had painstakingly propped up, suddenly fell backwards as if he had deflated. The back of his head hit the ground. In the end he did not blink. Thales quietly exhaled and slowly put down the dagger in his hand. But Ralph was oblivious to the pain at the back of his head and the scratches on his cheeks. His twisted face, along with his head, began to tremble slightly. Asterisk sob. Sob. Asterisk this was not a moan. Thales could not help but be stunned. He saw Ralph close his eyes in pain. His face trembled, and he allowed the transparent liquid to flow continuously from his eyes. Asterisk sob. Asterisk his voice was very suppressed and sorrowful. He was crying. The phantom wind follower, the once powerful and glorious psionic, man and warrior. He was actually crying. He did not know if he was crying for his own cowardice or the pain at the moment. He was like an ordinary person, a normal person, or even a slightly weak little citizen. As if he could not bear the burden. He cried. Thales could only watch in a daze. He watched this man who could not speak or breathe normally. After giving up the chance to be free, he fell to the ground and cried bitterly. Thales turned his head away dejectedly, but his grip on the dagger in his hand tightened. Ursula Ned Kellett. The child beggars who died in the 6th house and did not even have surnames appeared before his eyes one by one. He thought about his own situation, Gilbert and Yodel. The prince furrowed his eyebrows and lowered his head to look at his hand. The new cut on it was as familiar as the burning sensation he felt earlier. At that moment, something seemed to fall from the bottom of his heart. Thales moved closer to Ralph's ear for the second time. "I understand now," he said softly. Ralph was still crying uncontrollably. "Then, are you willing to break free of these shackles?" Ralph's crying paused for a moment. It did not stop, but it gradually became softer. The wailing little girl with a broken leg appeared before Thales' eyes. He thought of almost every child who died in the abandoned houses in the past 4 years. Screams and wails came from outside the prison. This F***ed-up world. The boy did not know what was in the underground prison, but his gaze as he looked at Ralph became simpler and clearer. Then, the prince stared seriously at the phantom wind follower, who could no longer move with the wind, and continued speaking in a resolute and decisive manner. He continued to speak resolutely. "Break free of these shackles, and then with this broken body, struggle to survive in this world. Let's see how cruel it can be. Are you willing?" Ralph stopped crying. He could not move his head. He could only turn his gaze and stare at the boy beside him in a daze. The boy enunciated each word clearly. "This may not be freedom. Perhaps the price will be great. You may even die immediately. And I am only doing this for myself." Thales lowered his head and said slowly, "But I can try to give you a chance. But I can try to give you a chance to break free from these shackles and struggle one more time. Are you willing?" Ralph's eyes were fixed on the boy's eyes. Even though there were still tears in his eyes, he suddenly wanted to laugh in his heart. He seemed to feel that the pain in his throat and knees were gradually becoming numb. Those wild dogs who fought with him for his bread. The fate of those stray dogs. Ralph forced himself to breathe, and a strange joy welled up in his heart. The fate of those dogs. How tragic. Ralph, who was lying on the ground, raised his trembling eyes and stared at Thales. In the next moment, the phantom wind follower slowly but clearly. He blinked once. Everyone blinked countless times in their lives. It was inconspicuous. But just now, Ralph blinked once. It was the most important blink of his life. Ralph slowly lowered his head. Thales smiled, dispersing the gloom in his heart. The prince nodded briskly. "All right, I understand. I originally thought that His Highness had woken up ahead of time, but it doesn't seem to be the case now." In a dark room on the 3rd floor of Vine Manor, Chris furrowed his eyebrows. In front of him was a huge brownish-black stone coffin that was connected to countless blood vessels. It had complicated patterns and was as tall as a person, 3 meters wide and 6 meters long. At that moment, the huge coffin kept vibrating. "I tried to connect to His Highness consciousness, but the feedback is still chaotic. There's only hunger and killing instincts. No matter how I pacify and communicate, it's the same." Chris put down a blood vessel in his hand. His expression became increasingly grim. "If this continues, His Highness will only use up his remaining energy and blood in advance." Rolana's expression was horrified. The red-haired blood clansman said nervously, "Something must have agitated His Highness, but we didn't do anything." Chris' eyes sparkled. There was no trace of the deathly stillness and dryness from before. The old man said resolutely, "It's not us. His Highness only had this reaction 5 minutes ago." At that time, Chris's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and shouted at Istrone, who had a solemn expression on his face. "Don't worry." He shouted at the solemn-looking Istrone. "That whelp. We can smell the fragrance of his blood even from 2 floors away. With His Highness' sense of smell, it's even more obvious. Where's that whelp?" The restless Istrone looked at the agitated Chris and answered subconsciously. He seemed to have accidentally cut himself just now. Then he pulled out that half-crippled superclass's blood vessel, and said some strange things. "I didn't listen carefully then The expressionless Chris did not listen to Istrone's explanation. The suspicious coffin was still vibrating and making muffled sounds. The old man rudely and directly interrupted Istrone's words. Bring that whelp up. No, I say you stay here. Let Rolana do it. As he watched the huge coffin vibrate more frequently, an unusual spark flashed in Chris' eyes. His blood is what His Highness desires. This plan is very risky, Thales calmly stated to Ralph, who was on the ground. It was as if he had returned to the sixth house and was doing everything he could to protect the innocent child beggars who were born to suffer in Hell's River. But it's even more unwise to sit here and wait for a miracle and surrender. Ralph only quietly looked at the boy, whose gaze was obviously different from ordinary people. He laboriously inhaled a mouthful of air. His serious look. Ralph laughed in his heart. He's not any worse than Big Sister. The Phantom Wind follower did not realize that after experiencing the choice between life and death, he had already become much more at ease. Thales continued to explain calmly, as if he was not the one speaking. I don't know how much power you have left, but I estimate that it won't be a lot. Also, that old man's power. So reckless risks and waiting passively are not suitable for the current situation. Our best timing is to wait for my reinforcements to arrive. The moment they break the door, you won't be able to wait for reinforcements, mortal whelp. A cold female voice interrupted Thales' words. Ralph's expression instantly tensed up. Thales was stunned for a moment. He turned his head around in disbelief and looked at the cell door. Outside the bars, Rolana Corleone, who was dressed in a playful riding outfit, used her slender and beautiful right index finger to seductively scratch her lips. At the same time, she used her left hand, which had turned into a terrifying claw, to violently open the cell door's lock. Istron said it before, right? No matter what you do, we will be able to hear you. Young Mr. Istron, who played a trick on you. As if mocking him, Rolana chuckled and swayed her alluring slender waist. Step by step, she gracefully and seductively entered the cell through the open cell door. What a pity. Perhaps if you were a few years older, even I would be bewitched by you. But now, you are about to become His Highness's fragrant and rich energy-filled beverage. Perhaps the adorable Rolana can even have a taste? Watching Rolana, who could suddenly appear at any time, Thales understood that she could subdue him at any time. The prince heaved a deep sigh. It was sincere and regretful. Ralph, he said flatly. There was not a hint of panic in his voice. I need 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Rolana suddenly felt uneasy. She thought of Istron, who had been fooled. What other trump card could he have? That half-crippled superclass mortal who was trapped in the Nightwing stone lock. But the cunning Rolana did not want to take the risk. Her expression became fierce and decisive in the blink of an eye. A deliberately mystifying brat. Her alluring figure flashed before Thales' eyes in an instant. Once His Highness has sucked you dry, you can still. But at this moment, a strange gust of wind suddenly rose up in the narrow prison cell. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the light from the fire flickered rapidly and dimmed. The gust of wind pushed Rolana 3 steps back. Shocked, she quickly grabbed the bars beside her and stood firmly. This is a psionic ability? Impossible. This child cannot be a psionic. That is... Rolana strenuously looked at the superclass elite who was chained to the ground by the Nightwing stone lock beside Thales. It's him. He's already in this state, but he still has some strength left. It's useless. Rolana breathed a sigh of relief and thought happily. Being chained to this state and heavily injured, even if you have a psionic ability, how long can you last? As for that trickster, even if I have to endure Chris' scolding later, I will have a taste of him first. He will definitely leave a deep impression on you. Rolana thought fiercely. Then let's begin. Thales looked at Rolana, who was obstructed by the gust of wind in front of him. He calmly turned the dagger around. 10. Under Ralph's puzzled gaze, he used his uninjured right hand to hold the tip of the dagger. 9. Good luck to both of us, he said. 8. My first mystic ability test. 7. Begin. 6. Thales stared at the black stone shackles on Ralph's body. Ralph's face turned red as he stared at Rolana. The gust of wind continued. Rolana gripped the bars beside her with a cold expression. Her left hand began to transform into a terrifying crimson claw. 5. I want to break his shackles, Thales thought silently. I want to save this man who has nothing left. 4. If it's really as I expected. The boy recalled the scenes of life and death in his mind. Quide's hand around his neck. Asda's hand clenched gently. Also the bloody scene in my distant memory, and the gentle Chinibu whose name I cannot name. 3. Thales clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. His right hand suddenly grabbed the metal lock. A burning sensation came from the metal. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. Rolana felt something. She turned her head in shock, and found that the bars she was holding on to were vibrating. What's going on? The female blood clansman thought in panic. That half-crippled fellow. Does he have multiple psionic abilities? 2. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the bars shattered into countless small pieces as Rolana's hand moved. Rolana, who could not stand steadily, clutched the wound on her arm and screamed. She was instantly blown out of the dungeon by the gust of wind formed by psionic abilities. 1. Rolana's shrill and crazy roars traveled into his ears. A burning sensation hit him. 0. Light. Thales thought as his consciousness blurred. So much light. In the room on the 3rd floor where the giant coffin was kept, Chris suddenly had a strange expression. What is Rolana trying to do? He asked coldly as he looked at the giant coffin that kept making muffled sounds. Perhaps she wants to try her mouth first, Istrone answered carefully. He felt the Lord's nervousness and continued. She has always been. No. They are. Istrone's words were interrupted by the outside world as the two of them looked at each other in shock. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a loud sound that sounded like an explosion came from underground. A cloud of dust blew in from outside the door. The expressions of the two blood clansmen, one old and one young, changed at the same time. They exchanged glances. Something happened in the dungeon. In the next moment, their figures appeared outside the manor. The moment Istrone saw the scene before him clearly, he was so shocked that he lost his composure. Under the moonlight, the legless supra-class mortal with a tattoo on his face, the former Phantom Wind follower, Madeira Ralph. He had already broken free from all restraints. He was holding the mortal's cub tightly. With the help of the gust of wind, his expression was resolute. He was flying in the air. Not far away, Gilbert's expression changed as he galloped on his horse with 30 swordsmen of eradication. Bloodline lamp, he said to the female official beside him in a low voice amidst the galloping wind. Gines, who was jolting on the horse, saw the lamp in Gilbert's arms with a solemn expression. The flame of the lamp turned red. It tilted to one side. That direction. Gilbert recalled for a while, and his expression was solemn. It is the Covendier family's Vine Manor. The female official roared angrily and lashed her horse with her whip. Who cares whose family it is? Even if it is the Walton family of Extet in front of us. We have to kill our way in. Gilbert nodded. Determination and fierceness appeared on his face. Everyone, follow me and turn. There is no need to conserve the horses. Speed up and advance. Prepare for battle. If this book is to your liking, there is no harm in liking it, recommending it, supporting the new author, and supporting niche fantasy novels other than killing monsters and leveling up. Chapter 30. Ever since Asda's disappearance, the boy had yet to truly test his power of losing control. He did not know how the mystics controlled it. He did not even understand that thing at all. He could only simulate a scenario that was most similar to the experience of losing control, based on his previous induction and inference. Then he tried to use it. In Thales' plan, this power was supposed to be something he could explore and research in secret and safely after he had more or less understood the origins of mystic energy, and mystics from Gilbert's lessons in a peaceful and safe environment. After he had considered the reactions of the people around him towards him losing control, he would then start to explore and research this power step by step in an orderly manner. However, the impending disaster before his eyes and Ralph's miserable state, where he could neither live nor die, made him decide to bring forward this potentially dangerous mystic energy experiment. The first 2 times he lost control, he used blood as a medium, the dagger as a material object, and the mysterious sphere as energy inexplicably moved before his eyes. So his initial guess was that the power had something to do with spatial transference. I just need to transfer the lock of the stone lock to my hand, Thales thought in his heart. The process of the experiment was simpler than he had imagined. The burning sensation in his body grew stronger, the stone lock grew bigger, and more scenes appeared in his mind. Then Thales lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the moonlight, heard the wind, felt the cold, and saw the blood clansmen on the ground, who were extremely shocked. He was already in Ralph's arms, and the ground beneath his feet was gradually drifting further and further away. Even though the process is a little strange, Thales thought wearily. It looks like the experiment is a success. Although Ralph was in a sorry state and in pain, he had already freed himself from the burden of the heavy shackles. He forcefully controlled the wind and floated upwards. At that moment, no one was more shocked than Chris. How is this possible? The old blood clansman mumbled with lifeless eyes. Istron and Rolana were still young. Therefore, only he knew that the Nightwing lock, used to lock the supra-class elite in the dungeon, was a secret treasure passed down in the Corleone family for nearly 1,000 years. It was a torture tool exclusive to the Blood Clan's Duke, and could only be opened with the blood of the person who was locked. It was used to trap supreme-class elites. It was originally prepared to prevent Her Highness from going berserk, when her mind was in a muddled state. After Her Highness' condition stabilized, it was used on the transcendent blood source. Even the most advanced magic gun in the world could not break the shackles. How did they open it? Before he was heavily injured, Ralph was the darling of the wind. He could even lie down 10 meters in the air with his limbs facing the sky for 5 minutes under the effect of the wind. But now, with much of his blood drained, he was extremely weak. He was tired and thirsty. The sudden loss of his legs also affected his balance. The sharp pain in his throat distracted his energy. Most of the superpower he was proud of had to be used to maintain the breathing from his throat to his lungs. He knew that he had no chance of winning against the 3 blood clansmen. And he also knew that Thales seemed to have activated a backup plan of convenience. So, after Ralph broke free from the chains, he only wanted to continuously use the wind to rise to a height that they could not reach. If the blood clansmen chased after him, he would try his best to use the strong wind to blow them down. But he still underestimated Chris, who had become a supreme-class elite hundreds of years ago. Chris' movements were not slowed down by his surprise. 1,000 years had made him more resolute despite his age. His withered face darkened, and he instantly leaped more than 10 meters into the air, pouncing towards the 2 people in the air. For Her Highness, I must snatch back that cub. He closed in on Ralph in an instant, and the strong wind rushed towards him. Thales was surprised to see that Chris, whose clothes and hair were fluttering in the strong wind, had actually turned into a bloody mist with an expressionless face. It was not a bloody water like Istron's, but a bloody mist. In Thales' eyes, the bloody mist was dispersed by Ralph's wind, but it continued to spread upwards, passing through the strong wind barrier Ralph had built without any hindrance. The bloody mist seeped into the area in front of Ralph. Under the 2 people's solemn gazes, it gradually turned back into the pale old man with an obscure face and started to descend again. Ah! Ralph could not speak. He could only roar angrily. He raised his left hand and activated his psionic power, wanting to blow the old man down from the air. But before he could finish roaring, Chris Corleone's hand gripped Ralph's left wrist. Chris' tone was even colder than the temperature in the sky. He said in a terrifying voice, "Do not even think of flying." Asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk ugh. Asterisk the sound of Ralph's bones breaking and his pained moaning came from 20 meters in the air at the same time. Then Istron, who was on the ground, and Rolana, who was covered in dirt, rushed out of the dungeon while holding her half-grown arm. They saw Ralph, who was holding Thales, being grabbed by Chris' left hand and pulled towards the ground by the latter's terrifying strength. Ah! Ralph looked as if he had gone mad. He used all his strength to urge the wind to blow him upwards, almost forgetting to breathe. But he still could not shake off Chris's sharp claws that had pierced through his bones and tightly gripped his wrist. Thales could not even open his eyes due to the strong wind. Exhausted, he had already used up all his trump cards. The prince was already powerless. Finally, Ralph, who was struggling with all his might, was inevitably pulled down from the sky by Chris. Ralph lost his balance. Almost exhausted, he tried his best to urge the wind, but Chris' great strength made it impossible for him to rise into the sky again. For His Highness, that cub must be alive, Chris said coldly as he fell from the sky with Ralph tightly clasped in his hand. Rolana licked her teeth with hatred on her face. She swung her newly grown arm and immediately smiled, getting ready to catch that cub. Beside her, Istron's perception was slightly stronger than Rolana's. His expression changed, and he suddenly looked outside the manor's gate. There, a concentrated tremor was getting closer and closer. "Rolana," Istron said anxiously, but Rolana's entire body and mind were focused on the two people in the sky. Thales did not dare open his eyes. However, the increasingly faster sound of the wind and the increasing sense of weightlessness in his ears indicated that the situation was not good. Is this move still too early because of this sudden accident? Ralph had already given up on breaking free from Chris' grip. He looked at the moon that was getting further and further away, and the ground that was getting closer and closer. His eyes gradually became pure, clear, and relieved. At that moment, Ralph suddenly realized that after experiencing so much pain, a fractured wrist was actually not that painful at all. The Phantom Wind follower's lips curled into a smile that had not appeared in a long time. "What a pity, child. Thank you for giving me a chance. At least I've struggled. And those vampires won't have the chance to touch you." Time seemed to have slowed down. Then Rolana, who was about to catch Thales on the ground, saw in shock. The half-crippled Ralph howled and roared the moment he was about to fall to the ground. With one hand, he threw Thales in the direction of the manor's house with all his might. "No!" Chris roared without any grace. But Ralph, who had one hand free, grabbed his waist tightly and threw him to the ground. Thales felt the momentum of his fall change, and his body involuntarily flew in another direction. In an instant, the stone wall of the house appeared before his eyes, and it was getting closer and closer. He was about to crash into his head. Thales could only shut his eyes tightly. Is this the end? But out of the prince's expectations, the tragic sight of his head being smashed did not happen. His momentum suddenly stopped, and he felt dizzy. Then he fell into a stable and safe embrace. Thud. Ralph and Chris fell fiercely, and the huge force even broke the ground. Dust immediately flew in the air on the empty ground of the manor. Rolana's expression changed drastically. She rushed towards Thales, who was flying in the direction of the house with a flash. But Istron, on the other hand, glanced at the manor's gate with a solemn expression. He arrived in a flash. His voice rang through the manor in the empty night. "Enemy attack." Feeling dizzy, Thales slowly opened his eyes in an embrace that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Before him, a dark purple mask and two dark lenses looked at him under the moonlight. "Don't worry, Thales." Standing on the balcony of the third floor of the manor's house, the royal family's secret protector, Yodel Kato, spoke hoarsely. His voice was even faintly trembling. "You're safe." Thales smiled tiredly but at ease. He closed his eyes and was completely at ease. A series of tremors traveled clearly from outside. Bang. The gate of Vine Manor was knocked open. Countless sounds of horse hooves surged in. "In the name of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jade Star." Count Gilbert Casso's steady and sonorous voice rang out amidst the dust and the sound of horses' hooves. "Everyone present in Vine Manor is suspected of stealing and harboring the royal family's secret treasure. Surrender immediately and do not resist. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot." There was not even a torch in a dark, empty room. There was only boundless darkness, and two barely discernible breathing sounds. "What a pity. This is probably the closest we've been to the Heir mystic in the past 12 years, an old and sharp voice said. "But all the information shows that Asda has been killed," a light and bright male voice said. "Then let me guess. You who think that he has been killed must have also read about the mystic's immortality and immortality?" The old and sharp voice mocked. "Don't be so serious, teacher," the light and bright male voice continued. "At least he has been sealed." The problem is, in Eternal Star City now, who has the ability to seal Asda? And who has the weapon to seal him? The hoarse voice drawled and continued asking questions. It's just those few. The light and bright male voice said playfully. Yes, Sai. The hoarse and sharp voice seemed to be slightly disappointed. It's just those few. There is no need to investigate the truth about Red Street Market anymore. All the files, including the big explosion in the central area and the eyewitness report of the woman carrying the child, are to be sealed for a period of time. As for Asda Sakern, tell the people at the border to be prepared. Whether it is 10 or 20 years, the Heir mystic will eventually return. The hoarse and sharp voice ordered gloomily. There was a long silence. Don't look like that, teacher. On the bright side, we have one less great enemy. On the bright side, we might even be able to attract the blood mystic, the light male voice said lazily. Don't pretend that you can see my expression. The hoarse and sharp voice said discontentedly. Then he sighed. Blood mystic. Sigh this damned fate. The capital is probably going to be in chaos again very soon. 12 years ago, at least I had Lance, Gines, Tyson and Lanzar Norfolk by my side. Now the only person I can use by my side is you. The hoarse voice sighed. It was filled with desolation and loneliness. But it was also 12 years ago that even with your group of people, didn't the late king still pass away? It can be seen that strength isn't the key, luck is. The light voice seemed to have no qualms about talking about the tragedy 12 years ago. In the darkness, the two voices were silent for a long time. Yes, even if it was 12 years ago, the hoarse voice finally answered. This time, his tone seemed to be filled with grief, indignation, and dissatisfaction. The late king still passed away. The light voice seemed to have finally realized that the atmosphere was not right. He changed the topic stiffly. By the way, the secret room sent someone to deliver a headless letter. It said that yesterday, a figure from a gang left Extet and set off towards Constellation, towards Eternal Star City. The old woman also said that this was to repay your previous favor. The long-awaited cooperation between the Secret Intelligence Department and the secret room. The hoarse and sharp voice seemed to have been piqued. Coming to the capital at this time? The blood mystic? No, I sent someone to investigate. It seems to be a doctor from Blackstreet Brotherhood. His name is Ramon. Is there something wrong with him? Someone saw him performing a little trick on a small road in the countryside. Little trick? The hoarse voice finally became serious. Yes, a little trick, the light male voice said in a cynical tone. But according to the profound knowledge stored in all 20 levels of the Jade Star Library, I came to the conclusion that this little trick, that can instantly heal wounds, was commonly known as. His cheerful voice instantly became low. Magic. The voice slowly faded away. This darkness had truly sunk into a deathly stillness. It was like a graveyard in the middle of the night. After a long time, that old woman. The hoarse voice actually chuckled softly. She actually used this information as a favor to repay me. How cunning and treacherous, just like in the past. Gilbert took the lead. The guards formed by the swordsmen of eradication rode on their horses and charged into the manor. They surrounded the three blood clansmen. Unsheath your silver swords and prepare to meet the enemy. Gilbert did not waste any more words. He knew that his previous declaration of not killing those who surrender was just a formality. What was truly effective was usually only power and weapons. Just like diplomacy. Rolana. Istron agilely moved his body and avoided the two swords that were aimed at his head. He shouted anxiously and angrily. What are you doing? He shouted anxiously and angrily. Summon the shadow guards. Rolana landed on a window on the second floor. She was extremely furious. Regardless of whether it was her unparalleled physique or her indestructible claws, she could not do anything to Yodel Kato, whose figure would disappear and reappear from time to time while he held Thales in his arms. She was also aware of the current situation. Hence, she spread her arms and let out a soundless roar with a strange rhythm towards the direction of the underground prison. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk suddenly. A tremor that sounded like a thunderstorm came from the direction of the dungeon. Gilbert's expression changed. He swung the long sword in his hand decisively, and the swordsmen beside him shouted in unison. But it was already too late. A black tide suddenly erupted from the entrance of the dungeon. It charged towards the horse formation formed by the 30 swordsmen of eradication. Gilbert saw the thing that charged out clearly. With a steely expression he roared, "Form a ring formation. It's a blood thrall." The 30 swordsmen of eradication, who were at least of ordinary class, also saw the thing that charged out. It was a person with blood-red eyes and a crazed look on their faces. Almost all of them were battle-hardened guards. They knew what the creature in front of them was. It was the lowest form of the Blood Clan. It was formed by humans or other races who had accepted the blood essence of the Blood Clan and were transformed into blood thralls. They were hungry, crazy, loyal, and unafraid of death. Dozens of blood thralls surged towards the horse formation like a tidal wave. Gilbert saw the situation clearly and knew that Thales was already safe. Blindly relying on horsepower to attack these fearless creatures would only increase the number of casualties on his side. "Defend," he ordered loudly. "Huh." The 30 swordsmen of eradication roared angrily. They got down from their mounts and quickly formed a circular formation. Each of them stepped forward with their left feet and slanted their right swords to protect the person beside them. This was the defensive formation that Constellation was famous for, returning light formation. At this moment, a figure slowly stood up from the pit that Ralph and Chris had created. Then the figure flickered and disappeared. "Please wait here for a while and rest." Yodel gently placed Thales on the balcony of the 3rd floor. He saw Chris' figure emerge from the dust and then disappear. "We will take care of the rest." Then Yodel also disappeared before Thales' eyes. In the next moment, Yodel's grayish short sword with a crisscross cross appeared in midair. It clashed with Chris's sharp claws, who was charging toward the 3rd floor. Sparks flashed in the air. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a piercing sound assaulted everyone's eardrums. But surprisingly, there was no collision of air. Yodel and Chris, 2 supreme-class elites who could be considered the best in the world in the Western Peninsula, roughly understood each other's strength after exchanging a few moves. They split up. This is the ability to move through shadows. Chris' expression was cold. His right claw pierced deeply into the wall of the 2nd floor and fixed himself on the wall. As someone at the peak of supreme class, even in Constellation, you should not be a nobody. Is it because the light of the kingdom's wrath is too bright and has been overshadowed? The old man said coldly. The battle between the blood thralls and the guards did not attract his attention at all. All his attention seemed to be focused on Thales on the 3rd floor. As usual, Yodel did not say a word, and his emotions could not be discerned. His strange figure stood lightly and illusory on a window pane on the 2nd floor. He looked like he was on the verge of falling, but he never fell. Under the manor, the blood thralls and the round formation finally clashed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the first dull thud came from a violent collision between a blood thrall and a guard. The sharp sword beside the guard slashed open the blood thrall's body with its 2 sharp edges, while the blood thrall's claws and nails tore through the warrior's armor regardless of the cost. The same scene quickly appeared at every point of the round formation. The scene immediately became chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Thales noticed that Rolana Corleone was roaring furiously and leaping towards his direction. But before she could reach him, she was forced to take 2 steps back by a long silver metal chain that meandered in the air. "Your battlefield is here, you blood-sucking *tch. As her words were filled with anger, Thales saw a black-haired woman in her 40s. She was dressed in a suspicious light blue female court uniform. He did not know her at that time. She whipped her chain violently in front of Rolana. Rolana sneered. Her body flashed, wanting to leap out of the range of the metal chain sword. But the moment her body swayed, her neck was firmly entangled. The part of her neck that was entangled by the chain was actually emitting green smoke with a hissing sound. "This is a silver chain sword *tch. The female court official Gines roared angrily with a displeased expression. "For all of you, I have used up all my capital." At that moment, Istron's eyes turned red and turned into a pool of blood. He leaped into the air and attacked Thales as well. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Istron roared furiously. He crossed his claws and parried a silver sword that was aimed at his chest. Mr. Gilbert, who had dismounted from his warhorse and was working together with 3 swordsmen of eradication to charge past the blood slaves and stand firmly in front of the door on the first floor, looked at Istron with dissatisfaction. He raised the silver sword in his hand and made a standard starting gesture for a duel. Please stay away from that child. The battle between the blood slaves and the swordsmen was still going on, but Thales watched in exhaustion as the 3 blood clansmen pounced on him again and again, and were continuously stopped by their troublesome opponents. The prince suddenly understood. They don't want me, he said in his heart. They want something on the 3rd floor. That place must be their weakness. The sounds of the battle between the blood slaves and the swordsmen continued. The 3 blood clansmen and the 3 warriors were still fighting fiercely. When he thought of this, Thales' gaze was filled with suspicion and fear, but he still firmly pushed open the door to the balcony. After he pushed open the door, his weak body immediately collapsed in the room. Thud. However, a dull and strange sound attracted the prince's attention. Thales panted softly and raised his head. Under the moonlight outside the balcony, he slowly saw the dim room clearly. Especially the one in the center, which was connected to countless blood vessels, had complicated patterns, and the words were difficult to understand. The huge black coffin. Thud. Thud. As if awakened by something. The dull sound from the black coffin became more and more intense. It became more and more violent. Thud thud. 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 Thales suddenly realized that his action of pushing open the door and rushing into the room was more or less a little rash. Until, thud. An incredibly loud sound rose. Thales was shaken so much that he fell backwards. His eardrums rang. The lid of the black coffin seemed to explode from the inside. It shook violently and then smashed onto the ground. Thales covered his aching ears and climbed up with gritted teeth. He saw that on the edge of the black coffin that had lost its lid, a withered, charred, and filled with an ominous aura. Chapter 31. Yodel instinctively felt that something was wrong, because after a short period of confrontation and probing, the white-haired blood clansman who attacked fiercely, along with his 2 juniors, suddenly became passive. They no longer attacked, advanced, and flashed crazily and dangerously. They no longer used undetectable voices to control the blood slaves. Then Gilbert's anxious voice rose. Yodel. Even though they usually did not get along well, Yodel immediately understood what he meant. The mysterious masked protector raised his head and saw Thales push open the door from the balcony to the house and disappear into the darkness in the house. Thales, why? As the mechanical gears behind the crystal drop lenses started turning, Yodel's vision quickly zoomed in on the 3rd floor. However, that room was so dark that he could not see the situation inside at all. Yodel's heart became restless. His figure disappeared in an instant. In an unknown grayish-white world, a grayish-white moon gradually appeared. Then a grayish-white iron door appeared out of thin air. Then it was connected to a grayish-white garden, grayish-white outer walls, grayish-white windows, grayish-white houses, and so on. Soon, a grayish-white vine manor that was exactly the same as Vine Manor in reality, except for its strange color, appeared out of thin air in this world. After an unknown amount of time, as if the sky was being pulled, a spot in the air, like the surface of water that was touched by a dragonfly, suddenly formed layers of visible ripples and spread outwards. Finally, a normal-colored Yodel gently appeared in the grayish-white world from the center of the ripples in the air. He stepped on the grayish-white vine manor, which was also grayish-white. He stepped on the grayish-white, deathly silent path that was almost the same as the real world, but devoid of any signs of life. In the world of shadows, the masked protector leaped from window to window in a practiced manner, and climbed rapidly towards the 3rd floor of Vine Manor. He wanted to rush to the room on the 3rd floor from the world of shadows. However, when he was only a few meters away from stepping on the stone handrail of the balcony on the 3rd floor, Yodel suddenly paused. This was because Yodel could clearly feel that a moment ago, This grayish-white path of shadows seemed to have been struck by a heavy hammer from every corner of it. Resonance. These two words appeared in Yodel's heart. What a familiar feeling. He furrowed his brows and gave up on climbing. The next moment, Yodel's left foot kicked the grayish-white outer wall of the grayish-white house at lightning speed. He rose into the air like a swallow and rolled backward. Within a few meters of the grayish-white balcony, where Yodel had just stepped on, a strange spatial ripple appeared. The ripple spread out in a shocking manner, collapsing all the walls of the grayish-white houses around it. This ripple was a shocking blood-red color. This blood-red color instantly spread across the entire grayish-white shadow path. Yodel, who was tumbling in the air, sighed without anyone noticing. Transparent spatial ripples appeared all over his body. This Yodel's spatial ripple cancelled out the incoming blood-colored ripple. A few seconds later, his figure disappeared into the void. In the real world, below the observation deck on the third floor of Vine Manor, a bloody mist shrouded a large area of space in midair. It expanded and contracted, as though it was vibrating rhythmically. Yodel abruptly revealed himself amidst this strange vibration. Yodel, who had revealed himself, tumbled and looked at the bloody mist surrounding him. He furrowed his brows in midair. It had been 12 years, and once again, he was forced out of the shadow path. It was done in the same way as back then. What awaited him was a well-prepared ambush. The bloody mist stopped vibrating. A suffocating aura swept up countless droplets of blood and attacked him at high speed. The bloody mist condensed into an old, blood-colored right hand in the air. It struck out a seemingly light palm at Yodel, who was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. It went straight for his chest. But before the palm could get close, the clothes on Yodel's chest and abdomen made an ominous sizzling sound and shattered in the air. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the surroundings of the blood-colored palm were filled with fine bloody mist that corroded all obstacles it encountered. For example, Yodel's heart. And he was stuck in midair, unable to dodge. The shadow path could no longer provide him with protection. In midair, Yodel, who was facing imminent disaster, could only calmly retract his chest and abdomen. He curled his body into a strange shape and increased the time it would take for him to meet the palm. A little more than a second passed. A lot of things happened in this little more than a second. The dark and gloomy short sword instantly appeared in Yodel's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Yodel's hand flashed, and he slashed 3 times in a row. None of the 3 slashes hit the dangerous blood-colored palm, but the gears behind Yodel's crystal drop lenses spun rapidly. The fine bloody mist that filled the air appeared in his eyes as if it had nowhere to hide. Yodel waved his short sword and caused 3 ripples that were invisible to ordinary people to appear in the terrifying bloody mist. The bloody palm attacked without any resistance. It was only 1 second away. The gears behind Yodel's lenses spun in a different direction instantly. The color of the crystal drop lenses changed, and so did his field of vision. The 3 ripples shook the blood around him. And behind the blood-colored palm, a special droplet of blood spun irregularly in the vibrations. In the next moment, Yodel's short sword drew an afterimage at an incredible speed and pierced the irregular droplet of blood. Shik. The tip of the sword gently tapped the palm formed by the bloody mist. Then it swiftly retracted. He did not waste even an ounce of strength, but he was not stingy with any bit of energy either. In the palm formed by the blood mist, a drop of blood that was neither too big nor too small shattered. Then the originally aggressive blood-colored palm instantly dissipated into nothingness the moment it was about to land on Yodel's chest. Yodel landed lightly on the ground. On the left side of his chest and abdomen, a piece of clothing that had been seriously corroded by the bloody mist turned into ashes, revealing a hidden muscle. The skin on the surface had long since corroded completely, and blood flowed out. The bloody mist that filled the air gathered behind the disintegrated bloody palm. It reformed into Chris Corleone's lifeless figure in front of Yodel, but it could not reform into his right palm. Yodel did not even look at the wound on his chest and abdomen. He allowed the blood on it to stain the hem of his robe, until his muscles automatically contracted to stop the bleeding from the corroded wound. Chris furrowed his brows and swung his right arm. A new crimson palm bone grew out from his missing right wrist. It was mixed with the bloody mist, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, muscles and skin formed again. The wound on Yodel's chest and abdomen seemed to be much more serious, but Chris' right hand grew out again, and it was completely unharmed. However, a haze seemed to fill Chris' heart. He knew that in the dangerous battle where the supreme class elites decided life and death in an instant, the proud immortal had already lost to this mortal behind the mask. At first, Yodel entered his unique path of shadows and disappeared from this world. However, he continued to move forward on the other side of the world. Immediately after, Chris used the omnipresent bloody mist to form tens of thousands of droplets of blood. With a sudden eruption and a powerful resonance, he forcefully shook the brilliant masked protector out of the shadow he enjoyed alone. Yodel, whose path was abruptly cut off, fell into Chris' trap in midair. The bloody mist, which was filled with a weak corrosive power, used the attraction of the origin blood to condense into a palm that was even denser and attacked Yodel. Yodel had no way to borrow strength, dodge, or enter the shadow. Yodel was at an absolute disadvantage. But it was only for an instant. Yodel used the rapid turn of his body to gain more than a second. In this short period of slightly more than a second, Yodel confirmed the location of the origin blood among the tens of thousands of small blood droplets. He destroyed it and shattered Chris' right hand while he was at it. The outcome of the battle between the supreme class elites was decided from this. Yodel only lost a palm-sized piece of skin and the outer wall of some veins. Chris, on the other hand, lost a drop of origin blood that represented the blood clan's exuberant life essence under Yodel's sword. It was a drop of origin blood that could only be formed after more than 100 years. Chris sighed. What an outstanding young man. What a terrifying latecomer. What beautiful skills and astonishing instincts. It looks like I was ignorant when I compared the kingdom's wrath to you. As Chris spoke, his body flashed again and he avoided Yodel's phantom-like sword strike. Even the kingdom's wrath can't do better than you. Yodel ignored him. He stomped on the ground and charged towards a window on the second floor. But Chris stood in front of him again. But there's nothing you can do now. Chris moved. While he avoided Yodel's attack, he also delayed Yodel's footsteps towards the third floor. The immortal old man did not stop talking, but his words were filled with the chilling insight of a long-lived person. Based on that boy's age, he's probably the smartest and calmest mortal I've ever seen in my 600 years of life. Chris, who had lost a drop of origin blood, no longer hoped to kill or even defeat this opponent. Supreme class elites were all dangerous people with vast power and high realms who could control them at will. With just a few moves, they had a clear understanding of the direction of the battle. But he could not let Yodel disturb Her Highness's meal, especially since that infant mortal might be the key to Her Highness's awakening. Unfortunately, his curiosity and sense of danger were too strong. Even though he knew that reinforcements were near, he could not help but take the initiative to attack to save himself and defend himself. He probably could not stand the feeling of his fate being in someone else's hands. We only feigned an attack a few times, but he keenly noticed that the third floor might be our weakness and weakness. His curiosity and sense of danger made him unable to help but push open that door. But he did not know that that was where we wanted him to go. His Highness needs his blood and strength. Young man, it's too late for you. At this very moment, that mortal boy has already become Her Highness power. Chris' eyes sparkled. For the first time, there was respect and admiration in his tone when he addressed Thales. Yodel's short sword trembled slightly. When Thales saw the charred, withered hand that stretched out of the strange black coffin, he was stunned for a whole 5 seconds. Intense memories flashed back to his mind, invading every cell in his brain once again. He grabbed a familiar scene from the void. He only heard the same delicate and gentle voice, but it spoke rudely at that moment. Wuxia, you're hurting me. It's just a rewatch of a classic. Do you have to be so scared? In Thales' ears, his voice from his previous life was filled with fear and trembling. I thought it was The Godfather, or something. Who would have thought that you would want to watch The Grudge in the middle of the night? This is a classic that will be handed down from generation to generation, okay? Look at how cute Kayako is. Be gentler. My skin is still tender. Damn it, she appeared. You have big boobs, help me block it. You think my boobs are big now? Why do you usually? Oh, if you're scared, just close your eyes. I can't help it. By the way, can we turn on the lights? She climbed down. Wuxia, go back to your chair obediently. Damn it, my lady, don't pause your drawing here. I have to go up and down the stairs every day, okay? The moonlight was blocked by dark clouds. In the darkness, the memories from his previous life that flashed in his mind for no reason were interrupted by a terrifying roar. Ah! The sound was like a drowning person suddenly waking up from a state of suspended animation. But to Thales, who was deeply poisoned by his previous life's memories, it sounded like the shrill howl of a 1,000-year-old malicious spirit that was awakened overnight. Thales shuddered and came back to his senses. He was stunned to find that the ghostly hand that seemed to be grabbing the edge of the coffin suddenly pulled itself out as the terrifying roar rang out. A wrist that was as rotten as a mummy's. A forearm that was charred black as if it had been burned by hellfire. A shoulder that looked like it had been bitten by countless ants. One by one, they were exposed outside the black coffin along with the hand. The ghostly hand and the main body, that was connected to it, which was barely humanoid, seemed to be slowly crawling out of the black coffin. Then a bone-chilling head slowly emerged from the edge of the coffin under the slightly exposed moonlight. This skinny head had long, white, and wilted hair. Its entire face was charred black and rotten, and its disproportionately large black mouth and nose were actually a bottomless darkness. Thales only felt goosebumps starting from his scalp and spreading to his fingertips. Under the cover of the white hair, it opened its pitch-black mouth. The large black mouth split open all the way to its ears. Ah! A shrill roar traveled into Thales' ears. The boy's skin crawled, and he almost fell to the ground. This monster did not stop. It crawled out of the black coffin slowly but rhythmically, as if it was feeling its surroundings. From its head to its upper body, from its left arm to its right arm, the head finally crossed the edge of the coffin, and its entire upper body fell to the ground. Finally, the left hand that was as shriveled as a ghost gently touched the ground. At that moment, Thales' mind was blank. He trembled slightly and slowly inhaled a breath of cold air. At that moment, the head that was stuck to the ground seemed to have sensed something. It paused for a moment, then slowly raised its head in Thales' direction. The shriveled white hair fell to the sides, and its face was slowly revealed. It was facing Thales, and where the eye sockets should have been. But Thales saw there were two large, irregular black holes. The boy almost fainted from fear. This looks like a dried corpse that hasn't been completely burned? But it seemed that after transmigrating, the rich experience on the streets had made him a lot braver. Even though Thales was afraid, he still trembled and picked up what little rationality he had left in his brain. No matter what that thing is, Thales thought silently as he shuddered. I have to escape. Even though it looks scary, it's not fast. I just have to. Thales tried his best not to think about the scenes in the horror movies from his previous life. He turned his feet and twisted the comfortable children's leather shoes that Gilbert had prepared for him. Even though they had been greatly worn out during the running, he was prepared to rely on his speed to escape from this dangerous place. I just have to wait for Yodel's rescue, Thales thought. But the moment he turned his leather shoes, the demon-like monster suddenly pounced out of the coffin. It was like a headless demon that had been blindly swimming around suddenly awakened. Ah! The shrill roar rang again. Thales, who was filled with terror points, was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to run. Chapter 32. There was a problem. What did it feel like to watch Kayako climb down the stairs with the fast-forward button on? At that moment, Thales must have been crying angrily as he answered carefully. That's how I feel. Because of the evil spirits, corpses, and monsters behind him. Who cares what they are? Is it important? Thales, who had yet to recover from his shock, was crawling towards him on all fours while dragging his damaged and charred body with incredible agility and strangeness. F***ck. Thales was scared out of his wits. He did not even think about whether this creature had intelligence, whether it could speak, whether it could communicate, and whether it could talk without fighting. At that very moment, Thales, who was running for his life in the small room, could even feel the liquid in his eyes gushing out without restraint. But Thales soon regretted his decision. There was no other reason other than that the monster-like mummy's speed was much faster than Thales. It roared and leaped, pouncing on Thales from behind. Thud. Thales and the mummy rolled on the ground. The 2 days of being unlucky seemed to have worked. Thales subconsciously pulled out JC's dagger with a backhand and stabbed it at the mummy with a trembling hand. He stabbed the mummy's heart if it had one. But Thales was horrified to find that the mummy, which had been pierced by the dagger, was not affected at all. It lay on his body and opened its terrifying black mouth towards his neck, revealing its similarly charred and irregular sharp teeth. Could it be that it was too scared that its hand trembled and missed? Thales felt the weight on his body. Strange, it's not heavy? He thought fearfully. But it was too late for him to regret. Rip. With a dull sound that sounded like leather being pierced. Thales felt hopelessly that the mummy had bitten through his neck. Thales opened his mouth in pain, but he could only let out a hoarse, muffled cry due to his lack of stamina. Under the effect of the pressure, all the blood in Thales' body surged towards the ruptured artery. It's over, Thales thought in despair. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. He thought of this sentence in Quide, who had died unwillingly while clutching his neck. Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. This was retribution. Strangely, the blood that was supposed to be gushing out of his body was quietly and orderly flowing out. Into the mouth of the mummy? Thales, who had his neck bitten, saw from the corner of his eyes that the mummy was like a water pipe that was being squeezed by irregular water pressure. From its mouth to its neck, chest, abdomen, and every other part of its body, it continued to swell and contract slightly. Like a thirsty traveler, he frantically sipped at the spring water. The mummy seemed to be sucking blood. In a few seconds, as he lost more blood, Thales' consciousness began to grow numb, but the consciousness at the bottom of his heart became clearer. It was so clear that everything in his mind had reappeared in front of his eyes. Wuxia, you're afraid of ghosts. What would you do if you really ran into a ghost? Can you not mention this? After watching Juon the night before yesterday, I still don't dare to go upstairs after dark. Don't be afraid. If you really touch it, bite its neck. If it's those with no neck or a broken head. Lunatic. Stop right there. Stop. When you're tired of writing your thesis and raise your head to stretch, it suddenly appears. The former Wuxia took a step forward angrily and used the most familiar method to block that person's mouth. Then, amidst the sweetness in his mouth, he caught a glimpse of her smiling eyes. Her eyelashes were long, and her eyes were clear. Really cunning and sinister. Wuxia closed his eyes in hatred and continued to peck at his spoils of war, or perhaps, to offer his tribute to the real victor. Another memory entered Thales' mind. However, this memory seemed to be different. After it entered his memory bank, it did not sleep peacefully with its kind. Instead, it instantly spread, became bigger, and trembled. Thales, who was completely immersed in the memories of his previous life, was abruptly pushed out of this illusory consciousness. Thales opened his eyes abruptly. At that moment, he felt as if he suddenly had strength. The mummy was still desperately sucking blood, as if it would not stop until it sucked him dry. Then the 7-year-old boy's hand firmly and forcefully grabbed its shoulder and neck. If I really touch it. The prince clenched his teeth and grabbed the mummy's body. He used all his remaining strength to raise his head desperately. Just bite it. He opened his mouth and revealed his small teeth. Bite the neck. He was like a mindless creature. He bit the mummy's neck fiercely, like two lovers kissing each other's necks. Time seemed to have stopped again, until a cracking sound rose out of nowhere. The burnt mummy's neck did not seem to be as hard as imagined. Thales actually managed to bite off a piece of it. In his rage, Thales fiercely chewed on a piece of meat, of unknown quality, and swallowed it. A sentence that did not fit the mood suddenly flashed in Thales' mind. Chicken-flavored, crunchy. Then he continued to crazily and eagerly bite the mummy's wound. Just like the vampires in Tuval family. Then a fishy and salty liquid suddenly surged into Thales' mouth. The crimson liquid flowed into his throat in big mouthfuls as the prince sucked it desperately. Just like how his own blood flowed rapidly into the mummy's body like a pump, the fishy and salty liquid in the mummy was also rapidly sucked in by him. However, the mummy did not seem to have any intelligence, nor did it feel anything, just like Thales, who had gone mad and whose mind was blank. However, just a few seconds later, he and the burnt and rotten mummy shuddered at the same time. Ha! Immediately after, the mummy seemed to shudder and suddenly let go of its blood-drinking mouth. It let out a shrill cry and pushed Thales away abruptly. After Thales was pushed away, he was stunned for 2 seconds as if he had just survived a disaster. Then he immediately extended his hand and touched the wound on the carotid artery. Strangely, there was no blood flowing out of the neck that should have been covered in blood. There were only 2 warm, numb, and sticky wounds on the wound. In the dark room, the mummy seemed to have found something called fear. After it pushed Thales away, it covered its neck, which was also bitten. Thales' dagger was still stuck in its chest, and it limped towards the black coffin it crawled out of. Thales was not stunned. He stood up shakily from the ground and realized that his almost completely exhausted strength had recovered a little. It was the taste in his mouth. Bah, it was a little disgusting. Wait a minute, that mummy, what's going on? Even though countless question marks appeared in his mind, he still pounced on the mummy that was fleeing in a flustered manner without hesitation. What goes around comes around. We have a score to settle. Thales roared, extended his hand, and pulled it down. The mummy rolling on the ground did not stop. Before Thales could use his teeth to communicate with it again, it leaped at an astonishing height, grabbed the edge of the black coffin, and flipped itself into the coffin in an unsightly posture. Thales, who had grabbed one of its legs, fell into the huge black stone coffin with it. Plop. Thales felt as if he had fallen into a pool of water. A warm, moist liquid surged through his entire body. This smell? It's fishy and salty. Is it blood? Thales hugged the struggling mummy tightly from behind. Before he completely lost consciousness due to drowning in blood, Thales smiled under the blood. Fortunately, he thought vaguely. Fortunately, this thing still has a neck, and its head is not broken. An unknown amount of time passed. Thales woke up in the black coffin that had mysteriously dried up. When he opened his eyes, Thales struggled to sit up. The first thing he did was to cough violently, coughing out blood and water from his body. Cough, 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 cough. Thales licked a foreign object in his mouth. He instantly reacted, and in a fit of disgust he spat it out. He panted again and recovered for a few dozen seconds. Thales' right hand immediately touched the side of his body. It was a cold, burnt sensation. That mummy? Thales continued to search until he was sure that the mummy that had chased him like a dog had been broken into a dozen pieces and scattered in the huge coffin. The prince exhaled and chased away the disgust in his mouth. It was dark inside the black coffin. He continued to search the cold bottom of the coffin. When he touched something that looked like a flight of stairs, he forced himself to tiptoe and climbed out of the black coffin that was as tall as a person. This thing doesn't look like a coffin, but more like a children's swimming pool? Thales thought. He understood how the small mummy climbed out of such a tall coffin. He finally climbed out of the black coffin with his hands and feet, and fell to the ground with a thud. The familiar sounds of battle rang in his ears. There was no lack of women's reprimands and the count's loud commands. Face down, Thales rubbed his shoulder that hurt from the fall and struggled to prop his upper body up. He did not know how the battle outside was going. Then Thales raised his head. He was stunned. There was a person standing in front of him. A small person. To be precise, it was a small figure with long silver hair that fell to his shoulders. He looked pitiful as he stood under the moonlight and staggered. With force he took a step. With force he took another step. The small figure paused with each step, and even swayed as she walked towards Thales, who had just climbed out of the black coffin, until she stood in front of him with great effort. She had red pupils, a pale face, delicate skin, delicate limbs, and a cute face with a little baby fat. But this small person was looking at Thales on the ground coldly, condescendingly, and even arrogantly. Thales was stunned for a long time. He thought about it for a long time before he climbed up from the ground with a heart full of doubts. Then he saw the person's entire body clearly. The person still did not say a word. She only stared at him coldly. After a long time, Thales seemed to have suddenly realized something. The abnormal 7-year-old boy blushed, which was rare for him. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Little girl. He lowered his voice in shame, hesitated, stammered, and asked meekly. He hesitated, stammered, and asked weakly, "Why? Aren't you wearing clothes?" The naked little girl stood alone on the ground. She was a head shorter than the skinny 7-year-old boy. She looked at the boy with an unfriendly gaze. Thales felt awkward when he did not get a response. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere only lasted for a few seconds. Because Thales suddenly saw that there was a dagger stuck in the chest of the little girl. There was a dagger stuck in it. The blood on the dagger had not dried up yet. 2 words were carved on the blade. JC. Thales' hand, which was scratching his head, suddenly became stiff. The boy was not a fool. Besides, even if he was a villain in the novel who was protected by a retarded aura, at this point, his intelligence should have gone online. Of course, he remembered how he stabbed the dagger into the mummy's heart. But the naked little girl, who did not seem to notice anything was wrong, still stared at him coldly. She did not say a word. Her round face was expressionless, and Thales' figure was reflected in her blood-red pupils. Thales gently put down his hand and adjusted his breathing. His vision switched back and forth between the cute and strange little girl in front of him and the terrifying mummy of a malicious ghost in his memory. This is really strange. Thales exhaled deeply. The naked red-eyed child mummy was still staring at him with that gaze, like a statue. Anyone who had been stared at by this thing for so long would have felt their hair stand on end. Thales gulped and pretended to smile in a relaxed manner. He thought about it again and swallowed the question. What brand of sunscreen repair cream is this? Now was not a good time to test the waters. Although she looked cute, if she was the mummy just now, it was unlikely that she would have any rationality. Who are you? A childish voice rang in front of him. Yes, although the little girl's gaze did not change. But the words that came out of her mouth were still relatively clear, understandable, and rational. Compared to the roar of a malicious ghost from before, it sounded sweet, cute, and, wait. Thales widened his eyes in surprise and carefully observed this extremely strange little girl with silver hair and red eyes. She could speak. She was rational. She did not wear clothes. Bah. She could communicate. Chapter 33. A long time ago, before Prince Tormund led the survivors of the final empire to point at the stars above their heads and swear an oath to build Constellation, Eastern City District was just a suburb in the northeast of Eternal Star City. As Constellation's national power rose and its territory expanded, the power structure of the upper echelons of the kingdom began to expand. The number of suzerains, nobles, and officials increased. The important people in the capital did not want to live in the same area as the vulgar merchants, ordinary citizens, and even those filthy prostitutes, thieves, and thugs. Hence, they all built their homes in the northeastern suburbs. Gradually, this area became the gathering area for the nobles to build their manors in the capital. Soon, it was brought under the rule of Eternal Star City by the town hall, and it became the most important city district after the Central District and Morning Star District. The suzerains who guarded the four corners of the city, the popular people in the court of the capital, and even the exiled dignitaries of foreign countries all liked to build their manors here. The area was filled with the properties of nobles and officials of various sizes. There were almost no residences or markets for commoners. Even the people who came and went were mostly servants and subordinates of the various families and forces of power. Aside from the ridiculously high land prices, there was also an unwritten rule in Eastern City District. The land buyers must choose a location that matched the buyer's status. You probably don't want to know what happened to those who violated this rule. Even though the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families each had their own manors in the suburbs of the capital, They had also built their own properties in Eastern City District. Naturally, they were all located in the best locations, regardless of whether the nobles of these families came often. Precisely because of this, the different manors in Eastern City District were very far apart from each other. However, the grass and trees between the manors were maintained by the town hall to be lush and strong. The main road was also built to be wide, grand and stable. Every 20 meters, there was a large everlasting lamp provided by the town hall to illuminate the area. As for the police officers and city guards patrolling this avenue, they had to be cautious. Even their superiors couldn't bear the consequences of offending these big shots. Secondly, they could also be at ease. Under normal circumstances, when the police department and the city guards needed to intervene, the nobles often had their own ways to deal with it, so they didn't have to worry about it. As the captain of the city defense team who patrolled the main road in Eastern City District all year round, the sword and crossbow on Gened's body had almost never been used over the past 10 years. However, his helmet and armor were as bright as new. When he ran into the carriages of the nobles on the road, he was used to tidying up his armor and retreating to the side, taking off his helmet and saluting them. In the words of the police chief in Eastern City, they should have changed their heavy helmets into hats a long time ago. Taking off their helmets and saluting them was just too comical. Gened treasured his job very much. He knew how much effort his comrades had put in to get him, who should have been dismissed from the army and made a living on his own, to join the capital's city defense team. Moreover, he was assigned to the Eastern City District, which was stable, peaceful, and occasionally gave him tips. As a farmer who was born in the countryside of Doran County in the south, Gened's colorful experiences were definitely worthy of being sung by bards. More than 10 years ago, when he was about 19 years old, Gened no longer remembered his birthday after his father passed away. His village was struck by a natural disaster, and the village was then attacked and plundered by bandits. Unable to survive, Gened signed up to join the Starlight Brigade that Duke John, who was heading south, recruited and established. He fought bravely and had a bright mind. He was lucky enough to survive the dangerous battle to defend Jade City. He once took the risk of carrying 2 bags of flour, and followed the main army during the retreat at Walla Passage. He then bravely followed the Duke's personal army and broke through the encirclement of the Land of Tusks. Before we meet up with the other troops, we owe you money for the 2 bags of flour. Duke John. Under the orders of his superiors, he once followed the troops into the welcoming banquet held by Earldale's family. He watched as the Duke, who was a guest, subjugated their private army without batting an eyelid. In the decisive battle at the Plains of Fire, he even rushed through the bombardment of the Mystic guns and cut down a battle axe. He once led a small team under the Duke's 9-pointed star flag, and withstood the last desperate counterattack of the rebel army at Blade's Edge's Gap. Gened heaved a deep sigh and cursed the day where both victory and sorrow existed at the same time. Then, he waved his hand at his team members, and made way for the knights holding the iris flower flag on the other side of the line. That's right. There were 34 knights from the Covendier family. They did not have carriages with them. They were probably the subordinates who worked for their master. The 2 leaders seemed to have superclass or above. As for the others, judging from their movements on the horses and the positions of their weapons, they were all just for show. Gened pursed his lips without anyone noticing and retreated to the side. In just over a year's time, he had been promoted from a normal supply soldier to a combat recruit, then to an axeman, an infantry captain, and the most glorious personal guard of the Duke. Gened had turned from a farmer who did not even know how to hold a sword into an excellent military officer who had been through hundreds of battles. The rare battlefield experience had also made him a rare existence even among ordinary classes. As long as he had 3 to 5 companions to form a formation, he would not be afraid even if he ran into superclass warriors. Even in the days after the Starlight Brigade was disbanded, Gened still remembered the guidance of the respected captain of the Duke's personal guard in the Starlight Brigade. He had never slacked off in his training. He had seen countless knights during his most dangerous days. These warriors on horses were famous for their charging power. There were noble warriors who were brave and had extraordinary skills, But there were also cowardly playboys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Of course, under Duke John's command, there were far more of the former than the latter. That was why Jennet could tell with just one glance that the two leading knights had calm expressions and smooth movements. Their bodies were slightly bent, and they could exert their strength on the horse at any time. There was a sword at the side of their waist and on the saddle, and the swords were very close to their dominant hands. It was obvious that they were elites who had more or less experience on the battlefield. These elites who were superclass and above would definitely be the officers of a battle squadron on the battlefield. Regardless of whether they were the vanguards, ambushes, defenses, reserve troops, or even the personal guards of the commander, these people were indispensable pillars and even the core of the army. For example, there was the famous Baron Alcra Murch in the kingdom. Right now, one of the two knights who brought more than 20 people, and were supposed to overtake them, stopped his horse and rode towards Jennet. City Defense Team. This was a knight with sparse hair. He was in his 30s, and the light green plate armor he wore was clearly a handmade aristocratic family heirloom. With a straight face he looked down at Jennet, who was leading the group, and scolded him. We saw the hoof prints of a large group of horses on the road. At this time, there shouldn't be so many cavaliers in Eastern City District. Did you meet them? Are you supposed to appear now? Jennet thought disdainfully in his heart as he stared at the noble knight under the tricolor iris flowers. However, after 10 years of working in the city defense team, his edges had long since been ground away by reality. The former Duke's personal guard lowered his head in a humble and submissive manner and answered, "Honorable sir, the suzerains are the ones who can mobilize a large number of private soldiers in Eastern City District. We dare not interfere with their affairs." Seychelles. Duke Zayan's trusted knight furrowed his brows. "Did you meet these cavaliers? Which family are they from? What flag are they flying?" Jennet was silent for a moment. Around 10 minutes ago, the 32 cavaliers that passed by ranged from ordinary class to superclass. The noble who was leading the group was agile, but he was obviously not a soldier. There was even a woman following behind him, but Jennet did not see them flying any flags. However, as someone who had served under Duke John for many years, how could he not recognize the soldiers' movements, their equipment, and the style of their shields? In the past, many of the people in the Duke's personal guards were once the Duke's private soldiers from his family. They followed the Duke to the south and became his personal guards. Among those people, some of them had saved his life, and he had also saved their lives. Almost all of them were people whose backs he could entrust to him. Good men, oh, and a good woman, as expected of the warriors under the 9-pointed star flag. Yes, Jennet told himself once again. Those 30 or so cavaliers are from the Jade Star family. They are the private soldiers of the royal family. Most importantly, they are the people from Duke John's family whom he swore to die for. Yes, honorable sir, Jennet answered resolutely. We met them just now. They did not show any flags. I do not know where they went either. The former personal guard of Duke John bowed. How ironic. Back then, when he was under the command of Duke John, the king's younger brother, no one taught him how to salute nobles. Yet, on the second day he arrived in the capital, a low-ranking official from the city hall angrily asked him to learn the standard salute posture. They are nobles, do you understand? Jennet's former superior in the city defense team. However, this ordinary captain of the city defense team would probably not know how great of an impact the information he was hiding would have on the future of himself and all of Constellation. Seychelles furrowed his brows. He reached into his money pouch and grabbed a handful of silver and gold coins, which he had inadvertently grabbed, and threw them back into the pouch. Then, he scattered the remaining copper coins to the soldiers of the city defense team. Your tips, he said. Then he turned his horse around and chased after his companions. Don't think too much, and don't bother about the affairs of the other families. Just do what the Duke has ordered you to do. Both of us are here. As long as we don't barge into Renaissance Palace, there is nothing that the capital cannot solve. If those vampires do not cooperate, they will only die. Seychelles returned to the front of the cavaliers, and listened to the other noble knight beside him. Cassine, speak softly with a calm expression. If they are other families, why didn't they show their flags? 30 to 40 unknown cavaliers galloping into Eastern City District at night. How long has it been since something like this happened? Seychelles still spoke carefully. Having traveled through the chaos of war in the Eastern Peninsula, he had learned to be cautious and meticulous from the people of the Eastern sages. His Majesty's 48th birthday is coming up soon. This birthday is too crucial. The nobles' messengers, suzerains' envoys groups and even spies from various countries, representatives from the Tower of Eradication and the Churches of the Gods, as well as forces of various sizes hidden in the dark. It can be said that the entire world's attention will be focused on the capital. And all the great families in the country are also making their moves in many ways, whether openly or secretly. It is very normal. Aren't we doing the same? And we are working hard for it. Cassine turned his head and said flatly, "If you are really worried, after you are done with your task, just go back and report it. This has nothing to do with our mission." "Let's hope so." Seychelles touched the sword at his waist and thought of the captain of the city defense team with a sharp gaze just now. He then said absent-mindedly, "Let's hope it is not the other family's actions." "Don't worry, Lord Seychelles," Cassine said slowly. At this moment, other than competing with the royal family, all actions towards the 19 noble families will be seen as betrayal. How can the traitors of the nobles succeed in the king's selection? A bright light flashed in Jine's eyes. She avoided two blood slaves who were madly charging towards her. With a shake of the silver-chained sword in her hand, she tied them up. The other two swordsmen of eradication from the Jade Star family moved forward in coordination and pierced their hearts with the silver swords in their hands. But the female official instantly sensed something. She knelt down and rolled to avoid a sharp claw that suddenly appeared. The female bloodclansman Rolana missed her attack. She turned around in anger and parried the two silver swords. Then she screamed and quickly retreated with a hissing sound. "My newly grown right arm is still very rusty. It limits my abilities," Rolana thought hatefully. "That damned half-crippled psionic. You blood-sucking whore. Aim more accurately next time. I have seen too many of the crimes committed by vampires in the city. I have even personally captured a blood count from the Ola's family." Jine sat up in a shrewish manner. With a flick of her slender arms, the chain sword instantly locked onto Rolana's left leg. She wrapped the chain sword around her right arm. An inexplicable, copious amount of strength surged out, and she pulled it hard. Rolana, who had avoided a flash of the sword, staggered and was immediately pulled to the ground. She screamed as she was continuously dragged away. This female mortal's strength. Is she a monster? Rolana roared furiously and gripped the ground tightly to resist Jine's monstrous strength. But before she could stabilize herself, another silver sword pierced towards her. This damn sword formation! Rolana cursed in her heart. Facing such an enemy, her extraordinary speed and special abilities could not be unleashed at all. The astral formation was a circular defensive formation. It was the main body of the formation. A few smaller teams could emerge from the outer edges of the formation and act as the tentacles and probes of the entire formation. In a chaotic battle, they could also advance and retreat agilely. As for the blood slaves, Rolana carefully avoided the silver sword while resisting Jine's monstrous strength and kicking away the swordsman who attacked her. Under the siege of the sword formation, the number of blood slaves became fewer and fewer. After all, how could an irrational monster defeat a battle-hardened swordsman? "Gilbert!" Jine's roared furiously and tightened her grip on the chain sword in her hand. "Where is that child? We have been held back by these two and a bunch of lunatics for so long. You better have a reasonable plan." On the other side of the formation was the entrance of the big house. There, Gilbert held a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. He worked well with a few swordsmen of eradication and surrounded the golden-haired Istrone. Yodel is being held back by the other party. That guy is also in supreme class, Gilbert said with a frown. But since we are being held back here, we can only trust him. You are all useless men. Gilbert did not care about Jine's scolding. He turned his attention back to Istrone, who was in front of him. It was this blood clansman with extraordinary speed who had kidnapped Thales under the noses of the 8 guards and killed them along the way. Istron's unique innate gift was speed that far surpassed that of a normal blood clansman. Even though he was still in superclass, his speed was enough to surpass most of his peers. However, just tonight, he had encountered 2 opponents among the mortals who were also in superclass, but were completely unafraid of his extraordinary speed. One of them was Blood Bottle Gang's Nikolai. Istron had seen the first few moves of that guy very clearly. Nikolai could not compete with Istron in terms of speed, but for some unknown reason, after a few moves, Nikolai's speed and reflexes actually became faster and faster. At the most crucial moment, Nikolai's fist speed and reflexes were actually on par with the Blood Clansman's. If it were not for Chris' sudden intervention, Istron even felt that Nikolai's speed would eventually surpass his. The second opponent. Istron felt his skin crawl. It was the middle-aged noble who looked elegant and noble, but who made him feel fear. Like Nikolai, Gilbert could not keep up with his speed either. However, this noble used his own method to forcefully restrain the high speed that Istron was so proud of. The silver sword in Gilbert's right hand was very steady, and his footsteps were filled with the elegance of a noble in a duel. However, Istron was not worried about his sword. The golden-haired blood clansman could easily deal with such sword speed, and he could even overturn 2 swordsmen while he was at it. What he was worried about was the staff in Gilbert's left hand. Compared to the standard swordsmanship, that walking stick was like someone else's. Every time Istron dodged or parried the silver sword, just as he was about to counterattack, the strange staff would strike him from the air. It would strike precisely at the direction where he was prepared to counterattack, or at the critical point where he could exert his strength, forcing Istron to retreat in frustration. Then, he would fall into the encirclement of the other swordsman. Just because of that strange staff, Istron even felt that he was not the one holding Gilbert back, but Gilbert was the one holding him back. However, Istron did not know that he had fallen into Gilbert's trap right from the start. The key to the martial arts passed down in Gilbert's family was not his staff, but the sword in his right hand that conformed to the rules and seemed ordinary. Sir Chris. The golden-haired noble's ears twitched. He heard his cousin Rolana's soft murmurs in the midst of the chaotic battle. It's very difficult for us to hold on any longer. Has His Highness not woken up yet? If we really can't hold on any longer, let's retreat with the ancestral coffin. They did not know that at that moment Chris, who was holding Yodel's short sword in a death grip, had a face full of shock and disbelief. This emotion even infected the opponent in front of him, Yodel, who was behind the mask. Chris whispered something. Only Yodel, who was opposite him, and the Blood Clansman, who had extraordinary hearing, could hear it. The 2 Supreme Class elites stopped fighting, let go of each other, and retreated separately. When Rolana and Istron heard Chris's murmurs, they opened their mouths wide at the same time. However, they immediately retreated quickly, only dodging and not counterattacking. Soon, the people who were fighting in the chaotic battle on the empty ground realized to their surprise that the blood slaves were also roaring and retreating to the side. They did not even care if their heads were chopped off by the swordsman beside them. Gines, who was in the sword formation, looked at Gilbert in surprise. The latter was still frowning as he pondered over the situation before him. They did not have to wonder for long. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk a few children's footsteps could be heard hurriedly coming from the house. Along with the footsteps, a childish boy's voice could be heard. Everyone. Just like that, all the people on the empty ground saw the bare-chested Thales panting as he dragged the silver-haired little girl behind him, who was wearing his shirt. They ran out of the door on the first floor of the house, and arrived at the empty ground of the manor. Before he could see the situation before him clearly, Thales used all the strength of a 7-year-old boy, and with his muddled mind, he used all the expressions he knew to shout at the sky. All of you stop. We are allies. Friendly_fire. Knock_off. Chapter 34. The moonlight shone on the empty ground of Vine Manor. Everyone stared blankly at the two children on the ground. For a moment, there was complete silence. Thales lay on the ground, panting. There was nothing on his naked upper body except for the bandage on his wound. He only felt cold and pain. The silver-haired loli in his arms pressed on his shoulder, and propped herself up with a blank expression. She saw the bandage on his chest, and the burn wound that was the size of a silver coin underneath. She sniffed the blood on it, and revealed an expectant and intoxicated expression. This expression scared Thales so much that he quickly sat up. Before this dangerous Blood Clan girl, whom Thales had long imagined to be a boss monster that could turn into a blood-sucking mummy at any time, could bare her fangs, he pushed her away from his arms. Yodel and Chris instantly appeared in front of the two children. "I'm fine, Yodel. Don't worry." Thales saw the wound on the secret protector's chest and revealed a tired smile. The latter took off the cloak that was on top of his tights and draped it over Thales. Thales nodded. "Before that, there is an urgent matter that must be dealt with." He turned in another direction. There was a large pit there, and at that moment a legless, half-dead person was lying there. The Phantom Wind follower, Madeira Ralph, a free fighter who had broken free from his shackles. A survivor who did not want to die to be free from pain. "Mr. Gilbert, please save that person." Thales' eyes dimmed, but he said firmly to Gilbert in the distance, "If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until all of you appeared." Also, the prince said in his heart, "He's the first person I've truly saved in this damned world." Gilbert nodded and commanded the swordsman of eradication beside him to save Ralph. "Your Highness." Chris' deathly still face was now filled with excitement. He knelt on one knee in front of the silver-haired loli. There was already a blanket in his hand, and he draped it over her with trembling hands. Thales' shirt was not big enough, and was torn in many places. It only covered the little girl's knees. The little girl's two white calves below her knees were exposed. When Chris thought of this, he glared at Thales with a fierce gaze. Although Her Highness had a noble status and did not care about the gazes of ants, as the loyal butler of the Corleone family for more than 600 years, Chris naturally had to consider everything for his mistress. "Your Highness, you're finally awake." The cute red-eyed little girl nodded expressionlessly. She held Chris's hand habitually and said word by word in the tone of a superior, "Chris, you did a good job." The little Lolita's chubby face was expressionless as she mumbled in a childish and cute voice, I'm sorry, loyalty will be rewarded." Beside him, Thales took 2 seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Loyalty will be rewarded. Then he burst out laughing. Such serious words coming out of the mouth of a young Lolita with missing teeth was truly a tragic sight. Chris, who was nodding gratefully, glared at him. "You are, Your Highness?" Rolana and Istrone appeared in front of the little loli with shocked and bewildered expressions. The former looked at her short stature and asked cautiously, "Your appearance, how did it become like this?" The little loli raised her crimson eyes and looked at Thales with a complicated expression. She then said nonchalantly, "As long as I drink recovery brew, I will return to my original appearance." After she finished speaking, the little loli looked at Thales, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. She did not seem to realize that there was a problem with her pronunciation. So, with a cold expression, she asked with a slightly puzzled tone, "What is it that you want to show off?" "What is it that you want to show off?" Thales could not help but laugh out loud. This time, the 3 blood clansmen looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Istrone even looked at him with a layer of wariness and respect. "No, haha, cough cough." The boy quickly covered it up with an unprofessional cough. "There is nothing to show off, haha, cough cough, sorry." Gilbert, who had finished restraining the swordsman of eradication, walked over with Gines. The former leaned on his cane, took off his hat respectfully, and said, "Honorable Mr. Thales, and this cute blood clansman lady, perhaps you do not mind explaining the current situation to us?" Thales stopped smiling and glanced at Gilbert gratefully. "Mr. Gilbert, thank you for your rescue and sacrifice." However, he suddenly felt that the charming lady in her 40s behind Gilbert was looking at him with a complicated expression. The meaning in her eyes was unfathomable. "Is this that boy?" He and that person's son. Gine's gaze immediately darkened. Thales did not think too much about it. He turned his head and continued. Let's postpone the self-introduction for now. Enough blood has been shed tonight. Because of this, I and this. When he said this, he glanced at the little loli, who was obviously childish and adorable, but had to keep a straight face. He paused for a moment. Little sister Serena Corleone. Lady. Looking at the red-eyed loli's unfriendly expression, he quickly changed his words. After a friendly and pleasant discussion, the little loli Serena suddenly felt an itch on her neck. She pursed her lips without anyone noticing. We have decided to put down our grudges, end our hostility, and form an alliance. I will provide Princess Serena with my blood on a regular basis, and Princess Serena and her subordinates will serve me until... Before Thales could finish speaking, he felt Yodel's hand, which was holding him, tighten abruptly. Then he was anxiously interrupted by two people. Why do we have to serve you? We can use other benefits in exchange. At most, we can just leave. This was the red-haired and unfriendly blood clansman Rolana. Mr. Thales. Your blood? It's too dangerous. How can this be? This was Gilbert, who was eager to protect his master. However, Thales only suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. This was a gesture he often used to calm down discussions that were becoming more and more heated and out of focus when he led university students during discussion classes in his past life. Both of them stopped talking at the same time. The prince took a deep breath. Thales left Yodel's support and ignored Gilbert's obstruction. He slowly walked towards the blood clansman and said softly, "You will serve me in exchange for my protection. And I will provide you a group of political refugees who have no home to return to in Constellation. You can only use Corleone's name to cheat for food and drink under the symbol of the iris flowers. I will provide you with a better protection than the master of this manor." Chris, Istrone, and Rolana's expressions changed at the same time. They looked at Serena. However, the silver-haired, red-eyed loli only snorted coldly. I didn't tell him anything. He figured it out himself. Figured it out. Not getting along with Blood Bottle Gang, not being on the same side as the master of the manor, Istrone's words about, with our current situation, and the coffin on the third floor that looked like a swimming pool but was actually a large nursing ward. The prince thought silently in his heart. Isn't it obvious when I sum up all these factors and signs? He knew that the blood clansmen opposite him were extremely wary of him. However, it did not matter. At least the current problem was solved. Thales turned his head and looked at Gilbert and Yodel sincerely. Gilbert, Yodel, please believe me. I will provide blood for Her Highness Serena's speedy, cough cough, recovery under the condition that her health is not compromised. I used this promise in exchange for my safety just now and Princess Serena's friendship. Gilbert stared at Thales for a long time. However, Gines, who was behind him, took a step forward with a complicated gaze. She spoke softly. Gilbert, this is the promise he made. It is also the promise his family made. Just like him in the past. She added silently in her heart. Gilbert heaved a deep sigh and nodded at Thales. Of course we believe you. But I will report to, Thales chuckled softly. He turned around and brought the blood clansman into the other people's line of sight. He said softly, "Then let me formally introduce." However, before he could finish speaking, Chris, who was beside him, took a solemn step forward and spoke solemnly. "You do not have to worry. In front of everyone." He gently supported the little loli beside him. The latter walked forward unsteadily. She is the true heir of the Corleone family, the head of the 7 great clans in the Eastern Peninsula's Night Kingdom, the legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain, Her Highness Serena L.A. Van Corleone. Chris looked at the few humans with a haughty gaze. Behind him, Rolana and Istrone had glorious expressions on their faces. Serena, with the appearance of a 5 or 6-year-old loli, lowered her round face and curtsied with her non-existent skirt. She then raised her head expressionlessly. Thales pursed his lips in his heart. She looked so powerful. Gilbert and Gines looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. More than 600 years ago, After the earth-shattering Battle of Eradication, just like many other races with a long history, the Blood Clan also split into two branches in the east and west of the Sea of Eradication. The 13 noble clans went their separate ways towards different continents. The 5 clans in the Western Peninsula formed a family alliance and the Dark Knight Parliament to occupy Grand Banquet Hill. To be exact, they occupied a piece of land and called it Grand Banquet Hill. The 8 great clans in the Eastern Peninsula established a king-like rule. They took root in the eastern coast of the Sea of Eradication under the name of Night Kingdom. Over the past 600 years, compared to their relatives in Grand Banquet Hill, who were in a state of disunity, and were even forced to sign the Convention of Human Kingdoms and Immortal Races, the Blood Clansmen in Night Kingdom were more united and powerful under the powerful rule of the infamous Night Wing King Lori Corleone. They even participated in the affairs of the peninsulas extensively. During the Second and Third Peninsular Wars, they sent out the Sacred Blood Army, which was formed by elite Blood Clansman warriors to participate in the wars. During the latter, the Night Wing King even personally led his army to attack Dragon Cloud City, the capital of Extet, the Blade of the Western Peninsula. However, 200 years ago, the politics of Night Kingdom changed drastically. The Night Wing King, Lori Corleone, disappeared mysteriously. The 8 great clans suffered a great blow to their strength. The Hollier family even betrayed them and crossed the sea to seek shelter in Grand Banquet Hill's Dark Knight Parliament. From then on, there were only 7 ruling clans left in Night Kingdom. They also lost the only elite who could break through to the real-world level. Under the attacks of the Church of Dawn, they gradually declined. The Dark Knight Parliament of Western Peninsula's Grand Banquet Hill, and the 6 great clans worked hard to improve their rule. They reformed the rotten and old system, carried out extensive diplomacy, and even became one of the allies of the Fortress Treaty. They called themselves the 6 upper branches of the Blood Clan. And this little girl in front of him actually said that she was the master of the Hill of Pain in Night Kingdom, the nest of the Corleone clan where the Night Wing King was born. Gilbert raised his head and spoke respectfully. "Forgive me for being presumptuous. However, based on what I know, the current master of the Corleone family and the actual ruler of the Hill of Pain should be the Night Queen, who is also the current master of Night Kingdom. The Weeper, Her Majesty Katerina L. A. Van Corleone." Gilbert deliberately emphasized the words Night Queen and Her Majesty, emphasizing the difference between her and Serena's Highness. Thales yawned, causing Chris, who was already in a bad mood, to glare at him angrily again. Serena's red eyes narrowed slightly. She pouted and took a step forward. "My crybaby sister, Katerina, illegally seized the ship's profits that I inherited from my father, His Majesty Night Wing, and stole the Blood Sea throne. But one day, I will ascend the throne again." Her cheeks, which were filled with baby fat, tilted slightly. She clenched her small hands tightly on her chest, closed her eyes, and recited the Corleone family's motto, "Long _reigns _the blood." Istrone and Rolana's expressions immediately became solemn. They humbly lowered their chests and clenched their fists tightly over their hearts. Together with Chris, they took a step back, lowered their heads and chanted, "Long _reigns _the blood." This? Thales was speechless. "Why don't you shout, 'Unify the world'? Your help and resources will occasionally be rewarded." Serena opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Thales. She subconsciously licked her lips. "Like biting open my neck?" Thales rolled his eyes and avoided the little lowly's fervent gaze. He said perfunctorily, "Wow, then I can't ask for more. It's my honor." Serena's small face puffed up, as if she was a little dissatisfied with Thales' attitude. Istrone looked at Thales' strange attitude, and remembered that he was probably using this attitude to order him around. He felt an inexplicable sense of sullenness. Looking at His Highness' expression, he flashed a cold smile and said to Thales, "Little one, I'm afraid you don't understand the Night Kingdom on the other side of the sea. I'll put it this way then. Even if your enemy is the Supreme King of Constellation, with the support and protection of our Sacred Blood Army, he will definitely not dare to make things difficult for you." Right after he said this, Rolana, who was beside Istrone, felt that something was not right. The expressions of the few people opposite them were very strange. especially the middle-aged noble with a strange expression, and the black-haired woman who looked displeased. Chris furrowed his brows, but he could not stop the golden-haired blood clansman from speaking. After all, he had fought against the other party before. He knew that the masked person was an elite at the peak of supreme class. Thale's face twitched a little. Being cocky is an illness that needs to be treated. Thales scratched his head and said to the little lowly, "Then, it's time for me to introduce myself. I am Thales. I am about 7 years old this year. In the past." At this moment Gines, who looked displeased, walked up to them rudely. But just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Gilbert. The gray-haired noble sighed. "I guess that the alliance between us will not be too short. And Princess Serena also needs time to prepare for her return to the throne. Then, why don't we be honest with each other?" Count Gilbert Casso raised his head. His gaze was solemn as he briefly said a few words. "This is Thales. This is Thales. The next Supreme King. Constellation's next Supreme King." A long while passed. A long while passed. Just when Thales felt as if even the air had been petrified, a gust of wind finally blew past. Hee about that. He laughed awkwardly and waved his hand at the 4 petrified blood clansmen opposite him. "Thank you for your Sacred Blood Army's support and protection. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.